Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of Florida versus Mario Fernandez Saldana. We are in day 7 of the trial. The state rested yesterday, so we should hear from the defense today. And then they also promised us some closing arguments today going into tomorrow. So should be not a full day, but a relatively interesting day to say the least. So let's get comfortable. Let's settle in and let's get started. All right, welcome in everybody. Welcome in. How's everybody doing today? We have got day 7 on tap for us today. Mario Fernandez Saldana. State rested yesterday, so we're going to hear from the defense today. They said it was only going to be pretty short, and then they were going to go into jury instructions, charging conference, followed by state's closing, and then they were going to break, and then tomorrow is going to be defense closing, followed by state's rebuttal. So, who's with us today? We have got Camilla. Good morning to you. William. Great to see you. Dina, Horse Welfare. Welcome in. Hey, Grampy. Ruth Ann. These were all from yesterday. Aussie Gardner. Hello. Pipeline. Good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Iowa Backyard Cam. Snap. Good morning to you. Kimbers. Happy Tuesday to you. Lazy Boys. Kitty Halftime Show. Glad you guys like that. Barry. Good morning to you. Dow, how are you doing? Good morning. Debbie, great to see you. Happy Taco Tuesday to you. Kristen, thank you so much for re-upping your rabbit ears. Appreciate the support. Justice for Tupac Denisha. Good morning, good morning. Welcome in. All right. Kay Brownie, good morning to you. Downey Lynn saying hello. Oily Celt, will we get closure today? I think I answered you. Closing. Well, I've been talking about it. Closings are going to be over 2 days, so we won't get closure today, but maybe by Thursday. Ladybug's mom. Good morning to you. How are you doing? Debbie, I'm glad your household is doing well. Forks and Facts. Good morning to you. Rev Ben, great to see you watching and working today. Treasure Hog, good morning. Welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you all for joining us. Joy Ashley, good morning. Hey Mel, how are you? Kaylee, good morning to you. Green Eyed Cat, happy Taco Tuesday. Snap saying good morning. Grizzly Trial TV Live Grandma, welcome in. Great to see you. Iowa Backyard Cam, school has begun. Yeah, they began in Florida, I think last week. Pretty sure last week. Jane Dixon, I did not see SpaceX, although I was up, but I was snuggling with Rafa in bed, so no. I got up at like 5:30, but no, I did not. I did not see the SpaceX launch. Thank you for sending that email, but that's just a little too early for me still. I want to get that extra little half hour of sleep. Angela Wright, good morning to you. Welcome in. Seashell, how are you? Thank you for joining us. Rudica, good morning, good afternoon to you. Sandra Bain, good to see you. Bama Green Eyes. Jackie Starr, happy Tuesday. This should be a good one. Yep, should be a good one. So we're going to be doing closings. Let's see. Allison, good afternoon from the United Kingdom. Thank you for joining us. Bob Kitten, how are you? Great to see you. Michelle, good morning to you. All right, let's get settled in and let's see if we have a feed yet for our viewing pleasure. All right, no feed yet. Well, the feed is up, but they don't have, nobody's there. Let me just, let me check over here. Anything over here? Yep, nothing over here either. Let's just make sure that they haven't gone live. Yeah, nobody's gone live yet, which is interesting. Well, that's not actually true. These folks have gone live. I guess I could, let me see here. The, this feed is up. They're not actually live yet. So this feed is up, but they're not live yet. So we'll hang here for a little bit and see if they see when they start live. So all right. So yesterday was Fred Barton, who was kept the cabinet for John Biggerstaff, and then we heard from John Biggerstaff and then Juan Biggerstaff. And then finally, Detective Chris Johns with the finances. So we were starting to go through our facts. If you guys were with us, we were starting to go through our facts. Neil, welcome in. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Let's see, Allison. Let me pull up Allison. There you go. Thank you for your warm wishes. Thank you. Thank you. Mal, I don't know how the jury is going to go yet. Usually I have a pretty sure feeling one way or the other. I do as well. I'm not quite sure where this is going to go. Neil, just want to say thank you for your great consistent coverage of this trial. You've gained a fan. Fantastic. Thank you so much for that, Neil. Appreciate that. All right. I think I got everybody. Liz, good morning to you. Rev Ben says, I think I'd be worried if I were the prosecution. If I were a jury going in blind, I'm not sure I could convict. This is a tough one. I agree. The only thing, okay, so we were doing this yesterday. We did this little exercise yesterday. So fact one, Jared did not know Henry Tenen. Fact two, Mario did know Henry Tenen. So those two are pretty big in my opinion. But for Mario, Jared would probably still be alive. Well, I'm sorry, yeah, but for Henry Tenen and that connection, right? Because Jared did not know Henry, so there was no reason for Henry to do what he did. Fact three, Henry knew Jared's route on the night of. So think about that. Who could have told Henry? Who in the world could have told Henry to be 20 seconds ahead of Jared as he's heading home after dropping off the kids at Mario and Shanna's house? So who could have told Henry? Mario and Shanna. Fact four, no evidence of Henry doing work contracted for the checks, right? There's no evidence. We went through the financials yesterday. He didn't go to Home Depot to buy, yard supplies, shingles. There was nothing in Mario's, his LLC. There was nothing that showed somebody going to Home Depot or Lowe's or Ace or wherever they would have gone to get a mower, to get landscaping supplies, shears, shingles, anything, nothing like that. So fact five, Mario knew John Biggerstaff. Fact six, John owned the 10 millimeter. Fact seven, the 10 millimeter was used. Fact eight, Shanna and Jared had discord regarding the kids. So those are the 8 facts that I have. If you guys have any more, let me know. Here we go. We got a feed now. If you guys can think of anything more, let me know. Here, I can pull up these facts. You tell me if there's anything to be added to it. I'm sure there is. I'm sure there's something to be added to. There's something's always to be added to it. But tell me what you think about this. All right, these are the facts that I've got going so far. You guys, all right, these are the facts we have going so far. So if you can think of anything. Jeff, how many hours will the defense closing take? He said many. I'm guessing at least 2. I'm guessing at least 2 hours. Bing and Billy, good morning to you. How are you? Closing arguments are not in evidence. That is true. That is true. Hey, William, good morning to you. How are you? Ruth Ann, good morning. Welcome in. Great to see you. Jeff says, Dinsdale the cat would say hello, but he's asleep. Nice. All right, is there anything we can say? Hey, Ed, is there anything we can add to this? Anything we can add? Anything we can add to the facts here? These are the facts as I've got it right now. Patty Loves Paper, good morning to you. Welcome in. Debbie Gibby, good morning, good morning. I'm trying to find, because Aaron was watching a hearing from Shanna, I guess in March, that they were saying that money transferred from the trust to Mario's account, and that's how he paid for this. But yesterday's testimony, do you guys remember that happening? I don't remember that specifically being said. What I do have in my notes was that there was no payments. Let me see, hold on. We knew about the payment in December, that they both got $75,000. We knew about that. Mario got $110,000, but that did not come from the trust. Yeah, there was nothing in the bank statements that said he got money from the trust that he put into his LLC. Now, April 2022, beginning balance was $251,000. The ending balance was $12,000. But there was nothing that said. Hold on a sec. Let me see. So $50,000 deposit into the Navy Federal came from Mario to the LLC. Yeah, that wasn't coming from the trust. So that could have been like a smoking gun, but there was really no direct evidence, unless I missed it. Patty Loves Paper. I hope the jury. Hold on a sec. Let me take my facts away. Let's see. I hope the jury can clearly see that so many coincidences are just not plausible. Well, if you guys can come up with any more facts, let me know. Grizzly says, can Mario and Shanna testify against Henry at his trial? I guess, but why would they? I mean, if they're going to be convicted, let's just assume that they would be convicted. I think they've got enough to get Henry. They've got his DNA on the tire. They have the blue truck. They have his boots. They have his cell phone data. They have the checks. I personally, I don't think they need to have anybody testify. I'm sorry, they don't need to have Mario and Shanna testify. From all that we've seen, to me, Henry is the most guilty out of all three. And I'm pretty sure Shanna's going to say it was all Mario. Mario did this. I had nothing to do with it. So I don't think that I don't think that they need to testify. That's just my gut right now. Green Eyed Cat, $10,000 is under the tax-free gift threshold too. They could have given him other things than cash as well. That is true. Liz, Shanna's parents gave them the check in December. Yeah, they both got, what, $75,000? I think they both got $75,000. Hey, Deshaun, how are you? Great to see you. Hope you're doing well. Ambi, welcome in. Jane, did we ever learn why Mario was going to Pennsylvania? We did not. We did not. We never found out why. They never told us. And he was only up there for like a day and a half or something. He was not up there that long. Let me see if we've got this other feed yet. Hold on a sec. Let me just check in on this feed real quick here, guys. Oh, they're still not live here. All right. Still not live. Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry, I just want to check in over here. All right. Horse welfare, good to see you.
That's 5%. Make sure someone or electronic devices allowed. We don't talk about code 30. Have you seen it?
Thank you. Good morning. All right. From the party's perspective, is there anything that we need to take up prior to bringing in the jury?
Nothing from the defense.
Okay. Okay. Did the state complete the redactions on those two exhibits? Okay. Are you all ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, let's bring in the jury. Thank you. All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone may be seated. Good morning to you all. All right, so to remind you all where we were, the state of Florida concluded their case yesterday. We stayed a little bit after to work, and so now I turn to the defense. Mr. Dreiser, do you choose to open a case?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
The defense would call Petra Obitzberger.
Okay. Outside, all the way?
I
Or
was
one of
told
the
that she's
rooms?
in the side room.
Okay. Good morning. If you please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Ma'am, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay, right over here, make sure that you watch your step. There's a slight incline. All right? Mr. Dreiser, you may proceed.
Good morning.
Morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Petra Obritzberger.
Okay. And would you tell them where you work?
I work at the Discovery School in Jacksonville Beach.
Okay. And when did you start at the Discovery School?
I started on July 1st in 2021.
Okay. Who was the first couple to introduce themselves to you at the Discovery School?
It was Shanna and Mario.
So you did have an opportunity to meet them?
Yes.
And that was at the Discovery School?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say that the Bridegan children were enrolled from the time that you started until the fall of 2022 when they moved to Washington State?
Yes.
Okay. And while you were there, did you learn that their father was murdered?
Yes.
Okay. And who let you know that?
I can't remember who let me know that. I don't recall that.
Okay. But somehow you were...
Oh, that he was murdered. Shanna let us know of the passing.
Okay.
But
Miss Gardner.
yes, Miss Gardner. But we were not informed that he was murdered.
Okay. And before you were informed of the fact that Mr. Bridegan had passed and all the media and all the things that happened at the school, did you know that they were getting divorced?
Shanna shared with the school, with teachers and myself personally before the murder, that Mario was moving out.
Okay. And is that something that the Discovery School encourages parents to share so that you guys, will you tell me, is that something they encourage parents to share?
Yes. Any change in the family, any change in the home is encouraged to share, yes.
And can you just say why that would be something you would want to know?
To understand, the children's situation, and if anything changes in their behavior, we are aware of it, and we really, really want a parent partnership. And that's why we want parents to let us know if there is a change in the home.
And when you were informed of this information, did they tell you that they were separating right away, or were they delaying the separation process?
So before the murder, Shanna said that they are separating and Mario is moving out during spring break. But after the murder, Shanna let us know that because the children have just lost their father, that is delayed and is not going to happen until the summer.
Okay. And what were your observations of Mr. Fernandez and Miss Gardner from the time that you could observe them while you were at the Discovery School and they were parents at the Discovery School?
They were caring parents. They were friendly. They lived right next to the school. When they came over for Carline, it was greeting and friendliness, appropriate parent communication.
Do you ever think there was anything unusual about them?
No,
Okay. And did you ever get an opportunity to meet Jared Bridegan?
I did not.
Okay. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Good morning, Ms. Orbitzberger.
Good morning.
So the Discovery School, that is directly behind Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Gardner's home, correct?
Correct.
And in the Discovery School, your property takes up that whole corner of 15th and Shetter Avenue, correct?
Correct.
Behind the school, is there a gravel parking lot?
Yes, towards the retirement home.
Okay. I want to ask you about, you mentioned that you were advised by Ms. Gardner that Jared Bridegan had passed, but she did not tell you he had been murdered.
Correct. We received an email the night of, from Thursday to Friday, that let us know that the children's father had passed and they wouldn't come to school.
Okay, and she used the word passed. She didn't
Correct.
mention that it was a
Correct.
criminal investigation.
It was passed, yes.
And I'm sure that a lot of people at the school were talking about the case. At some point, did the media release a photograph of a vehicle of interest that you're aware of?
I can't recall that.
You mentioned that you were advised that Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Gardner would be separating. Are you aware that they are still legally married today?
No, but I hadn't looked into that either.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions for the witness.
All right, thank you. Any follow-up?
On a Wednesday night at 7 o'clock, any particular Wednesday night,
Okay.
not necessarily the night of the homicide, if something suspicious was going on, do people report information to the school if they think that something is suspicious or the children could be in danger or anything?
Often,
That happens often?
parents are, you know, they care for their children, so every time they see suspicious activity, they have reported it to the school, they have reported it to police. I'm not saying always.
Does the community seem to care about the safety of the children of the Discovery
Absolutely.
School? Do you believe that the Jacks Beach community, especially the folks living around the Discovery School, care about the Discovery School?
Absolutely.
Okay, so my last question is, do you have any recollection of anybody reporting any suspicious activity or trucks parked at the Discovery School the evening of the homicide?
No, nobody reported anything.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything further for this witness? Okay, may she be excused?
Yes.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Lauren Meredith. Lauren Meredith.
Lauren Meredith, please. All right, good morning. If you could walk all the way forward, please. All right, please raise your right hand and be sworn in.
Ma'am, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do. All right, when you get near the witness stand, just watch your step. There's a slight incline, all right? Make yourself comfortable. Pull yourself up to the microphone. Okay. You may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Lauren Meredith.
Okay. And back in the years of prior to 2022 and 2022, where did you work?
I was a teacher at the Discovery School.
Okay, and what was your position at the time?
I was a lower elementary lead teacher.
Okay, and who were your students in 2022?
A, B, and LB.
Okay. Can you just tell the jury very briefly a little bit about the Montessori School, or excuse me, about the Discovery School?
The Discovery School has toddler through 8th grade. We're a small independent private school towards Jacks Beach.
Okay. And in 2021, 2022, you were LB and AB's teacher, or at least a co-teacher?
Yes.
Okay, were you familiar with the children?
Yes, very much so.
And at some point while the children were enrolled, did you ever get an opportunity to meet Jared Bridegan?
I did.
Okay. And how would you characterize your interactions with Mr. Bridegan?
It was open house, which is typically intended to be a very exciting time. So it was a little bit surprising, my interaction with him. He was a little bit almost condescending. I didn't have a lot of context for the situation at the time, so I was surprised.
Okay. Did he appear to love that the children were enrolled at that school?
He didn't. He asked what was so special about the Discovery School. It just kind of came off as a negative undertone.
Okay. Did you have any interactions with Kirsten Bridegan?
I did.
Okay. And pleasant interactions?
Always.
At some point in time, excuse me, may I have a moment, Your Honor? Sorry about that. Prior to the homicide of Jared Bridegan, were you informed that Miss Gardner and Mr. Fernandez were separating?
Yes, they had come back from a Hawaii trip and let us know that they were planning to separate.
Okay, and is that something that's unusual? The parents would tell you that?
No.
Okay, would you expect and want to know that information?
Yes, it impacts the children and their well-being, how they experience school.
Okay. After the homicide, do you believe that because of the media attention, LB and AB were affected?
Yes, because of the proximity to their home, they really couldn't escape it.
What measures did the school have to take to protect the children?
We blocked certain search terms on the computers. We made sure that the students knew that we were available to them. We brought in a grief counselor. Eventually, we ended up putting up fences around the outside to protect against media and unwanted attention.
And was there interactions with Kirsten Bridegan? Did she contact you, or did you have to contact her, regarding some information that you became aware of? Can you tell the jury about that?
Yeah, there was a Justice for Jared Instagram page. It was pretty vocal about wanting to make sure that Jared wasn't forgotten and that the case didn't go cold. And at times there could be some pretty inflammatory comments on there. At one point I saw Shanna.
Without telling us what was on there, because that would be hearsay.
Okay.
You felt that there were inflammatory comments? Mm-hmm. Okay, and did you want...
She's saying, Could you clarify, yes or no?
Were there inflammatory comments on there?
Yes.
Okay, and did that cause you to reach out to Ms. Bridegan?
Yes.
Okay, and did you want her to tone it down for the children?
I asked her to remove a post, and she did.
Okay. Do you believe that the children were happy at the Discovery School prior to the homicide?
They were very happy.
Any reason to believe that they would be disenrolled in that school?
No.
Would Mr. Fernandez participate in activities for the children? And we'll tell the jury how Mr. Fernandez would participate at the school with the children.
He was present for most events. He also came to pick up the children. He was there for parent-teacher conferences, things like that.
Okay. And prior to knowing that Miss Gardner and Mr. Fernandez were going to be divorcing, did you learn that they were in couples counseling?
Yes.
Can you describe Miss Gardner and the children on their last day of school when you learned that they were disenrolling and moving to Washington State?
They were sobbing. They were really sad to leave. They had made a lot of friends, and this was their home community, so
okay.
They were sad.
Did Mr. Fernandez and Miss Gardner have a memorial service for Jared Bridegan?
They did.
Did you attend that?
I did. It was it was mostly put on by the children, and so it was really a show of community for them, an opportunity for them to say goodbye to their father.
Okay. Did you feel it was a nice service?
It was. The children read letters to their dad. We went out and released flowers into the ocean, came back, had kind of a little interaction where kids played together, and it was just very pleasant.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Cross? Thank you.
Is it fair to say, Ms. Meredith, that what you just shared with us is your opinion?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that your opinion is not necessarily based on all the facts?
Yes.
Were you aware of the fact that Mr. Bridegan lived a significant distance from your school?
At the time of open house, no, I wasn't. All we had been made aware of was that they had been divorced and that they didn't really get along.
And Ms. Gardner made you aware of that?
Yes.
Ms. Gardner told you that they had child custody issues, correct?
Yes.
And that they were significant, correct?
Yes.
You weren't aware of any discussions in this family about the fact that the school was private / expensive, correct?
Correct.
And that Mr. Bridegan was living 40 miles away, correct?
Correct.
In many cases, you would like for the child to be close to both parents. Is that fair?
Of course. Yes, they can be more involved.
The opinion that you had that said that he was like condescending, he might have just had a real difficult drive on I-95 for the hour it would take to come up to see his children at their school.
For sure. As we got more context, it made sense more.
When you learn those additional facts.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And Mrs. Bridegan was always a pleasure.
Yes, she was right next to the school. She often brought cookies over for the teachers. She was very actively involved.
That's Mrs. Gardner.
Oh, I'm sorry. But yes, Miss Bridegan was also very pleasant. We only really exchanged words in car line, and it was always very pleasant.
And certainly it didn't take very long for Mr. Fernandez to have no part in these children's lives, correct?
Correct.
It was basically right after the murder, he was gone. Fair?
Yeah, as soon as they started to separate, he no longer did anything with the children.
Anything?
Anything.
And it wasn't long after that Shanna Gardner pulled her children out of school and moved them to Washington.
Yes.
The night, February 16th, you saw a post.
Yes.
And within that post, who did you see?
Shanna Gardner and AB doing gymnastics at home.
And is it like an Instagram type deal?
Like a Facebook story, so would be up for 24 hours. They had several posts about, they did that all the time. They were working on new skills. AB would come in and show her new skills. She was very proud of her gymnastics.
So this would have been shortly after they were dropped off from their date night with their father.
Yes.
And did you see Mario Fernandez in that video?
I did not.
That's all the questions I have, you.
Mr. Dreiser?
Do I understand that you would see posts like that with Miss Gardner and her daughter doing gymnastics often?
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. Fernandez in those videos?
I did not.
No further questions.
Anything further for this witness from either side?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. You're excused. Thank you.
Defense rests, Your Honor.
All right, let me see the lawyers at sidebar, just without the court reporter.
All right, that's it for the defense. So the defense rests. Defense rests. All right, so now we're going to get into the charging conference, which is the jury instructions and then the defense closing. So they could be done pretty early. Because they already said, the state says they want to go tomorrow. So that's it. That is it. So Petra Orbitsberger and Lauren Meredith, both from the Discovery School. Did that really move the needle? Not really. That didn't really move the needle for me. Jared was probably upset he had to travel 40 miles to go to school. That's a lot. That's like an hour, depending on traffic. That's does that mean he had to be upset about it and condescending? No, I don't know. But I could see him not being happy about it. Let's see, Petra. Oh, one thing I did get out of this was that Mario and Shanna were getting divorced before the homicide. So I think that's pretty significant, because it's significant because I think that goes now towards Shanna's defense. She's going to say, we were separated, and I'm looking down the road to next week or 2 weeks from now when Shanna's trial comes up. We were separated. We were going our own separate ways. I don't know.
He needs a microphone.
Hold this, please. James, can you do it? My hands are
All right, please raise your right hand, Mr. Fernandez.
Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. I do.
All right, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, so your attorneys this morning called two witnesses to the witness. No, there's two. Yes, two witnesses to the witness stand. And at sidebar, they informed me that you did not wish to testify. Is that true?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so this conversation between me and you, I am, like I said at the very beginning of these proceedings, I'm going to check in with you at critical stages to make sure, because even though your attorneys announced rest, that does not mean that the case cannot be reopened. The case can continue and certain things can happen. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So before I confirm, at least in my mind, that you are deciding not to testify freely and voluntarily, I'm going to explain some things to you. At any point in time, generally speaking, it's rude to interrupt a judge, but I want you to interrupt me, okay? If you don't understand something that I say, or if you need time to talk to your lawyers, I will give you whatever time that you need to make sure that you are 100% understanding and in agreement. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so that's the foundation of our conversation with one another. So you can stop me, you can interrupt me, you can ask questions of me, or you can even ask questions of your attorney. You understand all of that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So I'm going to start with the foundation of this entire proceeding, which is the state of Florida has brought these charges against you, and you are presumed innocent of those charges. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And there is only one party in this entire proceeding that has a burden of proof, and that is the state of Florida. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, your attorneys have indicated to me that you want to remain silent, which is 100% your right. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
But in a criminal trial, you have choices, and the choice that has been made, even though you did, that is, your attorneys call witnesses to the witness stand, that doesn't shift some type of burden to you. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
So it's still in the state of Florida, but your testimony is something that you can choose to offer. That decision is yours. It's not your lawyer's. It's no one's except for yours. I can't pierce it. No one can pierce that right to remain silent. So your choice either to remain silent or to testify is fully yours. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you talked to your lawyers about whether you wanted to testify in this trial or not?
I have.
Okay. So those conversations, they're private, they're protected, but it's important that I explain to you whatever those conversations may be, and I don't need to know what they are, and I never would ask, which is you understand your decision making in that process. That is, you can talk about it. They can tell you about their trial experience, which that is what you hired them for. They are very experienced lawyers. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
So they can give you their advice, they can give you their guidance, they can answer all of your questions, but what they can't do is make the decision for you. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you know why that is?
Because ultimately it's up to me.
It is up to you. Why is it up to you?
I'm giving them my, I don't know how to explain it, but they're the ones that are more or less doing this for me for what I don't understand.
Right. So those are the questions. That's the consultation. But why is it solely up to you? It's because it's your life.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay? That's it. It's your life. It's your trial. And so that is, I think when I put it like that, it puts everything into focus. Does that make sense? Because they can't make those decisions because it's not their life. It's not their trial. They're working for you, but they aren't you. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So I asked you if you had the time. Do you need more time to talk to them about your decision?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So they've told me that you don't want to testify. Let me go on the flip side of that, which is if you testified, sometimes the decision to offer information to a jury to weigh just like any other witness, that is the instruction I would give if you were called to the witness stand. So did you look at the jury instructions at all?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So there's one of the instructions called weighing the evidence. There are 5 factors given for any witness. Did they have the opportunity to see and know the things about which they testified? Were they honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Does their testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? And then there are other factors in there, like do they have some interest in how the case should be decided? And one of the optional ones that happens if you testify is that I would tell the jury to treat you just like any other witnesses. Witnesses don't have burdens of proof. Witnesses, their credibility is weighed just like any other witness and any other evidence. They would weigh your testimony. Do you understand that? Without placing a burden on you. So in that, by not testifying, you're giving up the right to have the jury consider what information you would choose to give, and it doesn't have to be a formal defense. I know your lawyers filed some notice of alibi, but it doesn't have to be a formal defense. It could just be any information. Have you weighed that too?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, other witnesses, I think none of them have, except for that one proffer guy, the Mr. Ponder, who was in the jail. Do you remember him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you remember that Mr. Mizrahi was starting to ask him questions about his record? Do you remember that?
Yes, Your Honor.
So that is also a factor that I do not believe exists for him. Is that true?
Sure.
Okay. So he doesn't have any impeachables. That's what we would call that. Remember Mr. Mizrahi was like, oh, you got like however many felony convictions. Do you remember that? And your lawyer was talking about his convictions. Do you remember all that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. That doesn't exist for you. So that could be a possible negative for not testifying. You would agree with me, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
But that doesn't exist for you. Who makes the decision about whether you testify or not?
I do.
Have you made it?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is it?
I don't need to get on the chair, Your Honor.
Okay. So what does that mean?
I don't need to testify. I don't need to prove anything. Ultimately, the jury doesn't get to ask me questions, so
I want to know what you want. Do you want to testify or not? Yes or no?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Has anyone threatened you to get you to make this decision?
No, Your Honor.
Promised you anything?
No, Your Honor.
And you understand this whole process?
Yes, Your Honor.
And this is your decision and yours alone?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you for answering my questions. I'll find that his waiver or his right to he wants to maintain his right to remain silent. The court finds that that's both freely, knowingly, and voluntarily entered. And so a couple more questions. The witnesses that your attorneys have presented, are you in agreement with them resting the case and not calling any further witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm in agreement.
Okay. Anything else from Mr. Dreiser at all?
I just want to clarify that when you asked him, do you remember Mr. Ponder, you were asking him from when he testified in court, not from the jail, correct?
What? Yeah, in court when Mr. Mizrahi was asking him the questions.
I just want to make sure that's what you were asking.
Yeah, no, like when he was asking him about
Sure.
his felony convictions
Understood.
in the jail. Like, not in the jail, but he was asking him about his convictions. You understand that, not whether you're associated with that person or not, whether you saw him come take the witness stand and have to answer questions about his criminal record. That's unlike any other witness that has ever testified in this case. I don't think anyone's been impeached with felony convictions except for maybe Mr. Biggerstaff, right? I think he has one.
He had one felony conviction.
Okay, so there are two, Mr. Biggerstaff and Mr. Ponder, Mr. Ponder stuck out in my mind because he had more, but.
A lot more.
All right, Mr. Dreiser. So that's what I'm trying to say. Do you understand, like, that was unusual in this particular case? All right. Thank you for clarifying. Anything else? All right. Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. All right, so where do we go from here?
Charge conference, Your Honor.
Charge conference. And if the state believes they could close this morning, I believe the defense and Mr. Mizrahi could close this afternoon. If that's not the case, we could just do the charge conference, take a lunch, Ms. Stifler can close, and we'll come back tomorrow. It's the court's preference, and the state's, collaboratively, whatever everyone wants to do.
Did y'all get the instructions? I need to know how long you think the conference would take.
15 minutes.
Are they pretty close?
I think so. I think
Yes.
we're in agreement with most.
I think so.
I got it.
All right, so I'm not going to bring the jury back out. I'm going to let the jury know that so if we start at 10,
I have to go back to the office and get my laptop and some things set up.
all right, so can somebody stay with me so we can go over these instructions? You can go back and do what you need to do.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense would renew all previously made objections, filed motions, as well as our motions for judgment of acquittal, and will rely on all previous arguments.
All right, thank you. I keep interrupting you from doing that, Mr. Hill. I'm sorry. All right. Does the state want to be heard any further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, the court will maintain its ruling on its denial of the defense motion for judgment of acquittal. All right, so we are going to go off the record so that I can have a conversation with the attorneys. I'm going to join the Zoom. Mr. Holman, if you would, it's 9:40. So if you would let the jurors know that I'm going to bring them back out at 10 a.m. Okay. Court's in recess. I'm going to work with the lawyers over the recess on the instructions. So all I do is I need to join Zoom. Okay.
All right, so they're going to break until 10. So let's take this opportunity. I teased it a little bit there about playing Kim Jensen's police interview at lunchtime, but all right, so they're going to break until 10. Sorry, hold on. Let's start playing it now since we have some time. All right, so just to kind of recap, there were two witnesses. The defense put on two witnesses. One was Petra Orbitzberger, who wins for last name, Orbitzberger. and Lauren Meredith. So Petra works at the Discovery School. We're not sure what she does, what capacity, probably administrator, maybe a teacher, not sure. But we know for sure Lauren was a teacher. She actually taught AB and LB, who are the twins. Let's see, Petra, Shanna told her Mario was moving out before the homicide. I think that's pretty important because that's going to go to Shanna's defense. She's going to say, yeah, we were getting divorced, we were separating, we weren't getting along anymore, and then he just decided to go do this or something. I think that's going to be her defense. Then under cross, Mario and Shanna lived right behind the school. There was a gravel parking lot by the retirement home. Shanna said Jared passed, but he didn't say that he was deleted, that he passed. That's kind of an interesting use of words. When your spouse, your ex-husband / father of your kids, and you say passed versus he was interesting choice of words. And then Lauren, the teacher, she said that Jared was condescending, said what's so special about the school. That's kind of a, not whatever, it is what it is. That's what he said. But Kirsten was pleasant. So Kirsten was a pleasant one. Jared sounds like he was, whatever. But under cross then, they did live 40 miles away. So that you could understand his disdain for having to travel 50 minutes an hour just to go. So I can kind of understand that too. Then there was a Facebook page. The kids are on their Facebook page. If you guys want to go see the kids, go to Justice for Jared. If you guys have Facebook, I'm not going to pull it up here because everybody's being very sensitive and cautious about these children. But if you guys want to go to Justice for Jared, it's not a website. It's a Facebook page, and they have all the kids. They have AB, LB. They've got Brexley, which nobody seems to be upset about saying Brexley's name, and then the littlest one. So it's private. So you have to become a member. 7.4 thousand members though. So if you guys have Facebook and you want to go check it out, you have to become a member. And then finally, I loved what Judge Kite did there with Mario. I had never seen, we've seen judges ask defendants before, if they wish to testify. Even Judge Kranick, I don't remember him asking Sarah Boone, that in-depth of questions. I thought I was impressed. Yet again, Judge Kite impresses, she, for her to really go through all of that and ask him, are you sure, tell me why, that you are making this decision. I thought that was pretty interesting. So, Tosh, we're pretty sure it's Shanna's parents. Shanna's parents have custody. As far as everything I've been able to discover, Shanna's parents have custody. Let's see. Dear Dad says, I don't really get the point of these witnesses. So the teacher says they had announced they are separating before Jared was harmed. I'm sure that was part of the plan anyway. Yeah, it was an interesting group of people that they pulled up. I have the witness list here. I mean, the witness list is 4 pages long. And there's a lot of people on the civilian list too. I should say there's a lot of civilians on the list. And I'm not sure. I don't know why they have them all on this list, but and actually the state called the bigger staffs. They called Shane and Janelle, who were there, were first to find Jared. They called Victor. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not quite sure. I didn't quite understand that defense either. Just to show what? That Jared wasn't the nicest person to the school, and that Mario and Shanna were. I mean, I guess, but does that really? That really doesn't. That didn't move the needle for me at all. What I did find interesting, and I'll say this again, I've said this a couple times now, from Shanna's standpoint, Mario was moving out before. So I think Shanna's going to use that. Shanna's going to be like, Mario was trying to get me back. Mario, was trying to protect me. He knew, how difficult it was dealing with Jared. I could totally see that working for Shanna more than it worked for Mario. So, Lisa, it sounds like a messy one. Shirley, I wonder if Henry would have gotten away with this if he had taken a moment to pick up the tire. Probably would have been more difficult. They still had the truck on video, and they had him walking around on video. So they still had that. But then, the tire was definitely helpful. Absolutely. That was a huge break, if you will. Yeah, if he had taken the tire, that would have, I don't know if he would have gotten away with it, but it would have made it more difficult, and then it would have taken longer to find him. Because remember, they still had all the video, they had the actual homicide on Ring camera. We saw that. We saw somebody walking away. We saw this person walking around. So I think they would have probably still figured it out, but having his DNA on that tire and then finding another tire at the house, I think it would have. I think they still would have found him, but I think it would have taken longer, and it would have been one less brick in the wall to convict him, if you will. No, they weren't. It was John Biggerstaff. It wasn't Jared. Jared was not a swinger. It was Biggerstaff and his wife were. So John Biggerstaff, as far as I know, they are not swingers. So it's not has nothing to do with Mormons as far as I know. All right. Did you guys come up with any other facts? Is there anything other than those checks that ties Mario to this? Help me out here, you guys. Is there anything else? Do I have that as a fact? No evidence of it. All right, no evidence of Henry doing, okay, I should say, let me do fact 4 here. Fact 4, Mario wrote checks to Henry. All right, are there anything that actually ties money going from the trust to the LLC? I don't really recall that yesterday. What other facts do you guys have? Adam, yeah, that's our facts. Mario's the only connection between Henry and Jared. Jared didn't know Henry. You do the math. We have that as fact 1 and fact 2 and fact 3. So those are our first 3 facts. What other facts? What are the facts? All right, let's get up. Let's give me some more facts. I'll put them up in a second. If you guys are on the jury and somebody's on the fence or has reasonable doubt, which I know a lot of us do, help me out. What would you guys say? What would you say? Give me facts. Just don't say, you have to give facts. Give me facts. So here are the facts that I've got so far. Give me some more facts. Tie the money to the trust fund. Tie the money to the trust fund. Hey, Horse Welfare, how are you? Great to see you. Shirley, I don't believe Mario was compensated in the usual way. Well, that's fine. Feelings are feelings. I'm talking, let's deal with facts right now. Let's deal with facts. You have to stick to the law. You can't just convict somebody based on a feeling. You got to give me facts. Is this enough to convict Mario? Is this enough to convict Mario? What about the money trail? Okay, what is it? What is the money trail? I don't think they proved that money went from the trust fund to his LLC. I don't think they proved that yesterday. I don't remember any gotcha moment of like, aha. Other than parents, okay, Shanna's parents gave him $75,000. I mean, is this enough? Is this enough to convict somebody? Tear Dad says, is there a rebuttal case? Doesn't sound like it. No, it sounds like they're going straight to closings. Doesn't sound like there's a rebuttal. Majendi says, data deletion from phone on the morning of the first police interview and a factory reset of the phone before turning it over. All right. Those are facts. So those are facts. We could definitely do that. Those are facts. Fact 10, like what, major deletion. Yeah, how many deletions? Let me see. What was it? Let me find out how many. Okay, here we go. All right, fact number 10. The day that he was going to test or interview, so fact 10, March 1st, 2022, over 5,000 deletions on Mario's phone. All right, that's a good one. That's a good one. Thank you for that. What's the other one? Oh, factory reset. Did he, let's see, let me just. Okay, factory reset August 26th. All right, so those are good ones. That doesn't necessarily mean you're guilty of anything, but those are facts. So if those are facts. All right, so let me update our facts here. Those are good. Thank you for that. Those are all good. Let's update our facts. All right, good one there. Majendi. I know you told me how to pronounce that. Majendi. Stampin' Sun Devil. Details to the teacher when she was. Let's see. Details to the teacher when she has more time. Saying, "Oop, yeah, can't say that. Oop, gotta edit that. Please misspell that M word. Repost that and misspell the M word, and then I'll pull it up again." Eileen says, there's always cash, or I have heard crypto is not traceable. Yeah, no, there is that. Jane, Mario's connection to bigger staff and the weapon. I have that. That is fact. That's fact 6 and 7. 6, 7, and 8. Fact 6, Mario knew John. Fact 7, John owned the 10 millimeter. And fact 8, 10 millimeter was used. So I have that for facts 6, 7, and 8. So we have that already. Liz says he flees north after the police interview and comes back after speaking with Shanna's dad and sister. Yeah, I mean, that's subjective. You're saying flee. Defense is saying he didn't get on an international flight. So I'm hesitant to put that up because I don't necessarily. I mean, yes, it's a fact. He did go. Oh, we can put it down. We can put it down. I don't think that's that big of a deal, but because the defense said, well, he was like minutes away from an international airport out of Charlotte, and he didn't. But we can put that down. Let me see. When did he go? He went up to go see his friend. Let me see. God, where can I find that? What was his friend's name? That was Victor. Let me see, Victor. It's a fact, so let's see. All right, March 13th. All right, March 13th, he goes to visit Victor. All right, that's a fact. All right, so that's a fact. What else do we have? Debbie, thank you for upgrading to cable. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate that. Let's see. Siku Christie says, what about the Ring camera? Did they get it in? The footage was deleted. Which Ring camera? There was a lot of video that was brought in. Which one in specific? Which one in specific are you talking about? Which one in specific are you talking about? Let's see. Oily says, fact 9. Shanna and Jared had discord regarding the kids. Tosh says, don't think the checks are enough, and in your opinion, evidence is suspect. I completely disregard it, and I don't think he was fleeing. Yeah, the fleeing part is, I left out the fleeing. Yes, he went. Oh, wait, do I have that? Hold on a second. Oh, wait, I did write that down. That's subjective. I mean, it is a fact, and I'll put it down. I will put it down because it is a fact. Does that show that consciousness of guilt and he was fleeing? I mean, that's debatable, but we'll put it down. I mean, we'll put it down. So he did go to North Carolina on March 13th. So it is a fact. We can't disregard it. But what does that show? Siku Christie, good morning to you. I hope I am pronouncing your name right. Shirley, why did Henry have the check stubs? Doesn't the payer usually keep those for their records? Weren't they canceled? Or they not canceled checks? He did have stubs, though. Yeah, they kept trying to explain that, like when you rip, because we have business checks, right? So you've got the stub and you've got the check, and you rip the check off. Usually the stub stays with the payee. Yeah, I don't know why. That's a good question. I'm not quite sure why. Pippi, it happened on a Wednesday night, which was date night, and the tire was in the route he always took. I'm going to put that under, we'll file that under fact 3. Henry knew Jared's route on the night of. So I'm going to tuck that into, fact 3. All right, it's almost 10. She said they'd be coming back at 10. Let me, we'll pull this back up while they're in recess. Or they should be coming back soon. Green-eyed cat, did the state prove or disprove that there was actually a Kickstarter? They didn't prove or disprove it. Oh, he was starting his pallet. He wanted to do a pallet recycling business. So he did do, you know what? I guess the state did prove that he did have he was doing Google searches, and if it wasn't the state, it was the defense on cross, that Henry did do some Google searches on, and he filled out some forms on a business plan, how to create a business plan, and then also he was into recycling pallets, those wood pallets that you see that people stack boxes on or whatever it is, crates and stuff. So he was that was his line of business, and he wanted to start his own pallet recycling company. So yeah. Jane Dixon, maybe Mario was headed to Canada. Maybe. Camilla, put your digits on the forensics. Yes, if you guys have not hit the like button, please take a moment to hit the like button. We are at 124 likes. If you are listening in, you can hear my voice and you're not in chat, please take a moment to hit the like button and let us know that you are out there. We are at 124. Let's see if we can get up to 130 before court comes back. 124 likes. If you can hear me and you have not hit the like button yet, please take a moment to do so. We appreciate the support. We're at 125 likes. Let's see if we can get 5 more likes before court comes back. Dobbs says it's the total of the facts that could convict him, not one or two pieces of evidence. It's not strong enough, but still it is enough in your view. Yes, it's always the totality. 130. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you getting us up to 130 likes. Thank you so much. Peace Geek says someone other than Henry drove the truck away from the scene. That is true. That is true, and that is a fact. That is absolutely a fact. Fact 13. Henry was not alone. Well, let's say someone other than Henry. That's absolutely true. All right, that is absolutely true. Good one for that, Peace Geek. Appreciate that. That is absolutely true. Let's update our... All right, fact 13. Someone other than Henry drove the truck away. Absolutely true. Thank you for that. Good one. Let's see. Ali, is it Ali or Oily? Oily Celt or Ali? Judges on Mario will consider facts 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 10, and 11. Anyone think is not enough? Liz says, wasn't in Biggerstaff's Google search a business plan? Who wrote the business plan? They think that it was Henry. Henry wrote the business plan. Shirley, fine line between totality of evidence and stacking inferences. Yeah, well, that's what the defense was arguing yesterday. Jane, if someone other than Mario was driving the truck, I wonder if Henry gave that up when he was interviewed. He says he gave, I haven't seen his interview yet. I know it's out there. I think Grizzly has it. So we may watch that too. And I think I want to play Kim's interview with the police, but I keep thinking, they're going to come back. So I don't want to start it and stop in 10 minutes. So he said he gave false statements. Not sure what those false statements were. Could have been, but somebody was driving that truck. You're absolutely right. He walks away, the truck takes off, and he walks away. Horse welfare, I love these fact lists. Good contributions, chat. Absolutely. Brenda, good morning to you. Pirate, I'm a little behind, but the defense is victim blaming. PC, no timing advance or phone activity during critical time. That is a fact. That is absolutely a fact. Let's put that down. That is absolutely a fact. Good job, guys. Fact 14. No phone activity for both of them. Activity for both Henry and Mario. Not Henry. Henry and Mario during homicide. That is absolutely a fact. That is absolutely a fact. All right, let's put that up here. All right, fact 14, no phone activity for both Henry and Mario during homicide. That's absolutely true. Good one there, PK. Appreciate that. Peace Geek, fantastic. Thank you so much, Debbie. Debbie got Peace Geek. Welcome to membership. Jane Dixon, I absolutely love when we do this after both sides rest. Yeah, I think it's important, right? And we have the time. We have the time, so let's do it. It helps me. It helps me figure it out. Surely not. Too bad Mario didn't tell Henry to leave his phone at home turned off also. JPC, good to see you. Let's see. Your daughters used to take photos of their paychecks and send the photos to online banking to deposit them. There were always checks in their rooms. Yeah, we do. It's mobile banking. We do that all the time. I do that. I haven't been to a physical bank in 3 years, 4 years. Yeah, every check that I get, I just mobile deposit. Thankfully we have that. Oily says, is it Ollie or Oily? Oily, Ollie. We will watch the interview after. This day will be short. Plenty of time on the afternoon. We're going to be jumping, when this day is over, we're jumping back over to Dwayne Davis. So as soon as we're done here, we're going to jump over to Dwayne Davis. But don't worry, there will be time to show the interview. Plus, I'm going tomorrow, so I can't make it a late night tonight. So I can't be streaming until 10 o'clock tonight. So I'm hoping that we finish early so that I can do Dwayne Davis. Or no. Yes, I am. I am going tomorrow. That's why I can't be up late tonight. Can't be up too late. I gotta get up bright and early tomorrow to make sure I get there and get my seat for a verdict. Although if it's a verdict, I guess I don't have to show up. Well, no, they're going to be doing closings tomorrow. I think they're going to do closings tomorrow too. I don't think they're going to get through everything today, but we'll see. We could have a verdict today. It's not out of the question that there'd be a verdict today. Let's see. Gregor says, fact 14, but is it enough for reasonable doubt? I hope so, but I am not so sure. Could be a hung jury. Yeah, these are just all facts. Whether or not you can get over the hump of reasonable doubt is the question. Amby says, did Jared's wife, Kirsten, have to turn her phone? She had 3 days, which is tomorrow. That's another reason why I want to go tomorrow, because she was given 3 days, 3 business days from Friday, so Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So that we will know tomorrow, one way or the other, whether they've got another stay, or if she has to show up, and what will be decided. So that's still up in the air. And yeah, the appellate court gave her till tomorrow, 3 business days. So it's tomorrow. I see Camilla answered your question too. So let's see here. You're welcome, Amby, and thank you, Camilla. All right, we got up to 150 likes. Thank you, guys. Thank you. So yeah, I'm planning on going tomorrow, and I do want to get there early because I know it's going to be a lot of sit around, unless there's actually if they're actually going to be doing closings, partial closings tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of sit around and wait. So that's when we can show the interview during verdict watch too. Just play it and then yeah, there's 2. Thank you, PK. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 250 joules. What's that? Yeah, and Henry. Yeah, because I want to see what he said that he's recanting. So yeah, we can play Henry's interview as well, because I want to see what he said that he's saying. I gave false statements. What false statements did Henry give? Oh yeah, Shanna has a hearing. Well, I'll be home for that. Yeah. So Shanna has a final pretrial hearing on Thursday. So we'll show that as well. That'll be interesting. And then I'm going to go to opening statements, but that's not until the 8th of September. Let's see. Jane, did you ask a question that I didn't pull up? Thank you, Camilla. Appreciate that. Sunday. Thank you for the. I want that. There you go. Thank you for the Sunday. Appreciate that. Closings are going to start today, JPC. Defense thinks that they possibly could be, everybody could be over today, but I'm not so sure. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Conquer Your Fear. Hello. Welcome in. We saw you come in earlier. How are you doing? We are live, right? Yeah, we are live. Okay. Kelly, how far did Jared live from Shanna? Apparently like 40 miles. Apparently 40 miles, because he was 40 miles from the school and she lived right around, she was like right by the school. So apparently 40 miles. I thought they lived closer, to be quite honest. I didn't realize they lived that far. I thought they were closer to each other. Debbie, I think Mario's friend has the firearm, which would be John Biggerstaff. Mario gave it to him when he went to see him. Pirate, perhaps the points the defense tried to make didn't meet everyone's definition of victim blaming, but it came off as very off-putting to me. Well, they were testifying to the truth of what they witnessed, whether, you know, I don't necessarily view it as, I don't know, as victim blaming per se. Yeah, I guess it's more off-putting because they weren't, I think when you blame somebody to be a victim, that means, you know, oh, they put themselves in that situation. You know, just because Jared was not happy with the school, that's him expressing, well, I guess he is expressing his disdain for Shanna picking that school. I guess in a roundabout way, it could be, you know, him saying, you know, why did you pick this school? It should have been a different school, I guess. Pirate, the evidence in this case is not perfect, but I think it's enough. Well, so far we have 14 facts. And I would say the first 3 are pretty damning, meaning that's the only connection. I think those first 3 are pretty heavy. And then number 5, there's no evidence of Henry doing work. So he's given these checks specifically for landscaping, roof work, Kickstarter, and there's no evidence that he did any of that. There's no evidence he did any of that. So I think that's like, why give him these checks then? I mean, specifically to do work around the house, and he doesn't. There's no evidence of that. Yeah, it's more like that. Yeah, why were you dressed that way? You know. Yep. Agreed. Horse welfare. Yeah, it's more attacking the character of the victim. That's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Same with Shirley. Yeah, not victim blaming, but character assassination. Yeah, you're right. It's more like that. It's definitely more like that. Brad, defense kept leaning into stuff like the victim didn't go to the school, the victim didn't have income. That seemed irrelevant unless they're trying to attack the victim. Yeah, I didn't understand that either. Why were they, I don't know why they made a, I don't know why they were making a big deal that Jared wasn't working when he was married. And it's not like, I mean, he was going to school. You know, Shanna paid for him to, I think it was a master's. I think she paid for him to get a master's. So why even bring that up? I mean, who cares? Who cares if he wasn't going, who cares if he wasn't working? You know, even if he was just sitting around the house all day, who cares? You know, is that reason enough to take him out? No, of course not. So, Kelly, I thought it was closer too, right? I thought it was. Henry only could have found out Jared would be there from 2 people. Yeah. Yeah, I thought they lived closer. But apparently he lived, I was trying to get their addresses, but to see where, I thought they were closer. I was shocked that that they said he was 40 minutes away from the school, and then they were like right near the school. They're like I think within 100 yards or something. I mean, they're really close to the school. Shirley says, why would a landlord give $10,000 in checks to a tenant who's behind on his rent? That's a good question. A lot of people ask that same question. That is a good question. Well, yeah, because it's me giving you money and then you give me back the money. I guess it's to keep we had that with our landlord where we would do some work for him. Well, like for his website and yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, so when Aaron and I did some work for our landlord, it was always separate. Like it was never like, hey, we'll do some print work for you or a website for you, and then you knock off, $500 or $1,000 from the rent. He was always like, nope. You give me money, I give you money. I'll pay for your services, you pay for my services. So, Shirley, to answer your question, we've been in that situation and we never blurred those lines. It was always like, I pay for this, because it has to do with taxes. It has to do with taxes and then, all that stuff. So I could, to answer your question, I could totally understand from a tax standpoint that you would not want to do that. Pirate, and the point was made that John Biggerstaff did not work for Mario and never paid him as much as he did Henry. And never paid him as much. Oh, yeah. Ruth Ann, the defense has been trying to make Jared look bad in a low-key way. I don't understand why they're doing that. That doesn't score any points for me. That doesn't score any points. He could be the worst person in the world. Like, we always go back to like Travis Alexander and Jodi Arias. I mean, Travis most likely was kind of, not the nicest person to Jodi, and yet he didn't deserve to die three ways. Jared could be not a nice person, at least to Shanna and Mario. He could have been all kinds of things to them, but does that mean he deserves to have his life taken away? No, of course not. So it's both could be true. Somebody could be not a nice person and then also
we have been working off the record with the instructions so that we can have a succinct charging conference, and I'm going to go through the instructions that we have gone line by line to make sure that the record is clear where there is agreement and where there are objections. So for the record, I have all defense counsel present. Mr. Fernandez Saldana is present. All assistant state attorneys are present. And this court is referring now to the title page. Any objection to that?
No, Your Honor. None from the defense.
And I'm going to go through introduction of final instructions and statement of charges. Any objection to either one of those instructions?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
First degree murder. Any objection to this instruction?
No, Your Honor.
Lesser included crimes. Here, the defense was willing to waive the lesser included. Is that correct?
That is correct. And we did have consultation with Mr. Fernandez and explained to him our position. He was in agreement, but we understand at the request of the state that they're included.
All right. Did the state want the lessers?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'll give the two necessary included lessers requested by the state, which are second degree murder and manslaughter. Moving to second degree murder. Any objection to this instruction?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
And for the record, we did discuss the alternate language related to the word imminently dangerous act. And so we've all decided that that other language doesn't apply to this case. Are we all in agreement with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Manslaughter. We discussed this instruction and agreed on the procurement instruction, agreeing that manslaughter by act does not apply in this case.
Agreed.
Okay, so we've taken out that reference, and so we agreed with this instruction.
Agreed. Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Count 2, criminal solicitation. Any objection to this instruction?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, so we spent a significant amount of time on principles. Mr. Hill, so the first half of this instruction, which is all the standard, you did agree with that, is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Now, when we get to the second portion, did you have an objection to this one?
The only objection I had was deviating from what is listed as a standard instruction in the current rule book by including manslaughter.
All right. So what you're referencing, this court put a sentence at the request of the state. The following instructions applied to count 1 of the indictment, and the second paragraph, which refers to the lesser included crimes of second-degree murder. Over the defense objection, I'll overrule it. I will include the crime of manslaughter. This court finds that it is a correct statement of the law. It is a lesser included offense of the charged crime. The standard for giving an instruction is there some evidence and is a correct statement of the law. It is not admittedly in the list of crimes that were bracketed out. However, the court will cite that in a normal homicide, and I say quote unquote normal, that language would be given along with second degree murder, that there is no need for the state to prove that the defendant intended to cause death. So this court finds that even though it's manslaughter by procurement, the state, Mr. Mizrahi, you argued that it's the procurement of the act, not the result.
Correct.
All right. So I will overrule the defense objection and give the instruction as written. Date of crimes, venue.
No objection.
No objection.
I'm going to roll through a couple of them, okay, because I don't think plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt.
No objection.
Weighing the evidence. We agreed on these, correct?
We did.
All right, so both pages of that. Defendant not testifying will be given. The only change was that in the second paragraph, I took out did and just put did not by agreement with the defense. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, rules for deliberation, notes, cautionary instruction, verdict. Any objection to those instructions?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Hill, the verdict forms, make your big debut with your request.
Yes, Your Honor. We consistently always request to move defendant, we the jury find the defendant not guilty to the top of the list.
Okay. All right, so I did comply with the defense request to move not guilty to the first page, even though it leaves the signature line on the second page. However, I will deny the defense request to put not guilty first. The court finds that while the defendant is presumed innocent of the charges, to do that would then conflict with the verdict instruction, which has the jury find the defendant guilty of the highest crime and then work down from there if they are not satisfied with the evidence. So for those reasons, the court will deny the request. The second verdict form, any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Now I'm going to roll through a couple of them, single defendant, multiple counts, and submitting the case to jury. Any objection to those instructions?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, that will conclude the charge conference. I will finalize the instructions with a couple formatting things that I saw. I'm going to stop my share. Counsel can have leave to set the courtroom up for closing argument. I'm not sure where did Mr. Holman go?
He's right in the hall.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready for closing. I just want to get...
All right, so we're going to have state's closing will be coming up. Let me get my clock ready. We're going to have state up first. Where's my clock? I know it's here somewhere. I'll find it. Let me just find it. Oh, there it is. Okay. So we're going to have the state first. State's closing. They both talked for about an hour. Just so you guys know, if you missed opening statements, they both talked for about an hour. I think a little bit over, like a minute or two, but it's essentially an hour for both sides. So state closing is first. I'll find that exact time for you guys. Let's see, state went from 9:41 to 10:43, so an hour and 2 minutes. And then the defense was 11:05 to 12:03, so 58 minutes. So essentially, they both went for about an hour. So the state yesterday, Ms. Stifler said she was going to be about an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes. So 11:30, 12-ish, they're going to be. They'll break for lunch, and then the defense will go. He said it was going to be a couple hours. So I would fully expect him to go at least 2 hours. So that's going to get us to about 3, maybe 3:30 or 4, and then they should be done. Or can the state get in a rebuttal and then they break and then they start deliberating tomorrow? That could very well be. Now let's see, pipeline. Biggerstaff could not produce the 10 millimeter and knew of no evidence establishing where it was. And no documented payment from Fernandez to tenant before. Those are indeed, yeah, do I have that as a fact of no payments before? I think I have that as a fact. I have that one as a fact 5. I do have that one. Fact 5, no evidence of Henry doing work. Oh, wait, no, okay, so that is different, I'm sorry. I do not have that. All right, let me add that. Those are, okay, let's see, fact 15. No evidence of Mario paying Henry prior to February 16th. That is true. And then fact 16. Yeah, the 10 millimeter goes missing. $10 millimeter goes missing. Let's see, fact 17. Oh yeah, we got the dry run. Yeah, we got to add the dry run, but that's more for Henry's phone. thought that might be something, but so those were, I guess she was starting to read that, but then they didn't scroll through. So hoping that we could get something there, but that was nothing. Let's see, pipeline. The calls in January and February and the dry run, the payments are highly unlikely coincidences. Oh, I agree. Well, now we're up to 17. There may be more in there. I may have missed a few, but this is where we stand right now. This is where we stand right now. And again, there could be more. But this is what I have so far. This is what we've tallied to this point. So now we've got the 10 millimeter goes missing. Henry's phone does the dry run. Jane, let's see. Jane says, do we believe the man that was dating Biggerstaff's wife when he said the locker was brought to his house? Yeah, that was Fred Barton. He seemed believable. He seemed credible. I had no reason to think that he wasn't credible. He did seem credible to me. But that does go against what Juan was saying, whereas I'm pretty sure Juan didn't say anything about. Well, he talked about it, but he basically said he brought the firearms in a bag. He didn't say anything about a cabinet, I don't think. And I think he said he remembers the cabinet, but it was like all rusted out or something. Let me see here. Does Juan actually talk about the cabinet? They weren't in a cabinet when he delivered it to Fred. So this was under cross. So he inventoried the firearms he thought his dad had. They weren't in a cabinet when it was delivered, when he delivered it to Fred. So Fred says that's direct conflict of testimony. So Fred said they brought this cabinet. He didn't know what was inside the cabinet because he never opened it up. But Juan says they were not in the cabinet when he delivered it to Fred. So that's direct conflict of testimony there. So who's telling the truth? Missy, how are you? Good to see you. Welcome in. Patty loves paper. Deliberations are always the most stressful. They can be. Yeah, they can be. Fanny says the only connection between Jared and Henry is Mario. That's fact. That's fact number 2. Yeah, that's a hard one to get through. That's a hard one to get over. That's a hard one to get over. The firearm going missing is something I can't understand. It's also circumstantial. Weren't they all confiscated? Yes. And then Juan says he had a break-in in Texas. Pirate says, Biggerstaff Sr. conveniently forgot things but remembered others perfectly. I don't believe anything Biggerstaff Sr. said. A guy is only 3 weeks sober and clearly has struggles. Feel bad about that. Let's also not forget that he had the slip and fall, and then he's helping, I guess, move chairs at his son's wedding. Oh, then we see him on camera walking around. He did not have a stroller when he was over at Mario's, so maybe things have gotten worse for him. Who knows? I mean, that's somebody's medical. I'm not going to speculate about that. It is what it is with that. Debbie, we're trying to just stick with facts, Debbie, you think the state would figure out what each were going to say and then decide whether to have them on the stand? And then they lied. Yeah, there was a direct conflict there. Fred said he got the cabinet, but he didn't open it up. And then Juan said the firearms were not in the cabinet. All right, here we go.
Great. Thank you.
I changed my mind. I'm just going to go straight into closings if that's okay with the court.
Sounds great.
I changed my mind. I'm just going to go straight into closings if that's okay with the court.
Sounds great. Then what I'm going to do is, AJ, I hate to be a pain. There won't be any need for a Zoom. Can you switch it back over? Is that too much of a... Are you okay? Is it okay like this?
You want to just leave the meeting then?
I'm leaving, yeah.
Okay.
Let me know when you're ready.
Good to go, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's bring in the jury.
Members in the courtroom, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone may be seated. All right. Members of the jury, both the state and the defense have now rested their case, and the attorneys will be presenting their final arguments to you. Before they do, I need to let you know that You need to remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, you should listen closely to their arguments because they're intended to aid you in understanding this case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. I turn the case over to the state of Florida. Ms. Stifler?
May it please the court?
Yes.
Counsel?
Yes, ma'am.
Jared Bridegan never saw it coming. He was unarmed, unaware, exposed, vulnerable. He had no time to prepare for death. And he couldn't have known on that cold asphalt in February of 2022 that the architects of his murder had been making preparations for his death for months. You have been attentive jurors over the past week and a half. Your job has been to listen to the evidence, and your job will be to render a verdict. The state of Florida's job is to present you with evidence and prove the charges we've indicted this defendant on beyond a reasonable doubt. The defense attorney's jobs are to test the evidence and defend their client. You are here to discover the truth. That is what justice is. The truth of what happened to Jared Bridegan on February 16th, 2022, and who is responsible. This is a court of law and reason, as I said last week, not anger or emotion or prejudice or sympathy or bias. What happened to Jared Bridegan in front of his daughter is awful. But your emotions must not rule your verdict. It must be based on the law and the evidence. And your role is to answer two questions. Was a crime committed? And did this defendant, Mario Fernandez, commit that crime? The law allows you to make reasonable inferences from the evidence. You have heard a lot of witnesses. You have seen a lot of exhibits. And I'm going to go through some of the law the judge will instruct you on and the evidence that you have been presented and show you how we have proven our case that this defendant is criminally responsible for the planning and the preparation of the death of Jared Bridegan. One of the instructions the judge will give you that I want to keep in your mind while we go through the evidence is the law on reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a mere speculative doubt, a hypothetical doubt, a forced doubt. It's not a guess, conjecture, and the law does not require proof beyond all doubt. I tell this to you because during the course of this trial, through cross-examination, the defense opening, and what I anticipate they will argue, is that you will be asked to speculate. You'll be asked to imagine. You'll be asked to conjure and guess as to alternate explanations for the evidence presented by the state. And if you are back there in that deliberation room saying to yourself, maybe, what if, possibly, you are straying from the law that the judge is going to instruct you on. Reasonable doubt means that it is based upon reasoning and common sense after a careful and impartial consideration of all of the evidence. The most important thing I will talk to you about today is how the evidence relates to each other, how the evidence should be viewed in its totality, and how the evidence in its totality is overwhelming against this defendant. Was a crime committed? You're going to be instructed on two crimes, murder in the first degree and solicitation. And I don't think, you've already heard, that there's any dispute that Jared Bridegan was killed in a premeditated first degree murder. He's dead. It was a criminal act, and it was premeditated, meaning that there was a conscious decision that Jared die. You know that based on how he met his end, the manner in which he died, and the fact that Henry Tenen fired 4 10mm bullets at him, 2 of them striking and killing him. The law doesn't require a fixed period of time to form this intent, but you know, based on the evidence, that those plans, that preparation, and that intent was formed long before February 16th. Premeditation. 4 gunshots in a row, execution style. There is no doubt that Henry Tenon pulled that trigger. The defense has conceded it. The state has proved it. You saw it yourself on that video. There is no doubt that Henry Tenon shot Jared Bridegan. But in this case, not just one person is guilty, because this crime is not a crime that is committed by one person. I said at the beginning of the trial that this is real life. There's been a lot of talk throughout this trial and at jury selection about the presence of media, about podcasts, about true crime, about TV shows. And I talked to you about the manner in which Jared Bridegan died in my opening statement to remind you that a man, a real man, was wiped off the face of the earth on a dark road, on a dark street, on a February night for no reason, or no good reason, no justifiable or legitimate reason. Lying on the pavement, dying, while his 2-year-old daughter is panting in her car seat, wondering if the police are going to help her daddy, ice cream still sticky on her mouth. One thing, though, that I will say podcasts and TV shows and books and movies get right about crime is this idea, common sense idea, even absent the instructions the judge will give you, which she will instruct you that you can and should use your common sense. This idea of means, motive, and opportunity. Not elements, something that you all know intuitively as human beings and as jurors, and something that you intuitively can see in this case when you look at the totality and look at the big picture. The consciousness of guilt. And here's the thing. Henry Tenon had none of those things. He didn't know Jared Bridegan. He's a convicted felon who's basically homeless, squatting on people's couches with an overdrawn bank account and no access to firearms, who doesn't go to Jacksonville Beach other than the times where he is hunting Jared Bridegan. Henry Tenon didn't have motive or means or opportunity, absent one person. We started this case with the ultimate question: who did? Who had these things? And standing here a week and some days later, the answer should be clear to you and proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt. This defendant, Mario Fernandez, and his wife, Shanna Gardner. I want to talk a little bit about the idea of criminal solicitation. But one thing I want to talk about before we get there is that the defense made some arguments or statements to you in their opening statement and fleshed those out through cross-examination. And there were 3 things they said that I agree with, that you should keep in your mind as you view the evidence. The defense in opening said, and in jury selection said, just because you know a wrongdoer doesn't make you a wrongdoer. That's true. They said that the defendant, Mario Fernandez in this case, didn't really have a motive, that the divorce wasn't that bad, that there really weren't child custody issues, and therefore it's inconceivable that he would commit this crime. I agree with the idea that if you don't have a strong motive, it does not make sense that you would commit this crime. Which lends you to, as we get down, what I mentioned earlier, that Henry Tenon had no motive. It makes no sense that he, on his own, independently and alone, would commit this crime. And lastly, the defense argued through cross-examination, and you recall those many poll camera clips that distancing yourself from somebody looks guilty and not distancing yourself from somebody doesn't look guilty. And I agree with that concept, consciousness of guilt. But in this case, Mario Fernandez did distance himself from Henry Tenen and John Bigger's staff and 5239 Potomac Avenue when he realized the police were closing in on him, when they arrested Henry Tenen on August 18th of 2022. Up until then, he didn't think they would ever get caught. This plan was designed specifically so that it would never tie back to Mario Fernandez, using a random tenant without a lease, without lawful residence at that residence anymore, with checks, with subject lines that wouldn't draw too much attention out of a business account. Until it didn't. Until they figured it out. Until, by a stroke of luck, an act of God, good detective work, boots on the ground, never giving up, going everywhere, trying everything, talking to everybody, finding that tire at Potomac Avenue. And then in August 2022, that's when this defendant began to distance himself. And you all saw the evidence, and I'll discuss that. So 3 things I agree with. Mere association with a guilty party doesn't prove guilt. But close association with several guilty parties, that's harder to explain. Motive, even though it's not required, can tell you who committed a crime. And consciousness of guilt, hiding evidence, destroying evidence, is evidence of guilt itself. First-degree murder, the law is very simple on that, and it's not going to be in dispute that Jared Bridegan was killed with an intent to kill him. Criminal solicitation is the other charge that Mario Fernandez has been indicted on, and that requires that he solicited Henry Tenen, meaning he commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested him to commit this first-degree murder. There are 2 distinct crimes under the law, murder in the first degree and solicitation. Your verdict is separate on both. But a large majority of the evidence we presented applies equally to both. The solicitation is the ask. You earnestly ask someone to commit murder or to engage in specific conduct. You don't ever have to lift a finger to help. It is the ask, a genuine, earnest ask. It doesn't require that the act be completed. Somebody can ask somebody to kill someone for them, and it never happened, and they never do anything about it. And if you believe they asked that person beyond a reasonable doubt, even though it didn't happen, and even though they didn't lift a finger, they can still be found guilty under the law. Solicitation is the ask. Principle to murder is the completion of the act. The ask and the act. Here, both happened in this case. He is guilty of both because he asked, and he is guilty of both because it happened. And he helped, and he incited, and he encouraged, and he hired, and he solicited. 2 of the other things we have to prove are the dates of the crimes. I'll get into that. I have a timeline to show you. The murder, February 16th, 2022. There's no dispute there. Everybody is in agreement. Jared was shot and died on scene there on Sanctuary on February 16th. Criminal solicitation, the state has charged a range from November of 2021 to the act, the completion of the act on February 16th, 2022. We also have to prove venue. That means that we have to prove this occurred in Duval County, which you all know. Multiple people testified this was in Duval County, just north of that St. Johns County line in Jacksonville Beach, Florida. And the reason I bring all this up is because I want you to be clear on what the law requires and what it doesn't, which is the state has to prove, was a crime committed, did the defendant commit it, date, and venue, where it happened. So you've got the who, the what, the when, and the where. The law doesn't require us to prove the why. The law doesn't require motive. But in this case, the why proves the who. So I'm going to get into how it is that the evidence has shown that this defendant participated in the murder of Jared Bridegan. The principal's instruction. this is something the judge is going to give you. And this is something Mr. Mizrahi talked about in jury selection with that example of the bank robbery, where you have the getaway driver, you've got the bag man, you've got the guy holding the gun while they're sweeping the money into the bag, and you have, like in Ocean's 11, the guy with the blueprints of the bank and how to get in, off in Cabo enjoying himself. They are all equally culpable under the law. They may not be punished the same, but they are all equally culpable under the law because they are principles. So the state in this case doesn't have to prove that Mario Fernandez was at the crime scene, that Mario Fernandez pulled the trigger, that Mario Fernandez was in the proximity of it. We just have to prove that in this time frame, he intended that Jared die and that he did something or said something that was intended to and did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise Henry Tenen. And all of you must render a unanimous verdict. When you're considering first-degree murder and whether he incited, caused, encouraged, assisted, or advised Tenen, you all have to be unanimous that he is guilty as a principal for doing one of those things. You all don't have to be unanimous as to which of these things you personally believe it falls under. You can believe he paid Henry Tenen to do this. You can believe he encouraged him by showing him what Mr. Bridegan's vehicle looked like. You can believe that he drove the truck that night. You can believe he gave Henry Tenen the gun. It doesn't matter which fact you believe beyond a reasonable doubt this falls under, as long as all of you believe he did something or said something that is one of these things. That makes him guilty under the law, and you can return a verdict of guilty under the law. He doesn't have to be present when the crime is committed. He doesn't have to know under the law how every detail of the crime will be committed. If he had that intent and did or said something to do one of those things, assist, encourage, incite, then he must be treated as if he was standing there holding that 10 millimeter, pulling that trigger 4 times until Jared Bridegan died face down on that pavement. The law is written in this manner for this exact scenario. A murder for hire, a way to distance yourself, an outsourcing of your dirty work so that you are never traced back to it. That is why we have this law, because the law contemplates that there are situations like this, and the law understands that someone should not be able to get off completely scot-free and never be held accountable because they outsource a murder to somebody else. Again, I said the judge is going to instruct you that you're allowed to use your common sense, and you should. You brought it with you here today. You're not going to leave it here in this jury box when you go back in this deliberation room. So look at the evidence, understanding it in a reasonable manner, looking at it with common sense, and deciding what it means. And to do that, the law gives you guidance. The judge will instruct you on how to weigh the evidence. The testimony of witnesses is evidence. The exhibits before you are evidence. It is not the question asked by the attorney to the witness, but the answer that they receive that is the evidence. When you look at witness testimony, you look at, do they know what they're talking about? Did they see and hear and know what they are describing? Are they accurate in their memory? Do they have a bias or an interest in how the case should be decided? That is important, because if somebody is tailoring their testimony because of an interest, you need to consider that as to whether you believe they're credible, reliable, and truthful. Have they been promised anything for their testimony? And does their testimony agree with the other testimony and evidence in the case? You listen to a witness and their testimony doesn't agree with other evidence, and they have an interest, personal or otherwise, in making sure that their interest is protected or the defendant's interest is protected. You get to decide how much weight you give their testimony. You can give it some, you can give it none. So I want to go through, I know there was a lot of very dense testimony, a lot of technological, digital evidence, a lot of surveillance, phones, cell site. You all got quite the education this week in the plethora of evidence available to modern law enforcement. I want to go through and explain from beginning to end how it all connects, how it all adds up. And I think it makes the most sense to start chronologically. From 2018, when Mario Fernandez married Shanna Gardner, up until the murder in 2022, there were years of animosity between Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez and Mr. Bridegan and his new wife. You know that. You know that from the testimony of Taylor Kudis, who told you Mr. Fernandez complained to her about a high conflict custody issue. You know it from the testimony of John Biggerstaff that the defendant said the child custody dispute was putting a strain on his marriage with Ms. Gardner. You know it from the court filings. There was some cross-examination with Detective Johns about the court filings and how they weren't that petty, they weren't that acrimonious, but you can look at them. These people are litigating everything. Who should pay for half of an oxygen tank for their kid? It was not a pleasant and happy and copacetic situation. And you don't have to take my word for it, and you don't have to take their word that it wasn't. You can listen to the defendant's own words in his recorded interview.
The primary goal, because it wasn't amicable and because of how they're being with the kids, we were more or less fighting for the kids to have a chance and for Shanna to have majority decision making. And if she could have more timeshare on her end, if it was like 60-40 or whatever, if we could bend it just enough, it'd be great because the kids would be better off.
Right.
You know, and if we could push them into the corner of all the interaction with the kids, we all need to be together.
Yeah.
So they could just suck it. And I don't care if they're suffering because they're uncomfortable. I'd much rather it all be right there in one. So if they say something dumb, I can immediately. I'm confrontational. I don't care about that. So I could be like, no, hell no, dude, we're not doing that.
Right.
And I can shut him down, and the kids can see, hey, like, not this. We can do it this way, right. And we'll all be here. So there's no, oh well, they said no. That shit was just so annoying to me.
The defendant himself said there was custody issues. They wanted majority decision making. They wanted more custody, even 60-40. He is at an interview with police 13 days after Jared Bridegan has been shot and killed, and he is going on and on and on disparaging Jared Bridegan. He calls him a keyboard warrior. He says that they can suck it. He's talking about a dead man to police in a murder investigation. It is clear there was no love lost between them, and it is clear from his words, not their argument, that they were seeking more custody. And you heard that too from Mr. Fernandez's own friend, Carlos Fong, said. It was incessant. Shanna was always talking about she wanted more custody, she wanted more custody, she wanted more custody. The witnesses they called, the teacher, Ms. Meredith, said she was aware that they wanted more custody. He acknowledges years of conflict.
What could we tell them? And I told her, I was like, we tell them what we know, which is our interactions with Jared, how Kirsten is being a total bitch right now, and how this has been. For me, this has only been for 4 years. Mm-hmm. For Shanna, it's been like 7-8 years. And then before the divorce, it was everything that she dealt with him.
Right.
Years of animosity suddenly
solved.
Solved.
Certain things are happening where it's like, oh, well, we're going to do this, and it's we don't have to do that anymore. Mm-hmm. Like, we don't have to do that anymore because there's no split.
He was talking about how the kids' new normal with Jared gone is asking about the things their dad used to require or their dad used to want. And his statements are, we don't have to do that anymore. He's gone. 13 days after. And listen, I am not here. I'm not a family law attorney. My client is not Jared Bridegan or Kirsten Bridegan. My client is the people of the state of Florida in a murder. I don't care if Jared Bridegan was the most petty, obnoxious, keyboard warrior jerk during a divorce and custody battle. That's not before you. It doesn't matter if they were completely right about this situation or completely wrong. What matters is how they fixed it. They fixed it by executing a man when they had other alternatives available to them. That's why we're here. Don't get caught up in the pettiness and the drama, who's right, who's wrong, who's good, who's bad, who's nice, who's not. What matters is, did this defendant take matters into his own hands to solve this problem? To tell them to suck it, to have more custody. They don't have to do this anymore. There's no split anymore. So there's years of animosity. We know that from the defendant and the rest of the evidence, and that all corresponds and agrees by witnesses that have an interest in protecting Mr. Fernandez said it themselves. His friend Carlos Fong, the witnesses called by the defense, the kid's teacher, his former fling/friend, Miss Kudus. So you can consider, and his own words, you can consider those statements and that evidence of this animosity reliable because it came from multiple witnesses, including the defendant, who have no reason to help the state of Florida. And it came from Mrs. Bridegan as well. Kirsten Bridegan admitted it was bad and there were pettiness on both sides. So we're moving now to November 21st to December 21st. We know from Mr. Fernandez's, again, own statements and the testimony of the detectives that Henry Tenon was living at 5239 Potomac at this point. We also know that the defendants had made statements about how Mr. Tenon was constantly behind on his rent. He could barely scrape the money together.
Right away, like, you know, just you can pay like week by week kind of deal, but you got to make it up. And then I want to say it was either September or October time frame, it's so fucking long ago now, that he flat out told me, he's like, I can't fucking afford it anymore. He just couldn't.
So he just left, yeah.
Yeah, well, the thing was, I told him, I was like, well, how about, you know, what can you afford? And like, the dude was like scrapping up like 300. And then I told him, I was like, if this is where you're at, I can give you till December. And after December, like, that's it. And the thing was, like, I had a new tenant come in January.
So we know that, according to Mr. Fernandez on that wire call with his friend, that Henry Tenon was evicted in December. And we know that Henry Tenon had no money and couldn't pay his rent. And yet, Henry Tenon was still living at Potomac for some period of time after this eviction in 2022. And a man who couldn't even afford his rent and was behind in his rent is receiving large sums of money for Henry Tenon, large sums of money, like several months' salary from this defendant. And we know that Henry Tenon and Mario Fernandez had significant contact on January 4th, 2022. We know that from the phone records. They were in contact. He's getting evicted. Why are they communicating so much in January and February and March when he's no longer a tenant? It's because they are discussing January 5th. This is where the solicitation comes in. You have evidence beginning from the defendant, again, own words. He's evicting this man, he can't pay any money. And then magically in January, Henry Tenon is driving around Jacksonville Beach, the same route of the homicide, on a date night when Jared Bridegan would be in Jacksonville Beach. You would have to know about date night. And you have to know that Jared would be there. And you have to know where to look for Jared. They met up. The only texts left on Henry Tenon's phone happened to be from this date, which is lucky for us. January 4th, 2022, from Mario Fernandez to Henry Tenon. Heading your way. Okay, I'm here, brother. The timing of everything. Individually, I want to be very clear. Individually, the defense can take any one of these points, any one of these exhibits, any one statement from a witness in a vacuum on its own, excised from the rest of the evidence. And of course, there's always going to be an innocent explanation for every one little thing. And I'm not saying the fact that Mario Fernandez went and met up with Henry Tenon on January 4th makes him guilty. What I'm saying is it is interesting and suspicious and evidence in the totality of everything of his guilt that he meets up with him the day before Henry Tenon goes to Marsh Inlet, where Mario Fernandez lives, to Shetter Avenue in Pablo Hamlet, where he waited that night for Jared to commit that murder, and down Fairway the same route that homicide truck took that night, the same route where there are no cameras, the same route where you can look for somewhere to sit and wait for somebody, like Cradle Creek, a nature preserve with a parking lot and no cameras, and a view of 15th from Marsh Inlet where you could see someone's headlights and car easily. That's what you have to consider, not in its individuality, but in its totality. So on January 5th, we're in the time frame of the date range for the solicitation. How would Henry Tenen know about date night? That is something I want you to really think about, and I want you to really use your common sense, because there was a cross-examination question by Mr. Dreiser, I believe, of Detective Johns, that date night is litigated in all these filings in the St. Johns County Family Law Clerk of Courts. And you can ask yourselves if you think it's reasonable that Henry Tenen is logging on to the St. Johns County Clerk of Courts family law case, pulling up individual filings on time-sharing and parenting plans, and reading the details, and then plotting a map of where he should be. You decide if that's reasonable. I would submit to you it's not reasonable. It's ridiculous. Henry Tenen knew about date night on January 5th and this location and this route because Yes.
Ooh, sidebar objection during closing. It does happen. It is rare, though, but it does happen. Usually you don't object to the other side's closing unless they're putting in facts not in evidence. She was talking about date night. How would Henry know about date night? I don't know. There's really only one way he could know about date night, isn't there? Unless somebody else was mad at Jared, and I don't know. Great closing so far. I love the demonstrative. I love the graphics. Being a graphic designer, I love all this. Putting it together. This is really helpful. This is really helpful. She's getting to like all the facts. We did all the facts. She's doing it now, putting it in a very, very easy to follow visual format. I love the fact that she puts up a date and then brings up the interview that Mario had, brings up maps. Absolutely love this. Good job, Miss Stifler. You get points from me, as if that matters. Yeah, she is very, very clear. Very clear. No, this is perfect. This is absolutely perfect. Connect the dots. That's what they're trying to do. That's what they're trying to do, is connect the dots. The only thing is they're talking about date night. How would Henry know about date night? Then she kind of started to elaborate on that. You think it's to break her rhythm? Ed says. Forks. Debbie. If so, that's poor gamesmanship. That's like kicking somebody when they're, that's pretty bad. I hope that the defense has a little bit more class than that. Well, hi Houdini, how are you? This little monkey here. Hi, come on up. Up you go. This is Houdini. Hi Houdini. Hi. Oh, it's my good girl. Yeah, it's little Houdini there, making a little entrance. If you guys can see Houdini. Hey, what's up, kiddo? How are you? She's usually, we call her Houdini because she was the first kitten to escape. And she kind of keeps to herself. She's one of those kittens that likes to keep to herself. So that was a rare sighting of little Houdini. Yeah, we called her Houdini because she was the first kitten to escape. All the other kittens were kind of hanging out with mom or whatever, and we're like, where's that cat? This was before we named them. So we let them develop their names, and then she's missing. Well, we heard she was missing, but she's in a room, so she's not missing. But she was missing. We couldn't find her, and then we saw her. We had this whole setup, and she had broken through the setup.
was reading filings and then plotting on a map and devising this plan is not reasonable. It's ridiculous. And it causes you, or asks you, to conjure, asks you to rely on conjecture and speculation and imagination, and that is not what the law requires of you. And it's actually what the law forbids you from doing. Somebody had to tell Henry Tenen about date night in these locations and these routes right next to Mr. Fernandez's house. And your common sense and the totality of the evidence leads you to the conclusion, beyond a reasonable doubt, that that person was Mario Fernandez. But it's not just Mr. Fernandez's connection to Henry Tenen. He also is connected to John Biggerstaff. John Biggerstaff, who happens to own a Glock 10 millimeter firearm that can't tell us where it is, can't produce it, can't find it, despite the fact that he is a self-proclaimed gun enthusiast, former JSO reserve officer, 20-year Navy veteran with 20 firearms. I don't know where any of them went. My son kept them in his car for a few months. My son, the police officer, just kept 20 guns in his car for a few months without checking on them ever. We took them to someone's house. I never saw them again. I didn't think about selling them, even though they're valuable, even though guns have value, even though his son could have legally sold them. His son, a police officer, and him, a former police officer, are just so careless with a killing machine, a lethal weapon, when they are trained and know better. Knowing a wrongdoer doesn't make you a wrongdoer. Knowing two wrongdoers is a little harder to explain. And there's no dispute that Mr. Fernandez, the defendant, and Mr. Biggerstaff had a very, very strange relationship, as you all heard come out during cross-examination and defense opening. But that connection to that firearm is what makes, in the totality of this, the defendant's guilt that much stronger. Because here you are, you're getting more and more and more and more pieces of evidence that individually, again, can be explained away, but together becomes much, much harder to come up with an innocent explanation or to look at these in a reasonable way that doesn't suggest overwhelming evidence of his guilt. On January 25th, we know, because of technology, that Mr. Biggerstaff and Mr. Fernandez were together at Mr. Biggerstaff's home. Mr. Biggerstaff testified that Mr. Fernandez came over and he just can't remember what they talked about. 2 weeks before the homicide, he can't remember what they talked about, and he can't remember Googling Glock 10 millimeter firearms, 10 millimeter Glock pistol, 10 millimeter Glock pistol, pin on hidden gun case after Mr. Fernandez left his residence. Mr. Biggerstaff, remember earlier when I talked about the weighing the evidence and the memory and the interest and the bias? You can decide how credible you think Mr. Biggerstaff is in giving this helpful testimony to his buddy that he couldn't remember ever discussing a 10 millimeter with him, just a coincidence that he was Googling it. But on defense cross-exam, Mr. Biggerstaff could recall with excruciating detail every single minute of his slip and fall, from the fact that it was a 4-foot sign next to the breakfast sandwiches. He could recall every other Google search he did. Yeah, I remember Googling flour tortillas, and I remember Googling yachts in the south of France, and I remember Googling military bases. 10 millimeter? Don't remember that. I do remember Googling a 9 millimeter because I know that's not the firearm used in this homicide. But this one, don't remember, don't know her. These gun cases and hidden furniture, that's for my drugs. Even though, and he remembers that, even though it says pin on hidden gun case in these searches. So that, we're talking close in time. We're talking weeks before the homicide. This defendant is going to Henry Tenen's home, who's evicted, no longer a tenant. The day after they meet up in person, Henry Tenen is driving past Mr. Fernandez's house, driving past Pablo Hamlet on a Wednesday night date night. Week before the homicide, 2 weeks before the homicide, Mr. Fernandez is going to Mr. Biggerstaff's house where he's Googling how to hide a 10 millimeter in furniture and Googling 10 millimeter firearms, searches that he can't recall, just like he can't recall where that gun is. In totality, there is no other reasonable inference than these people are planning this murder. They're planning to use a 10 millimeter. That's what was used. They're planning when it would happen and where it would happen. That's why Henry Tenen drove that route. They're planning who was going to be killed. And the only person with a connection to Jared Bridegan between those three, Biggerstaff, Tenen, and Fernandez, again, this defendant. The connection. The spoke in the wheel that turns that plan to its eventual execution and completion. Then we get here to January 29th. I have here the, quote, dry run. That is what Mr. Dreiser asked Detective Johns or Lindsay Butler. Is this what you would call this, a dry run? It's a pretty good name for it because it is sort of a dress rehearsal for committing a homicide. This is what you might call scouting the scene, scouting the victim, casing the joint, whatever you want to call it. This is what happens. Henry Tenen's two devices, his phone number ending in 7612, his other phone with henrytenen53@gmail.com, go from his house where he's squatting at Potomac Avenue, because at this point we know Jeremy Ordway has moved in. You remember the lease defense put into evidence was dated January 27th. So Henry Tenen is evicted at this point, and there's a new tenant. And yet Mr. Fernandez arrives, or is possibly co-located, if you want to use expert testimony jargon, at Potomac Avenue right before Henry Tenen drives all the way to St. Johns County. We know he's in that blue two-tone truck, and we know Mr. Fernandez is coming to Potomac, and Mr. Tenen is leaving and then coming back while they're co-located again in that same truck. Mr. Fernandez, as you saw from the poll cam footage that the defense put in, would go to Potomac in his Tundra, park on the street, and Henry Tenen and Jeremy Ordway's cars would be parked right there in that driveway. Although in August of 2022, the truck's broken down, so Henry Tenen's driving that Crown Vic. But you know from their evidence that they said is great evidence of habit and history and usage of this residence, you know Henry Tenen parked in that driveway when he was there, and you know Mario Fernandez parked on that roadway when he was there, and you know Henry Tenen was in this truck before the murder, and you know that truck was released to the media, and you know that this defendant didn't say anything about his tenant owning a blue two-toned Ford F-150 when he talked to police on April 1st, 2022. That's what's important about this. Multiple things about this day. Maybe individually, your tenant owning a truck that you might not know about, not bad. Going to the house when your tenant's in that truck, a little worse. Going to the house when your tenant's in that truck who then goes down to AB's gymnastics studio and the street where the victim lives, really bad, really hard to explain, really doesn't make sense unless you are in that truck with that tenant, telling him where to go, telling him who to look for so that he knows exactly who he's supposed to execute on February 16th. The biggest thing about this, too, is this is the defendant's own words that let you know he's the one that told Henry Tenen about this. Because I don't think, and you can check me, you can go through every filing you want, and you can go back in your mind over the testimony, that anywhere in that parenting plan or in that date night was it stated the location and the habit of Jared Bridegan to go to this gymnastics studio and go back to his house. So that is where Henry Tenen went, past this gymnastics studio, and then to the street where the victim lived. And if you look at the time on those maps, you can see that he's traveling like he's on a highway, and you can see that the distance between those data points, the time between those data points, is not enough time that he's stopping somewhere. He's not going to a medical appointment or a business. He's not going out to dinner. He drives straight there, drives around, and then drives up to the crime scene. How would he know to look for Jared at the studio and then at his house? How would he know?
Abigail has told us like that he just drops her off and then leaves, goes home, then comes back, even though they live like 5 minutes away.
The defendant himself told police it made him angry. It annoyed him. He complained about it. He's trying to make Jared look like a bad dad. Listen, he drops AB off at her gymnastics, and he doesn't even stay. He doesn't even stay to watch her. He drops her off, he lives 5 minutes down the road, and then he goes to his house. Well, what does Henry Tenen do this day? Goes by the gymnastics studio and then goes by Jared's house. That is not a coincidence. That is not an accident. He was searching, he was looking, he was hunting. And he was told by this defendant about that habit of Jared Bridegan, because there's no other way he could have known. Then, after leaving Potomac, where he no longer legally resides, going by the gymnastics studio, going down the victim's street, he goes up to the crime scene, the eventual crime scene where Jared would be killed. And while he's doing this, the defendant's phone is in the vicinity, in these bands at Potomac. That's what those bands mean. It can be within 1 to 2 bands. He is at the Potomac residence. But what is interesting about this is all his phone is recording what we talked about. These timing advance means that your phone's communicating with the tower and it's taking measurements without you doing anything actively. There's no cellular usage. And cellular usage, meaning what tower you're using, is different. Remember, timing advance is a network-initiated activity. T-Mobile is pinging your phone, so to speak, and sending back information about how far you are away without you doing anything, as long as it's on or not in airplane mode. You, if you are using your phone or texting or calling or doing anything, create data on cell towers. And Mr. Fernandez's phone is not creating any data. It's not interacting with the cellular towers. It's not making calls. It's not sending text messages. And on its own, a period of time when your phone is not being used isn't suspicious. It isn't evidence of guilt. But the totality of your phone staying in one area and not being actively used by the phone holder, by the defendant, while Henry Tenen is driving down to an area only Mr. Fernandez would have known to tell him about, that is evidence of guilt. That only has one reasonable conclusion, is that Mario Fernandez got in that truck with Henry Tenen and went down to show him Jared Bridegan's vehicle in St. Johns County, and then up to show him the eventual homicide scene. And we know that because as soon as Henry Tenen arrives back at Potomac Avenue, Mario Fernandez's phone leaves 3 minutes later. That timing, he arrives, they overlap for 2 minutes. That's plenty of time to hop in someone's car. Henry Tenen's truck, in that truck, does this whole route, comes back. 3 to 4 minutes later, Mario Fernandez leaves. That can't be a coincidence. That is evidence of what they were doing. That is evidence of this plan. That is evidence of the preparation. We're moving along. February 15th, this is an important date because this is the day before the homicide. And it is important because the defendant, again, has contact with 2 of wrongdoers, as defense would phrase it, in the same day. It is significant. It is of evidentiary significance that Henry Tenen, the shooter, and Mario Fernandez are together the night before the murder. You saw a map. I don't have it here, but you can look at it. They are together at Potomac. Their devices are co-located for over 27 minutes, about 27 minutes. And we know Henry Tenen at this time is driving that truck. So there's 27 minutes, Mario Fernandez at Potomac with Henry Tenen. And then Mario Fernandez leaves Potomac, and that night he goes to the home of John Biggerstaff, the person who owns an unrecoverable, unfindable Glock 10mm firearm. And you heard some very unpleasant testimony about what Mr. Fernandez was doing there that night, but it is of evidentiary significance that he is having contact with 2 people with connections to that scene. The truck from Henry Tenen, the gun associated with a similar gun that Mr. Biggerstaff owned that he can't produce. This defendant has contact with both of them the night before Jared Bridegan is killed. That is significant. Individually, contact with one, contact the other can be explained away. Together, there's only one reasonable conclusion. They are perfecting this plan. February 16th, of course, Tenen murders Jared Bridegan. That's Henry Tenen. This is the part where I want to remind you of that instruction from the judge that she'll give you about principles. It is not necessary that we prove Mario Fernandez was present when the crime was committed. All we have to prove is that he encouraged, incited, assisted him, whether by explaining date night, by telling him who Jared was, by showing him the car, by giving him the gun. You can find him guilty based on that and that alone. You don't have to believe beyond a reasonable doubt he was there. But we know there were two people at the homicide scene that night. Henry Tennant on foot and somebody driving that truck. Who would Henry Tennant bring to commit a murder? He had to go commit a murder with someone. Who would he trust? Who would he bring? You don't bring a witness to a murder, you bring a co-defendant. Do you know why? Mutually assured destruction. You got to trust that that person and you are going to keep your mouths shut. And how can you do that? You can only do that if that person is equally guilty, equally culpable, and wants the same objective you do. And nobody wanted Jared Bridegan dead. Nobody that the evidence uncovered or the investigation uncovered more than this defendant and his wife. So if you're Henry Tennant and you're going to kill Jared Bridegan and you need help with it, you bring someone who wanted Jared Bridegan dead, who wanted to see it happen, who wanted to see it successful, and who wouldn't rat you out later. Mutually assured destruction. Henry Tennant had very few close associates. You heard from his phone records he had a girlfriend, Peanut. He had Jeremy Ordway, his roommate, and he had Mr. Fernandez, who he is in frequent contact with during this time frame. And you saw in Mario Fernandez's phone that Henry Tennant, although his contact was deleted, that Mario Fernandez had a contact, Jerry at Potomac, Jeremy Ordway. And you will see that the phone number for Jeremy Ordway in the defendant's phone matches a phone number that was calling Henry Tennant's phone that night. The phone here by this green tower. While Tennant, who's on foot at this pink tower, these dots. We know he's there from the surveillance. We know he's there from the cell site with that phone linked to Henry Tennant 53. His phone for 7612 is using this green tower. And Jerry Ordway is calling this green tower phone during the homicide. And we know the truck, the person driving the truck, is separated from the person on foot. So if Jerry Ordway is calling this phone, that means it ain't Jerry Ordway. And if you eliminate Jerry Ordway from the list of associates of Henry Tennant, the people that he's close with, you're left with one person, the person with the motive, the person you bring to a crime, the person who wants you to commit that crime and is going to help you succeed in your endeavor. If you're Henry Tennant, you don't bring a witness, you bring Mario Fernandez to complete the mission he wanted you to complete. You bring your co-defendant. And we'll never know where Mario Fernandez really was that night because his phone stops communicating with the cell tower. And not just stops communicating with the cell tower, it stops recording those timing advance recorded data points. Even though there's a number of them before the murder, and even though there's a number of them after the murder, there just happens to be none of them. Starting at 7:10, when they end here on the slide, through 8:20. And there is no incoming, outgoing, text, calls, etc. Agent Blythe testified even if you are on Wi-Fi at your house, your phone will still interact with the cellular tower and still record data in those records and still record those timing advance. And he said it's much more likely and makes more sense based on the totality of everything that the phone was off or in airplane mode, rather than it just happened to have connection issues on the timing advance and just happened to not be using his phone at the same time. And another thing that happened to happen here is that the last timing advance data point recorded is at 7:10:28 p.m. And when you go back and watch that surveillance video of the homicide truck leaving Pablo Hamlet before Jared Bridegan's killed, it pulls out at 7:12 p.m. So his phone, if it goes into airplane mode, as I'm arguing it does, or is turned off, is a minute and a half before that truck pulls out. And do you know where Mario Fernandez's residence is in relation to that truck parked at Pablo Hamlet? Over a fence, over a gravel parking lot. a minute and a half. In its totality, there is no other reasonable inference or explanation than he was getting in that truck to drive it, to take Tenon down, to complete the mission that he wanted accomplished. No data. Mr. Dreisler brought out in cross-examination with Agent Blythe that there are other data points we didn't make a slide for, and I really wish we would have made a slide for this gap, if you want to call it, between 9/11 and 10:02, because that also coincides with that truck coming back to Pablo Hamlet, turning into that gravel lot, and then disappearing from sight. So if there's a gap there, it also happens to be during a time frame when that truck can't be seen. I'm sorry, when Mr. Tenon is coming back to that truck. So the gap at 8 p.m., Mr. Fernandez's phone turns back on at 8:20. We know that truck pulls into Pablo Hamlet at 8 and then pulls immediately into that gravel lot. And then this time frame, 9/11 to 10 p.m., we know that is when, based on the surveillance, Henry Tenon is trying to get back to that truck, trying to meet back up with the person in the truck, to get his keys, to get his phone, whatever he's doing. And that time gap here happens to be when Tenon and that person are successfully meeting up, because Tenon got his keys back. We know that because he ended up at Potomac at the end of the night. And here is a view of the back of Mr. Fernandez's home. This is the lot for, the front lot for the Discovery School, and the headmistress testified today that there is also that lot, as Detective John said, near the retirement community and at the back of the school. So over this fence, through this lot, around the back, into that back gravel lot is a reasonable inference you can make from the available evidence. February 17th, who does Mr. Fernandez spend his whole day with? John Biggerstaff. And John Biggerstaff said to Mr. Dreisler in cross-exam that Mario Fernandez didn't tell him about this murder, even though we know Detective Burrell and Detective Lamont made that notification late that night. Mr. Biggerstaff said, I think he told me a couple days or a week later, after I'd seen it on the news, he said, the kid's dad died. But this whole day where he's driving around setting up chairs and tables for a wedding, according to his testimony, Mr. Biggerstaff's, doesn't say a peep about this humongous event in his stepkid's life, his wife's life, his life, doesn't mention it. And you can decide based on your analysis and weighing of how credible Mr. Biggerstaff is if you believe that they didn't talk about it. They were talking about it. Ask yourself, what do you think they were saying? What do you think they were talking about? February 28th is a very interesting day as well in the timeline here. This is the day that the defendant, you saw in those bank records, transfers $50,000 from his flagship account to First Choice Home Rentals. $50,000 that should have gone to the Shanna Gardner Irrevocable Trust Fund, because he's getting disbursements from Shelley and Sterling Gardner, $75,000 in December 2021. He's the trustee of the trust. I would posit to guess, and you can use your common sense, that in-laws aren't giving their son-in-law a $75,000 present for Christmas of just because. You can assume as the trustee that that money was earmarked for the kids or for Shanna or for the trust. It's in his personal account, and on February 28th, he moves it to First Choice Home Rentals. February 28th is the same day he talks to the Jacksonville Beach police and schedules an interview with them the following day. And remember, February 28th, March 1st. February 28th is the day before March 1st. So the transfer of the money is February 28th. February 28th, he speaks to detectives to arrange his interview. And February 28th into March 1st, he deletes 5,342 artifacts from his Google Cloud Drive. Now, individually, people who go meet with the police might delete things from their phone, maybe. Collectively, and in its totality, Mario Fernandez going to speak to the police about the murder of Jared Bridegan that occurred 2.5 miles south of his house on a date night deletes 5,300 items. And then March 1st, he's interviewed. March 2nd through 6th, there's this, again, on its own, fine. It doesn't prove guilt, maybe you can explain it away. It's when you view it in this timeline that it becomes significant. He takes an unplanned trip. How do we know it's unplanned? Because he's Googling, mapping Pittsburgh on February 28th. That same day he's deleting, moving money, and arranging his interview. He goes to North Carolina. He also Google Maps North Carolina. He goes to visit a man named Victor Quirez that he has never met in person, who knows him by his video game handle, who he's only spoken with via headset, and he stays on his couch. Then he drives to Pittsburgh, calls and gets a hotel for 2 nights, buys toiletry items, and then whilst talking on the phone, when you look at those phone records, to Shanna Gardner, Shanna Gardner's sisters, and Shanna Gardner's dad, Sterling Gardner, turns around and drives straight back without staying that second night in Pittsburgh, without staying another night back to Jacksonville. After his interview, while A, B, and LB are set to go have their interview with police. And again, taking a road trip on its own is not evidence of guilt. But when you combine it with the bookend of all those deletions and the moving of the money and his interview and this investigation, it becomes more significant, and you can make a reasonable inference from this. March 9th, the truck photos are released to the media. March 10th, Henry Tenon and Mario Fernandez have a phone call of 1,638 seconds, which is about 27 minutes, the day after that picture of Henry Tenon's truck is released to the media. A 27-minute phone call with his evicted, squatting tenant, the day after the truck is released to the media. Again, having a call with your landlord, or ex-landlord rather, on its own, not significant. But this number being much higher than any of their previous calls or any of their subsequent calls on that date is something that you can rely on in rendering your verdict. I included in the evidence with Detective Ostertag, who did the phones and the Google downloads, and the analyst, Lindsay Butler, some of the defendant's emails from 5239 Potomac. And I did that because there's a stark contrast between Mr. Fernandez's emails, calendar invites, invoices with Bueller Air Conditioning, and the complete lack of any documentation for these checks written to Henry Tenon for work. You will see those emails. You will also see that following the installation of a new air conditioning unit at Potomac, the defendant prepays, he buys a service package. And the service package is supposed to run from September 2022 to September 2023. He's doing this work on Potomac, and the reason that's significant or becomes significant is later, after Henry Tenon is arrested, and within 2 weeks the defendant is calling home buying, flipping construction companies and short selling that house that he had a contract going the entire year to follow. This shows you that at least in March of 2022, before the police caught on to Henry Tenon, Mario Fernandez had no intention of selling that Potomac house. He was putting money into it. He was putting work into it. He was getting service plans. He had a lease with Jerry Ordway through December, at least. So that I'll talk about a little bit in conjunction with it later in the timeline. Then we get March 28th. We get the 2 checks that are dated. On March 29th, one of those checks is deposited. And on April 4th, the other check's deposited. And what Detective Johns was telling you, these are what he was talking about. When he's talking about check stubs, this is a bit from a business book. So you would have a book, this would be on the side, and then the checks would be to the right or to the left where you can see the perforation where they're torn out. You can see 27, 28, 29, they're not torn. The perforation is still intact. And it's possible, on its own that doesn't mean much, it's possible, like Mr. Dreiser said in cross-exam, that you could rip one out, and then rip the last one out with all 3 stubs attached and give them out that way. That's possible. But you have to look at it again in the totality. So these checks, Henry Tenon, $2,000 for landscaping and clearing. Unlike the checks Mr. Mizrahi showed you with Detective Johns for J.B. Coxwell, which is a corporation, actually sponsored the Jags, to Bueller Air Conditioning, which is a corporation with an email address and invoices, to Tri-H Construction, which is a corporation. He doesn't write what address on the subject line. Landscaping and clearing, don't know where. I'm presuming Potomac. Keeping up with the roof, $3,000. Keeping up with the roof. Not roofing, not replacing a roof, but keeping up with it. Repairing a shingle here or there, $3,000. And then, of course, the Kickstarter for $5,000. The Kickstarter, the business plan, the composition notebook from 2022 that also came with a bunch of his pay stubs and his payday loans and his child support wage garnishment paperwork. And there's been no evidence in any of their phones or any of their Google Drives or any of the investigation that there was an actual Kickstarter. July 18th, that tire is located at Potomac. Without that tire, we may have never solved this. Henry Tenen would have just been another name on a phone record. They never would have looked into him, gotten his phone, gotten his DNA, gotten his cell site. That tire is what solved the death of Jared Bridegan. I said in opening that it was a lucky find, but what I really mean is it wasn't luck. It was the hard work of the investigators in this case. The defense has conceded that Henry Tenen is the shooter. Henry Tenen that night was a man unconnected to Jared Bridegan in a car in an area with no license plate readers, with DNA on a tire that they could only match with a 1-to-1 comparison. It was almost the perfect crime. He almost got away with it. And Jack's Beach and ATF, all the investigation they did, all the cross-exam and the criticism of what they did or didn't do, they got it right. They solved the unsolvable crime. They did it by boots on the ground, by going door to door, by getting hours and hours and hundreds of houses of surveillance and locating that truck on camera. They did it by going and talking to people associated with the only people who had motive against Jared Bridegan. They didn't leave stones unturned. They didn't just not talk to people. It was a pain, and it's annoying, and it's tiresome to drive all the way from Jacksonville Beach to all these random places and hope someone has some information. And it's not luck. It was good detective work and a little bit of luck that led them to solving this. If not for that tire, this defendant wouldn't be here today, and you all wouldn't be sitting in that box. There it is. And there's the house, and you can look at the roof yourselves. We get to August 18th. Jacksonville Beach Police has taken their time with this investigation. They don't arrest Henry Tenen for murder just based on a tire. They arrest him for unrelated charges to further their investigation. They take a DNA swab from him. They recover a phone from him. They start sending out these search warrants to get his cell site data. And that is when they see the geolocation in Jack's Beach on the 16th. They keep investigating. That's when they see the cell site and geolocation going to St. Johns County on January 29th. So when Mr. Dreiser was asking Detective Johns about not getting surveillance in Nocatee in January of 2022, it's because they didn't even know who Henry Tenen was. They didn't have his phone number or his phone or his location data or his download until August of 2022. You're not getting surveillance 6 months later from businesses and homes in Nocatee. You're just not. They're lucky that they got what they got. They're lucky they found that tire. They're lucky they worked hard. They put their boots on the ground. They knocked on doors. They were able to identify that person, Henry Tenen. And guess what? How did they find Henry Tenen? They found him through the defendant. They found him through his call records, through his rental property. They found the killer through Mario Fernandez, not independently. And when they found Henry Tenen and began investigating him, Henry Tenen led them right back to Mario Fernandez. He's the connecting thread in all of this. This was a point that I wanted to connect for you because it came out through several different witnesses. August 22nd, 2022, Detective Johns went and spoke to John Biggerstaff. You will see in John Biggerstaff's texts that day he and Mario Fernandez met up in person. John said, the police came to talk to me. I was working at a school. You'll see in John Biggerstaff's text, August 22nd, Mario Fernandez and him texting the address of the school, where to park, where to go, how to meet up. And that the police came back later that night and they took John Biggerstaff's phone after he had gone and spoken to this defendant, after the arrest of Henry Tenen. And John Biggerstaff told you that Mario Fernandez had given him a heads up. They've talked to me, they might talk to you, and they might talk to my tenant. And when we got the download of John Biggerstaff's phone, even though he testified that there were years, decades of friendship with this defendant, and even though you can see in Mario Fernandez's phone, after the wipe, of course, and in Biggerstaff's phone, that there are hundreds, 70 text messages on the defendant's phone between him and Biggerstaff in the span of a week in August. There are no text messages between John Biggerstaff and Mario Fernandez left on John Biggerstaff's phone before May of 2022. And then, of course, August 26, 2022, Mario Fernandez factory resets, wipes his phone. Listen, I keep saying this. Wiping your phone in a vacuum doesn't mean you murdered somebody. Could mean that you want to sell it to T-Mobile, like the transaction they showed. Wiping your phone a week after your tenant is arrested, who owns a truck that looks like the one used in the murder, and you are told by police they're looking at him for murder, and then wiping that phone and keeping it, you have to consider that in its totality of what the significance of that is. September 5th to September 21st, the defendant, you'll see in his emails, he contacts a home buying company, Atlas Homes, and he makes these Zoom appointments on September 5th and September 7th to talk to them. And then by September 21st, about a month after Henry Tenen is arrested, the defendant signs a purchasing agreement for 5239 Potomac to quick sale it to Atlas Home Buying for $90,000 and asks to close remotely by mid-October. Mr. Dreiser put into evidence the defendant's post-nuptial agreement. In the post-nuptial agreement, the downtown house was valued at $70,000. August 2019. So he bought that house. It's worth $70,000. We know in March of 2022, he put $14,000 of work in it for that new AC unit. We know he's been doing work on it. So he turns around after years of holding this investment rental property and sells it. Its value is $70,000, at least that we know of $14,000 in work to it, $84,000, and he quick sells it for $90,000. After signing a year-long service agreement and a lease with another tenant. That's what you call distancing. After Henry Tenen is arrested, this defendant wipes his phone, sells his house, and tries to put as much space on paper and on land between himself and Henry Tenen as he can. That is consciousness of guilt. Hiding evidence, deleting evidence, distancing yourself from evidence is evidence of guilt itself. October 6, 2022, before the remote closing on the 12th, there's a search warrant executed at 5239 Potomac by the ATF and Jax Beach Police. The house, here you can see the garage, the roof, the landscaping, the old pallets junked in the back, appears to be in a state of disrepair. Despite the poll cam footage showing bringing in buckets and brooms and bags of unknown items, there is no tile in the majority of this house. It's been ripped up, the sink is off. And then it states 205, this is what Potomac, 5239 Potomac looks like. This is a Google map photo of March 2025 after the Atlas home buyers bought it, looks like renovated it. So this is, using your common sense, you can decide how much money you think that roof costs and that landscaping costs to make this house look like that. October 14th, the truck is recovered. The truck that matches the truck from these still shots in the surveillance states 91. And Mario Fernandez at this point is living in Orlando, and we know from the teacher Ms. Meredith, that Mr. Dreiser called this morning, that Ms. Gardner is living in Washington State with her children. She was able to, after Jared died, to have no further legal entanglements with him. She filed that death notice in their family law case, the one that Kirsten Bridegan testified that she asked Kirsten for Jared's death certificate less than 2 weeks after his death. She got full decision-making authority. She got more custody. She got her children and her freedom, and she packed her belongings and moved to Washington. And the defendant, according to Ms. Meredith, never saw those stepkids again. And in January of 2023, Jacks Beach Police has concluded their investigation. They have Henry Tenon's cell site. They have the videos. They found him on scene. They've collected items from the house, a pair of boots, a jacket. They found his truck with those check stubs. They found this boot box. And you get to decide, by the way. Detective Johns doesn't get to tell you. I don't get to tell you. Defense doesn't get to tell you. You get to watch those videos and you decide if those boots look like the boots Henry Tenon was wearing. The size, the appearance, the trim. You get to decide if that's the jacket he was wearing. You get to decide if this boot box belongs to these boots or some other boots in a photo, even though those boots don't have that black trim on them. You get to decide it. You're the finders of fact. And in the end, it doesn't matter because nobody here is disputing that that man on foot with the gun that shot Jared Bridegan is Henry Tenon. It just is a bad fact for them that Henry Tenon's clothing that he wore the night of the homicide is still at 5239 Potomac, even after he's been arrested and is in custody. At that point, the house that Mario Fernandez still owns and is doing work in and is trying to sell. And these clothing and shoes, they're collected months and months and months and months after the homicide. And if you watch that video, you see the shooting and you see Henry Tenon walking and then running away. So there is not much evidentiary value in these items because they've been in a dirty garage or in a closet months later. There's no evidence that Henry Tenon would have had any of Jared Bridegan's blood on him. He shot him from some distance away. You heard that from the ME by the lack of soot or stippling. So they collected everything at the time. They collected everything and they went and we put into evidence and you get to decide what value to assign it. But regardless of what you think, it doesn't change the fact that Henry Tenon shot and killed Jared Bridegan. And it doesn't change the fact that this whole timeline is replete with evidence as to this defendant's involvement. So January 25th, 2023, Jacks Beach has done an extensive investigation, including finding Henry Tenon's DNA on the tire from the crime scene, the steering wheel of the truck, and the keys that unlock and turn that truck on. And there is a media announcement planned to get people talking on this wire. The people on the wire are going to be the defendant and his wife, Shanna Gardner, and these other people. And we heard some calls between this defendant and his friend, Carlos Fong. And on January 25th, the media announces there's a break in the case and there's going to be a press conference. And the defendant's statements to his friend.
How many times I've had a discussion with I've just had random discussions with strangers on top of that, with strangers. Yeah. And then I've had people that knew him when he was younger, you know, when he was in high school or something like that, because he grew up here in Jacks or whatever. Yeah. And they were just I get it. And I was like, get the fuck out of here. Now you're coming out and saying some shit, but this.
He's talking with his friend and he's saying that Jared was a jerk and he knows people from Jared's high school and Jared's church and they are talking bad about him. And he's saying that people are coming up to him saying, I get it. Get what? That's a weird thing to say when you're talking about to your friend after the media just said, hey, we have a big break in this case. But again, a statement on its own doesn't mean anything. It's the totality of all these statements on the wire call. It's what he said and what he didn't say on these calls. What he says is that he denies, go back and listen, he denies really having that much contact with Tenon. He tells his friend, I'm trying to remember conversations I had with him, any conversation that I had with him. He was a tenant. I kicked him out. He did some work for me. He doesn't mention we had phone contacts 70 something times during the 2 months the homicide occurred and right after. He doesn't mention that he continued to let him squat in the apartment even after he was evicted. He doesn't mention that he would go to the house and be there when Henry Tenen was there. That is the next day after they announced the arrest of Henry Tenen. He also talks about the work that Henry Tenen did for him. He doesn't tell Carlos Fong that he paid Henry Tenen $5,000 for landscaping, clearing, and keeping up with the roof. What he tells him is he gave him money to do some clearing and to mow that bee down. But listen to how Mario Fernandez talks to his friend about how much he's willing to pay for yard work.
Just to do, like, somebody gave me an estimate for a single tree, and it was like $3,000. And I was like, yeah, no. Go fuck off, dude. No fucking way. You know what I mean? So I was like, hey, you want to fucking knock off some branches and fucking plow this bitch to the ground? And that's what he fucking did.
What he didn't say is I paid this late day laborer, homeless man who's squatting at my residence $2,000 to take down a tree, but I wouldn't pay a reputable tree service's invoice for $3,000. And look, I get $1,000. That's a third difference. But it's not like he's paying Henry Tenen a couple $100. This is a significant amount of money, especially given what you know about Henry Tenen's income.
However they're going to want to.
One of the things he says on the wiretap is he's talking about how the media has been portraying it. But what he's saying is that from the outside looking in, how people see this situation makes sense. Even the defendant is acknowledging like the reasonableness of this motive and the reasonableness of this story. From the outside looking in, that he understands. He says in the first wiretap call, they were looking at us for obvious reasons. Even to him, his attorneys can argue all day they have no motive and it doesn't make sense. Even he acknowledges it makes sense that the media is looking at us. It makes sense the police is talking to us. The police are talking to us.
However they're going to want to paint it, and then obviously it comes down to whatever the fuck, you know, is said afterwards. So it's a 50-50 swing looking at it that way. But the other part is it's actually not even. It's more like a three-way split, because then it was there's this guy, then there's me, then there's Shanna.
He's acknowledging that he, from the outside looking in, is the link between Shanna Gardner and Henry Tenen, this person they just arrested for killing her ex-husband. Carlos Fong does something interesting on these calls, which is that he gives this defendant these like softball explanations to seize on. Like, listen to it. He says, hey man, maybe this guy, Tenen, thought he was killing you, not Jared. Maybe he's got beef with you. This defendant says, nah, that's not it. No way.
I guess something broke out today about that whole situation that we talked about. So they arrested some guy that used to rent the Northside house.
I know.
I was like, what the? So I guess he thought it was you. Because I think the motive was after you, not her husband. Her ex-husband.
Yeah.
Like,
oh, dude, no way. You think so?
But he rented your house, so he must have had some he probably didn't pay you, kicked it out, something like that. I mean, remember this? There's a possibility of that area.
Right.
Yeah.
There's no way though. Like.
So his friend is telling him, maybe he had a motive that we don't know about. And the defendant's telling Carlos on that recorded wire call, no, there's no link between Jared and Henry Tenen. Carlos asked him, did he ever see a picture of him, meaning Jared, as an explanation of why Henry Tenen would know who to kill. And Mario Fernandez says, no, I didn't talk to Henry Tenen about Jared. I didn't leave a picture of him around. That's what their conversation is. I know it's hard to hear. When you go back there, you'll be able to listen to it better. But he's giving him these explanations of innocence, and the defendant's saying, nope, that's not it, bro. It doesn't make sense. No way. That's the, you wouldn't have had any pictures of him, meaning Jared. He says, yeah, no, F no. The other thing that's interesting about these wire calls is that what the defendant doesn't say to his friend. He says, I gave him some money for tree work and roofing. He never tells his friend, I also made an investment in this guy's company. I gave him a charitable donation. I gave him some Kickstarter startup money. He doesn't say that to his friend because it doesn't make any sense. His friend's giving me all these theories that don't make sense. He doesn't say that. That is important. He doesn't say it because that check does not make sense given what you know about Henry Tenen and given what you know about this defendant. What he doesn't do, he is talking to Carlos Fong, that first jail call, about him and Shanna separating, but it was amicable, it's fine. The media announces, we are about to make a big break in this case. And then they announce the killer of Jared Bridegan is Henry Tenen, the tenant of First Choice Home Rentals, an LLC owned by this defendant 60% and Shanna Gardner 40%. What is the first thing in your mind you think someone in that position with that relationship would do when they hear, they caught the person, there's a big break, there's an arrest, this nightmare's over? He never calls Shanna Gardner, and she never calls him. Why? They've arrested someone that knows them, that killed the father of her children, the father of his stepchildren, when the media has been blaming them, and they don't call each other because it's not surprising to them. It's not new information, and they don't want to be in contact with each other. Mario Fernandez and Shanna Gardner want that distance between them. February 6, 2023, we seize the defendant's phone, we see it's been wiped. And then March 16th, he's arrested. June 4th, 2023, we had that very, very strange testimony from Juan Biggerstaff about a burglary of what he called the worst pool car in the entire Irving Police Department. Was stolen out of his driveway in a suburb of Dallas and abandoned a quarter mile down the street. And he made a report that the only things taken were his service weapon from his time as a police officer and a firearm with a serial number that happened to match the serial number of his father's unaccounted for Glock 10mm firearm. Between Fred Barton, John Biggerstaff, and Juan Biggerstaff, there's truth somewhere. And you have to ask yourselves, who's telling the truth? Who has an interest in lying? Who has an interest in protecting themselves, their friends, or their family? Who ended up with those 10mm firearms? Fred Barton said it wasn't him. Does Fred Barton have a reason to lie to you about that? Does Juan Biggerstaff have a reason to alibi his father's gun for him? Does John Biggerstaff have a reason to lie about where that firearm is? Because it is a Glock 10mm that's used in this homicide. And a few words about a Glock 10mm. It is not an one and only gun in the world. I'm sure a lot of you are gun owners. Everyone understands that. We live in a capitalist society and guns are products. So they make them, they sell them. But it's not that common. It's not a 9, it's not a 40. And if it had been a 9mm or 40 used in this, we may not have had all this evidence, we may not have solved this. But when Mr. Mizrahi asked John Biggerstaff, a self-proclaimed gun enthusiast, do you know anyone else that owns a 10mm? John Biggerstaff chuckled. He laughed and said, no. I don't know anyone other than myself that owns a Glock 10mm. Other than the shooter, of course. A convicted felon shooter with no money in his bank account and nowhere to lay his head is somehow going to procure a firearm that has value, that is not that common, not like a 9mm that's passed around the streets easily. The murder weapon has still never been recovered, but Juan Biggerstaff accidentally writes the serial number down wrong on a police report, a police officer. And he testified that he did so because he used that record to make his police report. Juan Biggerstaff, a police officer, doesn't keep a log of his own firearms, including his service weapon and other weapons he owns, like a list of them in his gun safe with his ammo and his gun, like most firearms owners. Instead, he wants all of you to believe that he kept a barely legible handwritten copy of his dad's 2016 federal firearms affidavit as the reference point for him, that he kept it all those years to remember what serial number he has for the 4 guns his dad gave him. It is clear that if John Biggerstaff gave that firearm to Mario Fernandez to give to Henry Tenen, wherever it ended up, nobody can find it. And if we had it, we could compare it to these shell casings and we could exonerate John Biggerstaff. But we can't. People don't get rid of evidence that's helpful to them. People don't get rid of evidence that's helpful to them. Guns don't just disappear. They're valuable. They're dangerous. Police officers aren't so uncareful with their weapons. And plenty of convicted felons possess firearms and don't get caught. Plenty of people don't take a magistrate's order seriously. That's clear because John Biggerstaff didn't really take it very seriously on pretrial. He said he shouldn't do drugs because he ended up going back into custody and serving time. So just because a magistrate or a law or a judge tells you not to do something doesn't mean people do it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a job. I wouldn't be standing in this courtroom talking to juries like all of you. Agent Mick Stengel, a firearms instructor from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, also testified that in 18 years of experience, he's never seen another 10mm in a case. Knowing someone who owns a 10mm by itself doesn't make you guilty. In the totality of it, you decide what significance to assign to all of this. The evidence together proves that this defendant was involved. He wanted Jared dead. He solicited Henry Tenen to do it. He asked for help from John Biggerstaff, whether planning or provision of the firearm. He incited it. He encouraged it. He assisted it. He is guilty as a principle of murder, and he is guilty of solicitation for the ask, for the act. Later this afternoon, after your lunch break, you will hear argument from defense counsel, and then Mr. Mizrahi will have the opportunity to speak to you again. I anticipate that the argument will be that there is no DNA that connects Mario Fernandez to that crime scene. There is no witness that puts Mario Fernandez at that crime scene. There's no surveillance that puts Mario Fernandez at that crime scene. There is no photos or DNA or evidence or ballistics testing that put a 10mm firearm in the hand of Mario Fernandez, handing it to Henry Tenen. And that is because of the nature of this crime. The almost perfect crime, designed so that there would be no link to this defendant, designed so he would never get caught. How can I show you a text between Mario Fernandez and Henry Tenen about murdering Jared Bridegan when they have deleted all of their texts? How can I show you the geographic location of Mario Fernandez the night of the homicide if he has turned his phone off?
You want to be heard?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. I'll sustain it.
Henry Tenen is not available as a witness in this case. Henry Tenen and Mario Fernandez committed this crime together, and Henry Tenen can't be here to tell you about their conversations. There would be no way in the world this defendant would write murder on the subject line of a check. Of course, he would launder the money. Of course, he would make it look legitimate. Of course, he would hope and pray and expect that the Jacksonville Beach Police Department would just never, ever, ever figure out it was Henry Tennant and never figure out the connection to him. If you outsource your murder, you are doing it so that your DNA and your footprints and your fingerprints are nowhere near the crime. When I spoke about the defendant and Ms. Gardner being the architects of Jared Bridegan's murder, that's exactly what I mean. If you are an architect, if you design a house and pay someone to do the painting, of course, there is not going to be the architect's DNA on the paintbrush. There's not going to be surveillance of the architect buying the supplies. There's not going to be a witness saying, I saw the architect painting this house. That's what solicitation and principle means. That doesn't mean that the architect didn't plan it, want it, finance it. And it doesn't mean the architect wasn't satisfied with the outcome. Individually, you can explain anything away. But a reasonable doubt is not a possible, speculative, imaginary, forced doubt, a guess, conjecture, or proof beyond all doubt. There's always some possible, hypothetical, made-up explanation for something. But you cannot go down that path. You have to look to the evidence and the testimony and your common sense. All of the evidence. This is the last portion, and then I'm wrapping up, I promise. The Getty Museum in New York City did this exhibit on textiles. What they did was they showed microscopic views. So what you see here is a fabric, and when you look at it under a microscope, ancient fabrics, you can see the minor defects, the imperfections in the threads, the weaving, the wear and tear over time. And then in the exhibit, when you pull back, you see how the threads are woven, how they connect, and what the tapestry shows. The law does not require a microscopic view of the evidence. It does not require proof beyond all doubt. It does not require perfection. No matter what you look at individually, how close you look at it, when you step back and see how it all relates together, the witnesses, the testimony, the motive, it is clear that it makes sense. No matter how much you look at these individually, you are going to keep coming back to this conclusion. You can test it, you can argue it, you can play devil's advocate, but there is no other conclusion that makes sense other than this defendant had Henry Tennant killed Jared Bridegan. It is unexplainable in any other way for all of these to add up together. And if you think that there is no reasonable doubt that he aided, encouraged, incited, solicited, or was there that night, then you have a duty to find him guilty. And that brings us to your verdict, which is the truth. For those of us that do work in homicide, we have an expression. To the living, we owe respect. To the dead, we owe the truth. Your verdict will forever define the death of Jared Bridegan and the responsibility. Overruled. It will forever define the death of Jared Bridegan and the responsibility and culpability under the law of those that planned it, of those that wanted it, and of those that made it happen. The shooter was a stranger. The murder was personal. This defendant is that thread that runs through that whole tapestry, and no matter where you yank, it will not come unraveled. It all comes together, and it all connects through him. Find him guilty as charged.
Thank you, Ms. Stifler. Members of the jury, we're going to take our lunch recess and return back for the remainder of the closing arguments. I'm going to remind you that at At this point in time, since closings, I'm going to restrict the phones. Mr. Holman, I'm going to restrict the phones, okay? You can have your lunch recess, but because the evidence is being summed up, I'm going to restrict your phone use while we're in session today, okay? Leave your notepads on your chair, follow the communication rules over the recess, and I hope that you all enjoy your lunch. All right, please let the record reflect that the jury has left the courtroom due to the extended nature. Normally, everyone may be seated. So, generally speaking, when we close cases down, I wouldn't have given them access to their phones, so I'm not going to give it to them over the lunch recess. Was there any objection to that? No. All right. So, after the lunch recess, we'll call this, it's 12:22, we'll call it 12:30. We'll return back at 1:30. The defense will be set up for a closing argument. Okay. If there's something that comes up, let me know. You all enjoy your lunch. Court's in recess.
Well, I thought that was really good. I thought that was a very, very good closing. Let me turn that off. I'm very impressed with that closing. Ms. Stifler had great demonstrative. She had the timeline. She hit on all the facts that we were talking about. Was a crime committed? Did Mario commit that crime? So she goes over reasonable doubt. If you're thinking maybe, what if, possibly, you are straying from the law. She talks about first degree versus solicitation. First degree, count one, Jared's no longer with us. It was a criminal act, and it was premeditated. So we're getting storms right now, so if we lose power, if we lose power, you'll know why. Yeah. So, hopefully these storms will pass before we get back to trial. So she talks about 4 10-millimeter cartridges were fired and 2 struck Jared. There's no fixed period. There's no fixed period before a homicide. Henry had no motive. He had no means. Oh, it's okay. Good girl. Oh, I know. I'm sorry. It's a good girl. Polly's afraid. It's okay. Good girl. Yeah, it's a good girl. She goes through count 2, which is the solicitation, commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested. And then she goes through this timeline. 2018, 2022, the years of animosity. The conspiracy starts November 1st of 2021. So then she goes through November 21st through December 21st. Henry falls behind on his rent. January 4th, 2022, contact with Henry and Mario. Henry's no longer a tenant anymore. January 5th, this is when she said the dry run, but the dry run doesn't happen until January 29th. So I guess he goes there, but I guess he does it again. How would Henry know about date night? And that was a sidebar. A sidebar was called for at that point. And then January 25th, John Biggerstaff, Mario, and these Google searches. January 29th is the dry run. I'll see if I can. I'll show you guys. Hey, Super Ball. Super Ball's cool. She's all chill. Yeah, it's a good girl. I know. Let me show you what we're. So it's just a storm. It's a good old-fashioned storm, but hopefully it's really coming down. Hopefully we will hopefully we will maintain our power. Hopefully we will maintain our power. Fingers crossed. All right. Who's that down? Oh, it's Riker. Hi, Riker. Hi, guys. I know. Plus, they're getting hungry. All right. You know what I want to play? I want to play a huge shout out to Grizzly, Gizla, for allowing us to play some videos. So I just wanted to say, if you guys are not familiar with Grizzly, I'm going to put her channel up here, and we're going to play some videos from her channel. But if you guys have not subscribed, she is a supporter of our channel. Obviously, we absolutely love and adore Gizla, and I want to show you let's see here. Oh, you know what? Here, let me put it over here. Let me put her here, just to show you her channel. I know some of you have come from Grizzly as well, so I don't need to tell you how wonderful she is. So here's her channel, and if you have not already, please take a moment and head on over there. And so Grizzly True Crime, absolutely love her channel. When we first kind of started watching trials, we were watching her, and then we went over to Scott, Recovery Addict, of course, Emily D. Baker. But Gizla has been so wonderful to help our channel by sending some of you over here, and she's used some of our streams when like a stream she's using has gone down. She's used our stream. So again, if you guys are not familiar with her, please go over and give her a like and a subscription. She's fantastic. So with that being said, I'm going to play this one. This is going to be, we're not going to hear the whole thing because we're going to run out of time because this is more than an hour, but we're going to get to this as best as we can. So this is going to be Kim Jensen and her first interview.
Until he got his money, because that was his deal. He wouldn't leave the house until he...
All right, so this is going to be Kim Jensen's first interview. So this is the woman that is friends with Jared and Shanna and did the proffer. She had the proffer yesterday. So this is pretty eye-opening. You're going to hear a lot of interesting stuff come from her. She did 2 interviews. This is the first one.
I'm Detective Johns, Detective Lamont, my partner, okay? Have me sit right there. Give you the comfy couch.
Oh, thanks.
How's your day going?
Good.
And just one other backstory. So that's Detective Chris Johns. He's the guy that's sitting down to the right. He's the one that was on the stand. He was on the stand for the financials. He was on the stand, I think, day 2 or 3. So the other detective, I think he's a detective. We haven't heard from him, but Detective Chris Johns is the one sitting down. Detective Chris Johns is the one that's sitting towards our right. So again, if we lose power, hang in there. We'll do our best to come back. But this is Kim Jensen's interview.
So I'm sure you know this is about Jared and what happened to him.
Yeah.
Someone had said that you knew Jared even before Shanna. Is that correct or no?
Oh, I've known Jared and his family since he was like 12 or 13 years old.
Okay.
Whenever they moved to Jacksonville from wherever they moved, we were never close, but
yeah.
I've known him since he was a kid. I knew the girls that he dated when he was a teenager. I knew, you know what I mean? Like, I've known that family for probably 20 years.
Okay. Do you go to the same church as them? You're
Yeah.
in the same ward?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about Jared and his family from what you can remember. Anything stand out?
We were never friends. I knew his mother. I was friendly. I'm one of those people that I'm just, what you see is what you get. I'm real. If I don't like you, I won't be friends with you, but I will be kind. You know what I mean? Like, I'll say good morning and keep on walking down the hall of the church, whatever.
Of course.
So I knew his family from a distance. I did attend a baby shower or two that maybe his mom hosted at their home, but we were never close by any means. Jared was he was kind of quiet as a kid. He never had a lot of friends. The girls he dated in the church, two things that I remember always: never dated a girl that wasn't loaded with money, and never didn't end the relationship that everyone talked about what a jerk he was. He was the guy that broke the girls' hearts. He was, you know, he puts on, you know what I mean? He would be nice at first, and then the real Jared would come out. When then I met Shanna, I knew about Shanna when he married her, because his mom was so excited because she was, you know, from this rich family, and you know, their life was going to be so great and blah blah blah. And then she had twins and ended up having pulmonary hypertension, and they had to move to Florida. So I met Shanna about maybe 8.5 years ago. And I have twins. So, and she actually was one of my teenage daughter's teachers in the youth program. And so she and I got to be friends while she was still married to Jared, because number one, I knew his family. Number two, I felt sorry for her that she married him. Number three, she taught my kid, and we kind of had that common bond with the twin thing. So that's how she and I became friends. And then as time went on, probably within a year of them moving here, like, she and I became better and better friends. And now, you know, I probably talk to Shanna 5-6 times a week, maybe every day.
So you say you guys are really good friends.
We're really good friends. We're really good friends. I was one of the few people who stood beside her when they got divorced. When the divorce happened, like, I knew that she was going to tell him, kind of a thing. I knew he was going to flip out, just because of the personality that I had always remembered or whatever. He went around and he accused her of having an affair to everyone. And the way it worked was, at the very beginning, the kids would be with her from, you know, for 2 days, and then they kept them at the home, and then for 3 days she'd have them, and then it kind of went back and forth on a 2-3 kind of thing. And the days that she did not have the children, she oftentimes spent the night at my house, and he was running around telling her, oh, she's off, she didn't come home last night, she's sleeping with it, and she was on my couch. She didn't sleep with anybody. So it was not hard for me to stand by her, because I knew where she was, because she was with me most of the time. We kind of like adopted her and the kids, and you know, so that's how she and I became better friends than we were, and why we are good friends today.
You made a comment that you were kind of sorry she married Jared. What do you mean by that?
Only because anyone that I had known that he'd ever dated would always end up where the girl was hurt.
Okay, so just kind of a track record of... His track record was hurting girls and never dating anyone that had money. In fact, it was always interesting because, to me, just because I always thought he had an algorithm or something for it. You know what I mean? Like, how does a dude go for 3 girls in a row that have a freaking trust fund? Like, how does any guy get that lucky? How does anyone get that? You know what I mean? Like, it almost makes you think he's got a system, or, you know what I mean? I just don't think anyone is that good of luck. What were your perception of his other brothers?
I only vaguely knew Justin, and only because Justin was older, and I mean, Jared was the youngest. I never knew the sister Ashley. I don't even ever remember her. She may have been like gone before they moved. Like, I have zero memory of her, other than throughout the years, like, she would come visit, and this is our daughter Ashley, and it's like, she looks just like her mom, so you know what I mean. It was easy to see that, but I never knew her. Justin married Gwen and had the little boy, and I think they were living in North Carolina, and then they moved back, and so they were in the ward at church for a brief period of time. She was a teacher in the little kids program, and I was over that program, so I got to know her, but I only knew who he was. I know he would give a talk, and he was a good speaker. Do you know what I mean? But I never knew Justin.
Yeah.
Adam was married to Carly, who they were in the ward for some time. She worked in the youth program with my oldest daughter, and they were very good friends. I always thought Adam was gay. He was, his job, he was a manny. He babysat and even married. You're babysitting. You know what I mean? That was just weird to me. I would never leave my children with a guy. Even if, you know what I mean? Even if I knew you at church, that's just weird to me.
Yeah.
And so I always thought he was weird. He's very nice, but that always struck me as weird. Any guy that has babysitter as your job is weird to me. But I might be a little judgy. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just being honest.
No, I totally understand.
So
you're friends with Shanna. You kind of see what's going on with Jared and her. What, in your opinion, what was kind of the cause of their divorce?
So he was very, I used to go over the house, and he was very antisocial. He didn't, if I went over, so I could walk. We both lived in Ponte Vedra. It was a long walk, but I could walk from my house to hers in about half an hour. So sometimes, I'm going to go for a walk in the evening. I'd go over there, hang out, maybe I'd walk back, maybe she'd drive me home, whatever. I'd walk in, and he would instantly go to his bedroom.
Okay.
Anytime I was there during the day, he had zero engagement or involvement. He pretty much stayed in his bedroom unless it was time to eat or he had to come out for some reason. He pretty much stayed in his bedroom. He was on his laptop. He never worked the entire time they were married. That to me is a red flag. You got a husband that doesn't work. You know what I mean? You married the rich girl, and now you don't work.
Right.
And the family did give stipends for education. Education is very important to Shanna's family, and so if either of you were in school, you got a monthly stipend that would cover your expenses. So nobody had to work, but he kept himself in school. You know what I mean? It was the bachelor's, then it was the master's. You know what I mean? He kept himself in school to not work.
Gotcha.
I always thought he was lazy. He's very much like his father. I know that when they were going through the divorce, his mother tried to be my friend, which I found funny because you're just fishing. You just want me to give you something that will help him, kind of a thing. You know what I mean? It was so obvious. We've never been friends in, 16 years, and now all of a sudden you want to be my friend. That's just kind of weird.
Gotcha.
It was oh, how's Shanna? You don't care. Do you know what I mean? I was very surface of it. Oh, she's fine. She's doing fine. And so, I don't know if, so he would, things, just little things, she would cook meals, you know what I mean? She was the typical mom, you know what I mean?
Gotcha.
She took care of everybody, she took care of everything, she did all the things, and, he came out for food, but zero, like I said, just the interaction with the kids just wasn't there. I don't know why. Clearly, from the videos that are being shown on the news and articles or whatever, he has evolved a little bit and become a better parent than he started out.
Right.
And I believe people can change. I don't know how much I believe he changed. I believe he changed his public persona.
Gotcha.
If I'm, you know what I mean? But like I said, this is all conjecture too. You know what I mean?
Of course.
I didn't live with him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he would do things like we came in one time and there was a box of hair dye on the counter. And I was like, that's weird for a place for it. And she texted me later and said, he told me he thought I would look better if my hair was this color. Just that
that was Jared.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, I'm not going to say it. I'm going to give you a hint. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, Jared was just an ass. He was always an ass. You know what I mean? Like, even if he didn't yell, like, there was always I'm an ass undertone with Jared.
Gotcha.
So, he was like that with church. Like I said, even people at church where, you know, that's supposed to be your place where, you know, friends and family come and, you know what I mean? You worship, you do whatever. Like, he was always on his phone. He didn't engage in conversation. Like, there might be one or two people who actually were his friend.
Gotcha.
And it's just so funny to me because even people that I know who completely despised him, now they're all talk about him like he was this saint. And I'm just like, y'all don't remember what you actually know? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if people are just fake or, you know what I mean? It's a sad story, so you're sharing it everywhere. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what people's motives are, or if you think that's your duty because you knew him. You know what I mean? But it's just kind of comical to me watching some of the people who are so over the top on things, and I'm thinking, he hurt your daughter. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's things in my head that go through, like, you know what I mean? If someone hurt my kid the way he hurt some of these people's kids, I just can't imagine having the position. You know what I mean? It's sad, we want it solved, but you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to be your biggest cheerleader here.
Right.
Because I really don't have any skin in the game.
I understand. So what would you say what would you see kind of happen since you were so close to it after their divorce? How was Shanna? What was her demeanor? And
So Shanna, after the divorce, Shanna struggled hard emotionally. She struggled hard emotionally. She had 3 jobs. He continued to not work. I think their divorce was final like in July, maybe. It was 7 years ago, but I think it was July was the month that it was final. And she had 3 jobs. He had a job. Actually, I take that back. He got a job once she filed for divorce.
Gotcha.
And then as soon as the divorce proceedings were going and child support came up, he emailed his boss, because the lawyer was able to get HR records, emailed his boss and said he was no longer able to work because of his personal situation. However, he did continue to work and they paid him under the table. He just didn't want it to look like he worked on paper, so he wouldn't be charged with child support, because he was bitter that her family had money and he didn't think he should have to pay child support when her family was rich.
Gotcha.
But they were his kids, not her family's kids. So, you know what I mean? Like that, that whole, you know what I mean? You're a dad. That's your job. You know what I mean? You pay for the kids. She worked 3 jobs. She was exhausted. She put the kids in like a daycare. They used to go to, it was right over in Ponte Vedra by Publix. It was like it was like in Sawgrass. In November, she was so grateful because he emailed or texted her. He refused to speak to her ever. There was 0 verbal communication between the 2 of them, probably in the whole time that they were divorced. He left. He was leaving the state. He was going to Utah. Said he'd taken a job or something, but really he was on the prowl for another girl. And so he was gonna, the deal was if she would sign a change in parenting agreement and she would agree to let him see the kids every other weekend, he was gonna fly back and see them. He would, we would be good. We just agree to this. We don't have to do lawyers. We'll just agree to this, get it notarized, file it with court, we're done. So she did it. She was so grateful. But then it was, he's going to FaceTime the kids every single day. And, he would tell them, Dad's coming into town. I'm going to bring you so many presents. And then, he didn't come. Right. He would, I'm busy at work. You know what I mean? So it was like he would build the kids up and try to get them so excited to see him. And then I think he ended up coming maybe like 5 or 6 times.
Okay.
So during that time when he was gone, life was much better, other than the FaceTimes were just disruptive to the, I mean, they were 3.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
it's kind of young to be FaceTiming. Yeah.
Every day was just, FaceTime's great. I think you need to see your kids, but every day was just much, you know? And so anyway, so her attorney filed something. We found out where he was working, and I think his mom blurted it out in church one day, and I was like, I found out where he works. And so her attorney emailed and found out that he was out there and he was working, and he was making like $90,000 a year. And here she is working 3 jobs. He's paying for nothing. You know, she told him the kids were in preschool, you know, and he was like, oh, you know, I'm barely making anything. I just, you know, if I'm going to be able to afford to fly there, I'm not going to be able to afford to pay whatever, you know what I mean?
Gotcha.
So like he sent $0 and he's out there living large, and come to find out, so she starts prying around, her attorney starts prying around, they're going to file something for child support and quit like that. Quit his job. Quit his job and was going to move back to Florida, and came back with a new girl in tow. And then life became hell again. But because they had filed this thing with the court that only gave him the right to see the kids every other weekend, he thought he was going to come back and instantly it would go back to mine for 2 days, yours for 3, you know what I mean? And then you got that kind of a thing. And so it turned into this big kerfuffle of she was withholding the children, he was going to have her arrested for kidnapping, he wanted to see them when he wanted to see them, and she was like, sorry.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, she was following what was currently filed with the court, you know, and I realize that has gotten spun in a different way all through the news, but I mean, that's what happened. That's the truth.
No, I understand. He thought he was going to come back and it was just going to go back to
I'm back in town, you know what I mean, and I'm still not paying for anything, and you know what I mean, and I'm going to, you know, not that paying for anything had anything to do with seeing your kids, but the current thing filed with the court said you get them every other weekend.
Yes.
You know, you get them from like Saturday morning to Sunday night. That's what the thing said, or maybe it was Friday. You know, I think it was Saturday morning because he would get in late on Friday when he did come. So, you know, but I mean, there was never a custody battle. I mean, that was determined at the divorce. It was 50-50. You know, the only thing that ever changed with custody was they realized that as the kids got older, I think by the time they were 4, the 2-day, 3-day, the kids never knew, even at school, am I going home with mom? Am I going home with dad? Like, it got too hard on them doing too many switches too soon. And so they themselves decided to try week on, week off.
Right.
With a date night on Wednesday in the middle. Mm-hmm. And they put that in practice for a few months to just try it out. And the kids were happier, they were happier. That midweek breakup gave, you know, the other parent to see them, you know what I mean? And then but that was just between them. And so he would try to hold her hostage over that. It was like, okay, well, I have something coming up, and if you don't agree to make this timeshare switch or this week switch, the kids won't be available on date night. And so he always tried to use the kids to get what he wanted from her.
Like a leveraging tool, kind of.
Yeah, like he used them like pawns.
Yeah.
And so I said, take him back to court and make it permanent. It's working. We got work. If the judge signs it, then he can't hold date night hostage.
Yeah.
It just is what it is, and he'll have to abide by it. He always tried to take that off the table, always, through all, you know, as the kids get older, you know, they're going to have extracurriculars, it's not going to be feasible. And her thing, everything he ever threw at her was, she would go to the kids and she would say, do you guys like date night? Do you want to do date night? Yes, Mom. She's like, okay. And so she would fight. Mm-hmm. If they wanted it, she fought for it. You know, to me, like, Shanna was always like the best example of a mom because she always put her kids first. Mm-hmm. If it was important to them, she fought for it. If it was something they didn't care about, it's not worth fighting for it because they don't care. You know what I mean?
Right.
Her kids' mental and emotional and physical well-being was always her number one priority. Always.
just to kind of back you up a little bit here. I'm sorry, I'm thinking of questions and I want to ask them. I don't want to forget. What was your thought about when Shanna decided that she kind of wanted to leave the church?
Like I said, you probably interviewed a lot of church people.
Actually, no, really.
No, you haven't. Okay. For me, I think there are good people and bad people in every church, every industry, every business, everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not one of those people that I'm only going to be your friend if you go to church with me.
Gotcha.
I'm one of those people that if you don't go to church with me, I'm not going to not be your friend.
Yeah.
If I'm your friend, it's because I genuinely like you and I'm your friend. I stuck with Shanna regardless of that. You know, I was a little bit sad because I felt like she left the church because she was trying to disassociate herself with anything that reminded her of him.
Gotcha.
He always acted like church was the most important thing to him, but when he had the kids, they would come back and they would say, she would say, "Oh, what did you guys do with Dad this weekend? Did you go to church?" "No, Dad said it was closed." And she would text me and she'd be like, "What?" And I'm like, "Well, it was open. I was there." You know what I mean? So it's like, they were 3. He could get away with saying whatever he wanted to. You know what I mean? So, you know, I didn't really, think anything. I knew her parents would be sad. You know what I mean? I mean, when you're raised in any religion or any culture and that's been all you've known your whole life, I'm sure there's a heaviness or a sadness in your parents when you stray away from that.
Of course, absolutely.
But it didn't really affect me because I genuinely loved Shanna.
Yeah. And you said Shanna was working 3 jobs. Were her parents like not kind of helping her out, or? No,
her parents had stopped helping her out. They kind of cut her off because he wasn't in school, so the stipend was off. She considered going to school to get the stipend. Yeah. However, she had twin toddlers. You know what I mean? It was hard. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so she was kind of one of those things where it was like, I don't need anybody else. I'm strong. You know what I mean? So she worked at Publix. She worked at the YMCA. She worked at. She would meal prep for people, and she'd come into your house and she'd meal prep you for a week. You know what I mean? She put some in the freezer, some in the fridge, and then you'd just pop it out and you'd cook it. Gotcha. And so she was constantly, if she wasn't at one, she was at the other. If she wasn't at that one, she was asleep on the couch. You know what I mean? It was it was one of those things where she ran herself ragged trying to make ends meet for the kids so that she could give them what they needed and what they wanted. Gotcha. Because she was kind of running solo at that point. Gotcha. I think her parents cut her off because they weren't in favor of divorce, and I don't think they wanted to believe that he was as horrible as she said, that he was as manipulative and narcissistic as she said. Right. But then as they saw the emails and the texts and the nastiness that came out, he even tried to sue them when they got divorced. He tried to sue them. He wanted them to continue paying to finish his master's degree. And he also pulled a stunt where he tried to sue them because he had been married to her when I think it was over their life insurance policy. He wanted to still be entitled to that when they died because he had been married to Shanna. And, their attorney was like, "You're an idiot." You know what I mean? If you're not the spouse, you know what I mean? You have no claim on, the parents. But, it was always about money with him.
Gotcha.
That's what drove him. He tried to create an app. I think it was called Mezzy. My kid had a shirt from it. He gave it all the girls. They would come over to Shanna's and sleep over, and he was the husband, and they all had these Mezzy shirts. And I know that they had taken, I think, $100,000 or $150,000 of her trust or savings or something, and the parents had given him another $150,000. I don't know how much it costs to start an app, right? But it never launched, and $300,000 was tanked into it doing something.
Gotcha.
I don't know.
Did through all the issues with visitations and going back and forth and date night and all that stuff. Did you ever see where like was either one that kind of maybe trying to like gain more custody over the kids, or?
I think both would have been happier if they could have, but I mean, it's Florida. I mean, you pretty much have to have a parent in jail or have a mom for a crack whore. I mean, it's 50-50. It is what it is. You know what I mean? And like her lawyer told her, this parenting plan, this consent final, the CFJ, this is your Bible till they're 18. You know? So, I mean, what you wanted and what was possible, you know what I mean? It wasn't the same. You know, I mean, he always tried to. He was very accusatory. You know what I mean? Oh, if you're dating someone, they're not good. You know what I mean? They're not allowed to FaceTime if you're with anyone but yourself. You know what I mean? Like he tried to control the situation and her life even outside of marriage. You know, he has this need for control.
Well, why do you think that is? Why do you think he was trying to control her and like had all these rules about the FaceTime and all that?
Because he's a narcissist. His mother she'll tell you he's just like his father. He's very controlling. He's a narcissist. They went to therapy. They went to a church therapist, which always makes me laugh because you go to a church therapist, you can give a Sunday school answer and they'll say, check, you pass. You know what I mean? Like, go to a real therapist, it's going to make you do the work. You know what I mean? Like, I've never been a fan of church therapists, whatever that actually means. But they went to one and she saw it straight away, you know. He's definitely a narcissist. He always had to be in control. He had to be in control of the story. I'm the victim. She cheated on me. No one else would leave me for any other reason because I'm so, you know what I mean? You know. And I mean, I get it. As his family, they ran with that. It's easier to say, oh, you know, my son's wife cheated on him. You know what I mean? Than, you know, my son's an ass and his wife left. You know what I mean? Like, what sounds better? You know what I mean? Like, I get it. Of course. I get it. But, you know.
So then, kind of knowing Mario, or knowing Shanna, knowing Jared, what were your thoughts when you were like, she's like, oh, hey, I'm with this new guy named Mario. What were your thoughts on that?
Well, I think she met him at the gym. I think it was CrossFit, maybe. She met him there. And my thought was, you don't need to be with anybody. You need to go fix what he broke. You don't need to date anybody. Let's figure out you. Let's learn how to just be happy with you and not be dependent on anyone else. Just, you know what I mean? That was always my advice. I didn't want her dating anyone. I certainly didn't want her marrying anyone. I said, you know, I mean, I didn't know him per se. I mean, I met him. You know what I mean? He certainly is. He doesn't. Jared might be an ass, but if you just saw him, you might even think he was a nice guy.
Gotcha.
You see Mario and he doesn't, it's not same. You know what I mean? But then, you know, don't judge a book by its cover. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen how much Mario has, like, he adored those kids. He filled voids that Jared was creating. You know what I mean? Like, those kids wanted you to sit on the floor and build Legos and, you know what I mean? They wanted that kind of dad. And Jared wasn't that guy. They wanted cuddles. Jared was always, I'm so hot. He was so hot. He always had to sleep with a box fan. It was the weirdest thing. You know what I mean? And like Mario, you know, he's small. Like that was my biggest thing with Shanna. I was like, you never marry a dude that's shorter than you. That's just, you don't do that. You know what I mean? She's like, my sister said the same thing. You know what I mean? It was like, you know what I mean? So I mean, my you know, should you not was not because I thought he was bad. It was, it's just not, it broke all my rules. But I wouldn't marry him, so it didn't really matter what I thought. You know what I mean? You know, if you were looking for someone who was the polar opposite of Jared, even in appearance, you found him. You know what I mean? But like, I really didn't have any baseline of, is he good? Is he bad? Is he just fine? I saw how well and how great he did with the kids, and the kids just loved him. They talked about him all the time, which kind of resonated with me, and I really think that resonated with her. You know what I mean? I mean, what's the way to a single mom's heart? Love her kids. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like, you know, like a playbook. So, but he, unlike unlike Jared, like, he didn't seem to have any motive that way. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think he ever thought he'd even get married.
Gotcha.
You know, I think they got married hoping it would be a good marriage, and that it would be good for the kids, and it would, because he was so good with the kids, it would help them, you know what I mean, in this transition.
Gotcha. Did you find it odd that they got married so quick?
I did, but I understood why they got married so quick, because even though I tried so hard to talk to her and give her strength about how he can't control you unless you let him, she always was in fear that, you know, if I live with him, then, you know, he'll try to take me to court and, you know what I mean, and say, you know, she's being a bad example for the kids, and, you know what I mean, like, she never wanted to give up more custody than she had and that she was entitled to.
Gotcha.
And there was always that fear. I mean, he was a narcissist that chipped away at her. I mean, she was in therapy long before I knew her. Even when they lived in Connecticut, she was in therapy because it was hard for her to handle him and all he threw at her. And he really did chip away at her a little at a time. He did. So I was cautiously optimistic. I understood what her thought processes were, but I would have not been happy if she would have been my daughter. I'd have tried to stop it. You need more time under your belt. Make sure you know him, and you know what I mean, like just the normal mom things that go through your head. So I did, but I knew they were trying to do right by the kids. You know what I mean? So I always kind of hoped that everything would just be fine.
And then throughout the relationship, did you get to know him any better? Or?
I did. You know, he always used to talk to me. He always wanted to talk to me about church. You know, why do you believe in God? And, you know, why don't you?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And, like, we would kind of go back and forth like that. And, you know, one time I was like, I mean, do you not at all? Well, I believe in something. What is that? Oh, I believe in something. You know, there's got to be a higher power. I mean, obviously there has to be. You know what I mean? Like, something like that, you know. And, you know, we mostly talked about things like that. He talked about, you know, I think, you know, if there's something going on with the kids, it would be, you know, he would give his 2 cents, you know, and sometimes they were good cents and sometimes they weren't. You know what I mean? You know, but, like, I mean, I was never close to Mario, but definitely friendly with him. You know what I mean? Like, I go to Shanna's all the time. You know what I mean? Like, we're always on the phone. You know what I mean? A lot of times I'll be on speakerphone while they're in the car or whatever. You know what I mean? So, I mean, he was always around. But we weren't. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, he was just, that's who Shanna was married to. But Shanna's my friend. You know what I mean? Like,
I get it.
I wasn't trying to find, like, a couple's dating pool or something. You know what I mean? Like, my relationship was mostly just Shanna, but, you know, I know Mario. I would say he's my friend. Gotcha.
Would you say that as of late their relationship has changed a little bit?
I don't know that their relationship has changed per se. Like, I mean, I know all the dynamics of what's happening. You know, his intentions are good. His execution is poor.
Gotcha.
Because he was raised in a third world country where they do things very differently. And I think when kids are divorced kids, they create a set of survival skills on how I survive in this house and how I survive in that house. And maybe how I act in this house is not the same as how I act in this house.
Of course.
Because I have to do whatever it is to keep this parent happy that I'm with. And I think I was much better at it. Didn't like the game. You know what I mean? spent a lot of time in trouble over there at Jared and Kirsten's house. That's all he talked about.
Yeah.
He would say something wrong on date night and be told then you're going to be punished just when you get back on Monday. Do you know what I mean? Like, it was one of those things where, and part of it was Jared wanted them to hate Shanna as much as he did. To me, I don't care who you are, and I've got siblings who are divorced and have kids and whatever. My number one rule is I'm going to love you the best I can at my house, and Dad's going to love you the best the way he can at his house. And how I feel about your dad should never be relayed to you if you're the kid.
100%, I agree.
That's my job, is to protect you.
Yeah.
I'm just supposed to love you. And Shanna always did that. It could have been the day from hell with emails back and forth and this, that, and the other, and they would say something about him, and her response was always very simple. It was, I'm sorry that you feel that way. Or, I'm sorry that Dad made you sad. Or she never said, it was never, I understand. You know what I mean? Like, she never engaged in that, ever. Whereas the kids themselves, because I spent a lot of time with the kids, I love the kids, and they would say, I get in trouble if I say anything about my mom at my dad's house. My dad hates my mom. That makes me very sad. You know what I mean? Like, they would tell you, In fact, one time they told Shanna, and did not want me to find out because she was so embarrassed. He told them that they shouldn't do anything with me because I was bad. So anyone who was friends with Shanna, you're automatically bad.
Oh, I gotcha.
So I'm a bad person. So, you know what I mean? It was just that. I just feel like when it came to Shanna, it was toxic, but I never witnessed anything other than, you know what I mean? Sometimes she'd put them in bed, she'd call me and she's sobbing because I had to tell, you know what I mean? I had to just sit there and let them tell me whatever, you know what I mean? And, I always admired that part of her motherhood, is that she always put them first and always felt that it would be detrimental if she ever said anything bad about him. So, and as far as Mario, he just wanted to, he wanted them to stand up for themselves. You know what I mean? Like, ask him why you're getting punished. You know what I mean? Like, he wanted them to, like, be independent and strong and like at Shanna's house, like, if they would cry and whine for something, that wasn't going to get them anything. It would get them anything they wanted over there, just don't cry. You know what I mean? And he was like, why would you act two different ways? You know what I mean? Like, he couldn't understand the concept of kids have to come up with those survival skills.
Yes, right.
So, Mario's just not the marrying kind, quite honestly. You know what I mean? Like, he's very just, I don't know. I don't think any of that was ever important to him. I don't even think he ever saw himself getting married. But I do think that he loves Shanna and the kids. And, I mean, they're super great friends. You know what I mean?
Of course.
It's almost like
you could be a decent person and love somebody, but not necessarily be the best spouse.
Or be in love with them. You know what I mean? I think he loves her. I don't know that he's in love with her. I don't know that he ever was. But he definitely loves those kids. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So, and that brings up a good point. You said you don't know that he was ever in love with her. You think he married her just for the kids, basically, or you think there was more to it, or?
I don't know. I mean, Mario's very. He talks a lot. Like, sometimes, you know what I mean? Like, he talks a lot, but he's never. And he's very black and white. You know what I mean? He's not.
He doesn't sugarcoat things. I've noticed that.
Do what?
I've talked to him a couple times. He doesn't seem to sugarcoat things.
He's very unfiltered, raw. He'll just spit it out. And Shanna is more like, and you have to take her whole, Shanna's been emotionally battered. So she needs that feel good. She needs that. And he's not the warm and fuzzy. He's just, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? And, like, with his words I'm talking about, he's just very matter of fact, and, oh, that hurt your feelings? Well, sorry. You know what I mean? Get over, you know what I mean? Like, he's not, I don't know. I don't know how you can be such good friends, but maybe not meant for each other You know what I mean? On a intimate level, I don't really know. I mean, I don't know. I do know that he always loved those kids. I do know that he always wanted to, like, I don't know. And again, I told you from the beginning, I might be a little judgy, and I'm able to admit that. But I always thought that
I'm okay with that.
I always thought that, you know what I mean? Like he just was like Napoleon syndrome. Like they thought he was so big. Yeah. You know what I mean? Because he would do all the things that Jared wouldn't. Yeah. You know, but that you know, that was only in the beginning. Like Jared, like I said, he has somewhat evolved. I mean, in that he did do things with them sometimes. You know what I mean? Clearly. Yeah. I don't know if it was genuine. It's just so weird to me because, like, I see the videos of him with the baby and the little girl. Shanna doesn't own any of those, and she's got a buttload of pictures, but he didn't have any hands-on involvement. You know what I mean? Like, I can remember when they first were separating, even though he wouldn't leave until he got his money, because that was his deal. He wouldn't leave the house until he got half the house. Well, that wasn't going to happen until the divorce was final. You know what I mean? It was that kind of a thing, but he lived there for months in this toxic environment because he refused to leave until he got paid. And the kids would be so confused. It was, why do we have to stay with Dad? Like, he didn't even know what to feed them, or, you know, like he didn't know anything, and they were very confused of why he would be watching them. You know what I mean? As little as they were, they understood this is what Mom does. You know what I mean? Like, what is happening? Because he was always in the bedroom. Yeah. And they always had to be quiet. That's on the computer. You know what I mean? Like, it was a very confusing, and it's like those videos that are out. It's like, wow, I mean, I'm glad that you've come around. It's, you know what I mean? But I feel sad for Abby and Liam. Like, those don't even exist. It's not that we haven't seen them. It's that they don't exist. They weren't there. Yeah. So, I don't know.
Maybe you grew up as a parent, you know?
Maybe. I mean, Shanna's grown a ton. You know what I mean? Like, when you would hope that no matter when you have a relationship, whether it's successful or failed, that you're going to take things and become a better person as a result of the experiences that you've had. So, you know, if he grew up some, then, you know, kudos to him. You know, I mean, 7 years. So we figure when she married him, and that was 12 years ago. Yeah. That's a long time. You know what I mean? He's 21 years old. I mean, you know what I mean? How were you at 21 versus 33? A lot different. You know what I mean? I mean, I've got 21-year-old sons, and I'm hoping at 33 that there's going to be some evolution.
My parents were concerned for a little while, but we're good now. So. Yeah. But I'm trying to think how to word this. Did Mario's fondness for women bother Shanna at all, you think, or?
Oh yeah.
I mean, and he had some people living there and some other things, and.
Yeah, but it wasn't like they were women that he was with. He just has friends. Like, he has all these friends from like his army days, or, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. And she was just like, oh, you know, this one's, you know, this one is a hairdresser, and you know, and I told her she could stay here, and Shanna was like, okay. And then it was, well, you know, she's gonna pay part of the rent or part of the mortgage or whatever, you know what I mean? And then you know, 2 weeks later, her boyfriend is living there too, and then, and I told Shanna, I'm like, this is your house. You know what I mean? I'm like, you know, and so that didn't last very long at all. It was just more annoying. He kind of, he's married, but he still kind of lives like a single guy. You know what I mean? Like, he never understood what marriage meant. Like, to me, you know, if I'm gonna move someone in the house and I do that without my husband, we're gonna have an issue. You know what I mean? Like, I know there's gonna be an issue. Yeah. You know, so. You know, I mean, the friend thing, that didn't bother her. That didn't bother her as much as just he just doesn't always considerate of her feelings. How about that? Yeah. He doesn't always, like, for me, like, my first thought is, is my husband going to be okay with this? You know what I mean? He doesn't have that.
Gotcha.
That doesn't go through here.
Yeah.
It doesn't. It's, it just makes good sense. I'm going to charge her $600 to stay in this spare room. You know what I mean? And he looks at it, and that's how he looks at it. You know what I mean? I don't know that it's even intentional. It's just how he's wired.
Yeah. So maybe it's a money thing, bringing a little extra income for the two of them.
I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Would you say, does anyone ever stand in your mind that Shanna, you've met, or that Shanna talks about that just seems like kind of odd ducks that he hangs out with?
That he hangs out with? No, because he really doesn't hang out with anybody.
Mm-hmm.
He's, you know what I mean? He's just around, He's got like these rental properties that bring in money, and, he pretty much is always home.
Yeah.
He's always there. It's rare. Like, if he's not at a doctor's appointment or, you know what I mean, or some kind of appointment, like medical appointment, which I think he's got quite a few different things. I think he's on some portion of disability from the military or something. So other than appointments, like, he's a homebody.
Yeah.
He's always there. You know what I mean? Like, now maybe, so-and-so's coming in from out of town, and you know what I mean? And the whole group might get together and go, have a couple beers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's few and far between.
Was he ever the one that kind of take crazy trips?
No. He would take, like, I don't know, I think he's got family. Like, his family's like, always, if anyone gets in trouble, they call Uncle Mario because he'll help them. You know what I mean? So, you got a niece that's fighting with her parents, and you know what I mean? What do I do? You know what I mean? Yeah. And then you go talk to the parents, and, so he was like more like the family mitigator.
Gotcha.
And I mean, I've never heard of him taking a trip that had something to do with other than family.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, I've known throughout the years of him taking trips, but it always had a family, some cousin or some niece, or, you know what I mean? It was always family. I never heard about trips anywhere other than family stuff.
Gotcha. And did he have a brother living there at some point, and something happened with that?
Guillermo. He was there. He got out of the military, and he was staying with them. He wasn't living with them. He was just staying there. And they had a falling out because, I don't know, he was letting the kids say his name improperly, and Mario was like, no, make them say your name the way it is. And he was like, they're little kids. But again, Mario doesn't, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they had this big falling out over the kids' inability to say Guillermo. And he told them to leave. But he only just went to the sister's house. You know what I mean? Like, he kind of bought back and forth between them just for the time that he was in town. But it was never he was living with them situation.
Yeah. Okay.
That was just, I think it was like a week or something.
Gotcha. So his sister lives here too?
His sister lives here too.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's her name? Do you know?
Neely?
I don't know. I was just curious. Not a big thing there.
I don't know. I don't know. Mealy, I think. That's how he says it. I don't know if that's short for something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've met her a couple times.
So what did you think when you first heard about Jared, getting killed?
Well, Shanna called me on Thursday morning after it happened, and I could tell by her voice something was wrong, and she said, Jared's dead. And I said, I'm sorry, what did you just say? And she said, did you hear about that shooting last night in Jack's Beach? And I said, no. And she said, it was him. It was him. And I said, what? I couldn't process it. You know what I mean? Like, I couldn't, I was shocked. You know what I mean? Like, and she just, and then she told me that what had happened, and that Kirsten was coming over, and they were going to tell the kids together. And
I didn't have the time to put into the conversation because it was like 7 o'clock in the morning and I was leaving for the airport to go bury my mother-in-law. And so, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I just, and I was like, and then I was torn between, you know what I mean? It's like, I had to go do that, but I knew she probably needed, you know what I mean? So it's like, so, and then as people started finding out, they were texting me, and I just so happened to have Wi-Fi on the plane, whatever flight we were on. I don't remember, American or Delta, one of them, but, and so it was like, oh my gosh, have you heard? You know what I mean? I was like, yeah, and you know what I mean? And they're just like, oh my gosh, that's the craziest thing, and you know what I mean? And so, I mean, it was just more of a shock than anything. You know what I mean? Like, it was, I can remember saying, I'm sorry, what? I must have said it 3 times. Like, are you kidding me? Right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I just thought it was like I was in, like, Bizarro World or something. It was like I just couldn't, I mean, and then, of course, the days just started unfolding, and you know what I mean? And then, so then I started following the story from the plane, and, you know what I mean? That kind of a thing, and it was just so hard to wrap my head around.
Right.
That it happened to him. You know what I mean?
So just knowing Jared, knowing Shanna, knowing the whole family, knowing you probably have a better insight into their marriage and everything. Just into Jared, really. You saw his personality, whatever. I don't want to lead you, but in your brain, and your conscience, your soul, what do you think happened to him?
Well, it was always about money with him. Always. And he was a Freemason, he and his dad, and to me that's just some shady crap. I'm sorry, if you know what I mean, like, that's some shady crap, and I figured it was a money thing. You know what I mean? That was my first gut, was, who'd you piss off? You know what I mean? Who did your money, you know what I mean? Some deal went bad was what my first thought was. Whether or not it was the Freemason thing, I don't know. You know what I mean? But I do know he was into that, and when I say into it, because, like, I know a lot of people who are members of that. I've done a lot of research on that. I think it's weird. I think it's one of those secret society things. You're not allowed to tell your wife anything. You know what I mean? Like, anything where you are asked to keep secrets from the one person that you're supposed to be able to tell everything to is sketchy to me. But because I know of his love for money and that's what drove him, my head automatically went. I figured as the story unfolded, I figured there was 2 scenarios. Either it was a business deal gone bad, or maybe some, like, random gang initiation, or, you know what I mean, like some weird thing like that. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's my first thought, was money from the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm sure, like, have you and Shanna kind of talked about theories and what's been going on, and what's her kind of take on the situation? Or
it's very interesting how Kirsten's trying so hard to, judge, jury, executioner, right in the public eye. You know what I mean? Like she's trying real hard, and I mean, I have theories on that too, but you know what I mean?
What are your theories? I'd love to hear them.
Jared and Shanna, I've known a lot of people that got divorced, even including in my own family. I've never seen anyone with the venom and hatred as Jared. He was just an you know what I mean? Like, to me, he was an angry person. Okay, he hated Shanna. Everyone thought he hated Shanna. I thought he was obsessed with Shanna, personally.
Interesting.
If I told you that the girl between Shanna and his current wife, and even his current wife back when Shanna was younger, they could be sisters. He had a type. Their engagement rings,
if you line them all three up, you have to look hard. If their engagement poses exact. Okay, he had a type. I think he wanted everyone to believe he hated her, but I don't really think he did. There was even an IEP meeting at a school where the guidance counselor, like he wanted, if there was a meeting for the kids, he wanted there to be 2 separate meetings so he didn't have to be in the same room with Shanna. Guidance counselor told him, no, we got to get all these people together. It's one meeting. You can either get the notes or you can be there. Yeah. So he would always sit, always in the corner, never would say a word, never would be near her, wouldn't make eye contact. Like, it's the weirdest thing. And the guidance counselor even asked her, how long have you been divorced? After it was over. She's like, 3 years or 4 years, whatever it was. And she was like, something's wrong with him, because you shouldn't trigger him the way you trigger him after this much time. If it had been 3 months, okay, I get it. But that, you know what I mean? Like, so everyone saw that. The teachers all saw. He was just weirdly opposed to being even near her. And when he married Kirsten, so like Jared has horrible grammar, horrible spelling. Like, it's like 3rd grade gone bad. You just want to get your red pen out and just go to town or cry if you're reading it. And when he married her, everything changed, and it was 100% obvious that she was drafting the emails. Always passive aggressive, always, you know what I mean? But you knew it was her, because he didn't just get literate, you know what I mean? He always struggled in school, you know what I mean? Like, that was the thing. But anyway, so I think that the two of them enjoyed making Shanna's life hard. You know what I mean? Sending things that would hurt her. They would say things that were just hurtful. You know what I mean? And I in my initial thought was, well, the only way that she keeps his memory alive is to keep doing that. I'll make everyone hate her. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And I first thought that, but now, as I've given it more and more thought, I think she's setting her up. I think Kirsten is setting Shanna up for a civil suit for wrongful death.
All right. With that, we're going to put a pin in Miss Jensen there, and we'll get back to her. Court is still in recess, but I just didn't want to miss. They're coming back at 1:30. So welcome back, everybody. Hope everybody had a good break. Hope you enjoyed the musings of Miss Jensen there, Kim Jensen, friends with Jared since 5th grade, I think she said, and she's known Shanna for 11 years, I believe. So she knows what's going on in this court. I'm sorry, listen to me. She knows what's going on in that marriage as best as anybody would know outside of the marriage. It seems like her and Shanna confided in her a lot. So hope you guys all had a good break. And we are getting ready for live court to start. And here we are. How's that for timing? Yeah, I know you know what I mean. Everybody's got, hey, I didn't realize I'd say so much and lip smacked until I listened back to a couple of the streams I did. I'm like, oh my God, are you kidding me? You guys should have like torched me for that. So, and that, I mean, we all have our idiosyncrasies. And especially when you're nervous. You know, I don't know what I sound like when I'm nervous. Who knows? So I am not sure. Oh, that's some kind of demonstrative right in front of Mario there. That's a huge poster board of something. a huge poster board of, I'm not sure what that is. Mike, you were taught in college public speaking courses to count the ums. Oh, how many times somebody says When you hear it, or when you're listening for it, it becomes annoying. Just like, you know what I mean? It can become annoying. All right, Aaron has some breaking news. Breaking news from Aaron. Let me see if I can find it. All right. Comes now the defendant, Shanna Lee Gardner, by and through undersigned counsel, hereby gives notice the defendant withdraws and removes the following individuals from defendant's original witness list and does not intend to call them at trial. Kirsten Bridegan, A.B. L.B. Respectfully submitted, Michelle Medina. Dated August 25th. All right. So the defense for Shanna Gardner has withdrawn and removes Kirsten and AB and LB, the twins. So they are no longer going to call them for as witnesses. So breaking news. Yes, breaking news. Breaking news. We need like a breaking news thing. So breaking news just came over the wires, hot off the presses. Kirsten will not be called, nor will the, I just said nor will the twin children. Twins will not be called. Yes, breaking news effect. Here, this is the breaking news. All right, so yes, Shanna Gardner has withdrawn and removes Kirsten, AB, and LB from the witness list. They do not intend to call them. So thank you for that, Aaron. Appreciate that. Twins will definitely not testify. Horse Welfare says, yeah. Does that mean her phone is out? No, that's still up. That's still on the table. She has until tomorrow to hand that over. I think that's still on the table. I think that's still on the table. That we don't know. I have the witness list for Mario. We got to get our hands on the witness list for Shanna. I don't have. I gotta get my hands on the witness list for Shanna. We have Mario's. She wasn't on Mario's. She's not here. She's not on Mario's witness list. I'm pretty sure. Let me look again. Civilian witnesses. They had minor childs. They had minor child. Kim is not on here. Kim Jensen is not on here. So Kim was not on Mario's witness list. So I'm not sure if she'll be on Shanna's. Green-eyed cat, hello. Berries, so they had to show cause Kirsten to go. Yes, we have no bananas on her phone and eat her as witness. Well, it's still on the table, I think. I don't think it's off the table yet. I mean, they could still use her phone, right, without having to call her in, right? I'm not sure about that. Who can introduce her phone into witness then? Yeah, okay, interesting. I don't think, well, the defense isn't calling her, but they, let's see, she was going to be a hostile witness regardless. I mean, they could still look at her phone records and, from a defense standpoint. From a prosecutor standpoint, you just call in a detective or a Cellbrite expert. But from a defense standpoint, can't you do the same? Do you have to call the person whose phone it is in? Can't you have your Cellbrite expert come in and testify to it? I know for the state you wouldn't need the person who owns the phone. You could just bring in the extraction expert. Carol in Vero says, I have a 50-50 bet that if Mario is found guilty, Shanna is going to ask for a plea. Interesting. Jennifer, that's good news. The kids have been through enough. Well, as we know, or as we found out from Kim, I don't know if we heard that yet, but I've heard 2 interviews of hers, and she says that Shanna would do anything for the children. Shanna would do anything for the children. So I can see her not calling in because she doesn't want those kids to go through that. I can totally see that. Here, let's get us over here. This is a better. I like this view until judge comes out. Like she would do anything for the children, according to what Kim said. Sandra, you don't ever want to hear, you know what I mean? Ever again? Well. Shirley, I'm so curious as to what evidence they have against Shanna. Southern Heathen, Shanna isn't going to plea, not with Jose. Yeah, not with that lawyer. Jose Baez is her lawyer. Well, that'd be interesting. That'll be interesting. Mike, going to be interesting tomorrow when they say her phone was dropped in the river. We were talking about that Friday. Kirsten went on a boating trip and accidentally dropped the phone in the ocean. You know, who are we to say that that didn't happen? You know, who are we to say? Kat, so sorry to hear about your sister. Wow. Sorry about that, Kat. Sorry to hear that. She got bit on the face by a spider. Yo. Sorry about that, Kat. Hope she's okay. Yeah, Eileen, I don't know. I don't know. We'll find out tomorrow because that's the deadline. So we'll find out tomorrow. I would think they could still use, I mean, look at what they did with Mario. Nobody called him as a witness. He chose not to testify even though he is the defendant. But I don't know. I think you could still bring her phone in. I'm no lawyer, but I would think that you still could. You could still bring her phone in without having her testify. I don't know. We're going to have to find out. We'll find out tomorrow, I guess, a little bit more. Yes, those kayaks tip over pretty easily. I was thinking more just on a boat in the ocean and whoop, there it goes. Jose is very smart, Mike. Yep, Jose is very smart. Is Kim on the prosecution list for Shanna? I don't know. I don't have copies of that. We got to try and find the witness list. If it's been finalized or not. They have a hearing, I think, Thursday. So we're going to try and cover that. Well, not try. We will cover that. We'll cover that on Thursday. She's got a probably, I would assume, the last pretrial hearing because jury selection starts on Monday. So stand for the truth. How are you? Is Henry Tennant still going to have a trial? Yes, as far as we know, that's, I think, in March of 2027. So next year, as far as we know right now, it is still, as Kaylee is saying, it is still planned. Things could change. This trial, this case, everything, things could change, you know. So, but as of right now, yes. As of right now, I think it's March of 2027. Yeah, Mike. Yep. Oops, fell out of my hand. I don't know what happened. It was there 1 minute and gone the next. I mean, why not? Pipeline says, you saw the Casey Anthony trial. In short, Baez was too good. Emphatic at times. Drisser is okay, but Baez was excellent. It's going to be the same. The state is going to be the same. It's going to be Mr. Mizrahi and Miss Stifler. Those two are going to be the same. So it's going to be interesting. All right, here comes the judge.
If you know something about police in session.
Thank you.
Be seated. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything we need to take up?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Let's bring in the jury. Thank you. Welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone may be seated. All right, members of the jury, the defense will now present their closing argument. Mr. Dreiser?
May it please the court?
Yes.
Counsel? Members of the jury. Jared Bridegan was murdered. Henry Tenon murdered Jared Bridegan. Mario Fernandez had no motive. He had no desire. He had no reason, and he certainly gained no benefit from the death of Jared Bridegan. In the first 15 seconds of Mr. Hill's opening statement to all of you, that's exactly what he said. And it rings as true at the beginning of my closing statement to you all as it did when Mr. Hill told you that. Because what he told you was that the evidence that you had not seen yet would show that Jared Bridegan had been murdered, that Henry Tenon had murdered Jared Bridegan, and that there would be no reason for Mr. Fernandez to do this. And after you've seen all of the evidence in this case, and you've been presented even with the first closing argument, Mario Fernandez had no motive to do this. He had no reason to do it, and he got no benefit. So I'd like to walk you through what we expect the judge is going to read you, the law in this case. And then I'm going to walk you through all the facts we heard so we can determine whether or not the government met their burden, whether they told you just a series of half-truths every single day and didn't tell you the whole story until we would get up and ask the witness questions, get the whole story out, the whole picture. So let's walk through what I expect the law to be. The law is so important in this case because you have to take all of the information that you heard and with no doubt in your mind, in order to convict Mr. Fernandez, each and every one of the elements we're about to go over must be met. And I found it so important that we don't ever hide the law from you, that during my entire closing statement, the law will be right here, right behind me. So at any given moment, if you want to ask yourself, was there actually any evidence that Jared Bridegan is dead? Of course there is. That is not in dispute. There is no reasonable doubt that Jared Bridegan is dead. The death was caused by the criminal act of Mario Fernandez. There's all the reasonable doubt in the world that this criminal act wasn't caused by Mr. Fernandez. The state has told you that Mr. Fernandez did not do any act that caused Jared Bridegan to die. And there was a premeditated killing of Jared Bridegan. While we're walking through, you have to determine whether there was a premeditated killing that Mr. Fernandez, prior to the murder, wanted Jared Bridegan dead. So we know that Mario Fernandez did not kill Jared Bridegan. That is not in dispute. So then the state attorney relies on what is a principal instruction. And the principal instruction says, if Mario Fernandez helped Henry Tenen commit a crime, then he's a principal, and he must be treated as if he had done it. So I'll concede that they're going only on the principal instruction because clearly Mr. Fernandez did not kill Jared Bridegan. So how do they do that? What do they have to prove to you with no doubt? What must you be convinced of at the highest level of our justice system that you will leave this courtroom with no doubt in your mind, that you are convinced beyond all doubt? You have to know that Mario Fernandez intended for this crime to occur. So when we're walking through the facts this afternoon, ask yourselves, what single fact before February 16th of 2022 did you hear one witness say that Mario Fernandez wanted this crime to occur? What witness took the witness stand and said, or heard, or a wire call, anything, any piece of evidence where you heard Mr. Fernandez say, I want that son of a bitch dead. I'll do anything to kill Jared Bridegan. I hate him. He deserves to die. Any number of disgusting, foul statements that we always hear in murder cases. Ask yourselves, what one singular statement did you hear so that you could know beyond all doubt that Mr. Fernandez intended this crime to occur prior to February 16th?
Your Honor, I'm objecting to misstatement of the law for the third time.
You want to be heard?
No, I'll reread the instruction, Your Honor.
So I'll sustain the objection.
The defendant intended the crime to occur. And then second, the defendant did not act, did some act, or said something that was intended to, and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, advise the other person to actually commit the crime. That's what the judge is going to read you. That's what you have to know beyond all reasonable doubt. And while we're walking through this, please ask yourselves over and over again, what fact did we hear that Mr. Fernandez did some act that encouraged or caused or assisted this crime to occur? That you heard on a wire call, that you heard a witness say that he did, that he incited, that he did any of these things. And then the second charge is criminal solicitation. And in the criminal solicitation count, the government has alleged that on between November 1st and February 16th of 2022, right off the rip, what evidence did you hear in this case about anything that happened in November of 2021? What one piece of evidence did you hear of anything that happened in November? And I'm going to submit to you there was none. What one piece of evidence did you hear in this case that anything happened in December of 2021? Why has the government alleged that there's some period of solicitation when they didn't show you one single piece of evidence for 2 months? And then I'll concede the first piece of evidence that they showed you during this time period is somewhere around January 5th, and we'll talk about that. But you have to ask yourself while we're walking through these facts, and most importantly, while you're deliberating, what one piece of evidence did you hear? Go back, please. That Mario Fernandez solicited Henry Tenen to commit this offense. What call? What text? What meeting? What witness? What did you ever hear that Mario Fernandez solicited Henry Tenen to do anything? I'm going to submit to you, you didn't. It did not happen. There was no evidence. And when they say the checks are post the homicide. Checks, there is no check. And I very carefully went through, and we'll talk more about the checks, but just to give you some...
Mr. Dreiser, pause for a moment.
flash for a second. Take your time now. It's all the way down the floor. It's just a loose connection.
There you go. There you go.
The IT AV guy is there. The guy in the white hair, the bottom right.
There you go.
Something must have gone.
I won't touch it. I'll touch it. No, leave it. I gotta be able to see it. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you. So first, they have to prove to you that Mario Fernandez solicited him in some way. Before the homicide, he went to him and said, hey, I want you to commit this particular crime. And there is no evidence whatsoever of a conversation, a solicit, a meeting where a solicitation took place. None. And then, on top of that, they have to prove to you, convince you, so that there is no doubt in your mind that during that meeting, that solicitation, that time period, that event that they've never been able to prove to you happened, that Mario Fernandez commanded, encouraged, or hired, or requested Henry Tenen to engage in this specific conduct, which would constitute first-degree murder. They first have to prove to you that there's some meeting that took place that you've seen no evidence of. And then they have to tell you exactly what happened at that meeting or during that call.
Objection, Your Honor. It's a misstatement of the law.
This is my argument as to the
Hold on. Let me see your sidebar really quick.
All right, so what was he talking about there?
Or during that call.
Objection, Your Honor. It's a misstatement.
Meeting, hired, or requested Mario Fernandez commanded, encouraged, or hired, or requested Henry Tenen to engage in this specific conduct, which would constitute first-degree murder. They first have to prove to you that there's some meeting that took place that you've seen no evidence of. And then they have to tell you exactly what happened at that meeting or during that call.
Objection, Your Honor. It's a misstatement of the law.
All right, so it's he's saying the state has not proven that Mario and Henry specifically talked about taking out Jared. So that's what that sidebar is about. Misstates the law. Or misstates the evidence, misstates the law. What do you say? You think I was paying attention?
Which would constitute first-degree murder. They first have to prove to you that there's some meeting that took place that you've seen no evidence of. And then they have to tell you exactly what happened at that meeting or during that call.
Objection, Your Honor. It's a misstatement of the law.
Ah, misstatement of the law. Not of evidence, but misstates the law. So the state doesn't have to prove that when they did talk and or got together, they talked about this conspiracy? I guess that's what he's saying. That is misstating the law, that the state has to prove that when they got together, they talked about this conspiracy. I guess the state can just say, hey, they got together. We don't know what they talked about, but it's a potentially they could have talked about a conspiracy. Long sidebar. It's cutting into the timing of the defense closing. I mean, I suppose I could pause it, but we'll just let it go. . long sidebar. Yeah, Debbie, I know. I guess we should stop the clock, but I go back and forth with that. Should we stop the clock during these objections? I mean, it's still technically it's cutting into eating into his actual speaking, but as far as when did it start, you know, I'm going more for that. I'm going more for he started at 1:45 and here it is 3:15 and he's still talking, kind of thing. So I mean, there's two ways you could view the clock. One is him just specifically talking, and the other one is his entire bank of time, or time that he's using up or utilizing. So I'm just going to let it run. We'll just let it run. Yeah, Mike, it's all part of the closing. Yeah, because we could get really, really, in depth and be like, well, he only talked for half an hour, but there was 30 minutes of sidebars. So I'm just going to let it run.
All right, I overrule the state's objection. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. The law that's been in front of you this entire time says is that they have to prove so that there is no doubt in your mind that Mr. Fernandez solicited Mr. Tenon to commit this crime, and then the specifics of what happened during that solicitation. They have to prove to you that Mr. Fernandez in some way commanded, encouraged, hired, requested to engage in this specific conduct. And that's what the law is. It will be behind me the entire time I give my closing argument. And I ask you to think to yourselves, what evidence did I hear at all that I could know without any doubt in my mind that these crimes were committed and that every element has been satisfied by the government? There is no question that the facts of this case are sad. There is no question that there was a child in the car. There is no question that an innocent man was gunned down in a dark street on a night in which he least expected it. We concede that fact. We don't dispute that fact. And what the judge is going to read to you is that although those things may be true, and we're not asking you to ignore them, when you go back to deliberate, you can only decide this case upon the evidence that you have heard, the testimony of the witnesses, and that you've seen in the form of exhibits and testimony and evidence. But this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. And your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on evidence and the law contained in those instructions. So although we concede how sad this case is, the judge is going to instruct you that you cannot take those feelings and use them in any way to be biased or prejudiced against Mr. Fernandez or the evidence that is or is not applicable to him. So real briefly, we started this case with this family law motive that Shanna and the history of their family law case. So very briefly, Shanna and Jared Bridegan got married in 2010. That's the history. 2 twins were born of this marriage, AB and LB, in 2012, and Shanna filed for a petition to dissolve her marriage with Jared in 2015. The court entered a consent final judgment ordering equal time sharing. And although that doesn't seem like an important fact of this case, it may be the most important fact, because as the state has told you, the motive for Mr. Fernandez to commit this murder is because they weren't happy with the child custody arrangement. But the fact is, the evidence in this case is nothing consistent with that fact. Because when Shanna and Mario get married, that's in 2018. So all of what we just went over before, Mr. Fernandez didn't even know about. It wasn't facts that he was aware of. But he does get married, and over the years, there are modifications and changes. And we went through those together, and every single one of them is in this binder. The entire docket sheet is in the binder, and all the applicable pleadings that we talked about and the state was free to put into evidence any that they talked about. Not one time does Shanna Gardner or Mario Fernandez attempt in any way to change the custody agreement between Shanna Gardner and Jared Bridegan. They're right. They did argue once over who should pay for an oxygen machine. Ms. Stifler said they litigated that issue. No, they did not. I showed you that pleading, and then I quickly showed you that they came to an agreement, meaning they asked the court for litigation, and then the two parties on their own decided who to pay for it, and they agreed. No question that not one single time did Ms. Gardner ever say, I think it would be better to take away time sharing from Jared Bridegan. Never. Not one time. And in fact, I showed you that in the pleadings in which they did talk about time sharing, she repeatedly asked the court to keep a 50-50 time sharing. And in one pleading I showed you, she went out of her way to say, it's working really well. We just want to switch the days. So when you hear the rhetoric that this is about a child custody battle, what you should be hearing is that when Ms. Gardner or Jared Bridegan had any issues that they wanted changed, they went to court. They filed pleadings, and they either agreed on their own, which is what happened in every single situation, or their intended purpose was to ask the court to rule. You didn't hear one time that there was any self-help where Mario Fernandez threatened Jared Bridegan, said, if you don't agree to this, I'm going to do this to you. And in fact, this family law case had been closed for over 4 months, completely closed, with no filings prior to the homicide of Jared Bridegan. There wasn't a single family law dispute going on at the time of the homicide. I thought it would be helpful when we go through all the witnesses. I would show a picture so it would help us do a visualization of who we're talking about and what they said. First witness, if you may recall, was Ms. Cruz. She was a scene witness. She got there. She placed a 911 call. It's obvious she didn't know what had happened. She took great care of BB. She did not see anyone leaving, and we asked her no questions. Because as we promised you in the beginning, if we didn't think it aided you in determining the law with the facts of this case, we did not want to waste your time. Then Mr. Borgia took the stand. He was also a scene witness. He didn't see anyone leaving, and we didn't ask him any questions. The next witness was Sergeant Smith. He was a responding officer, and what I noted from his testimony is he just said how dark that road was and how dark that road was. And you have to ask yourself, why was it so important that they kept talking about how dark that road was? It's because the government cannot prove to you who the people who were involved in this crime were. They don't know who was driving that truck. So they want it to be known how dark it was. But then when I got up, I said, it's not dark all over Jack's Beach, is it? And he's like, no, there's street lights all over Jack's Beach. Isn't that correct? Yeah. There's surveillance at the police station. You can see just fine. That's correct. Because there's plenty of light in Jack's Beach to determine, if they could, who was involved in this crime. And what the evidence in this case is, it's not Mario Fernandez. It's Henry Tenen and an unknown person who was driving that truck. We'll talk more about that. Then you heard from Ms. Bridegan. Ms. Bridegan told you that there were thousands of text messages in a group family chat, meaning that they communicated regularly. Shanna Gardner, Kirsten Bridegan, Mario Fernandez, and Jared Bridegan. Not one single threat of violence. She couldn't articulate one time where there was an act of violence, that Mr. Fernandez did something that made her nervous or made her afraid or said something threatening, like, if you don't drop the kids off at this time. Because I asked her, what were they mostly scheduling? And she said, yeah, medical appointment stuff, yeah. In thousands, there wasn't one time where this alleged murderer he just kept his cool all the time. He never one time made a threat. One time did an act of violence that she could articulate. no physical confrontations between Mr. Fernandez and Jared Bridegan. I said, did he ever report to you that he threatened him or confronted him? No. She showed that the family law case was closed 4 months before. There was no arguments about this upcoming baptism. She said Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Gardner were calm about it. Ms. Gardner took AB dress shopping. And this is an important fact. I said, did you go over to the Fernandez residence the day after this homicide? She was like, I did. I asked if I could go over there so we could all deliver the news to the children together. And I said, did they agree? And she said, yes, they did. They invited Miss Bridegan into their home at her request, meaning she wasn't afraid of Shanna Gardner. She wasn't afraid of Mario Fernandez. She asked, can I come into your home? Can we do this together? And they said yes. They included her in that. But what you later learned in the interview of Mr. Fernandez, where I'll admit he is a little angry. He is a little uncomfortable about what happened. Because with the grace that they showed Miss Bridegan, she did not in return. She would not allow Miss Gardner to attend the funeral of Jared Bridegan with her daughter. And there is no question that after the grace Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Gardner showed Ms. Bridegan, she did not return that grace, and he was frustrated about that. And then they made a big deal that there was a suggestion of death filed in this case. Per the rules of Florida court, when there's a child in the family law system and there are pleadings regarding those child, you file what's called a suggestion of death, letting the court know that one of the parties had passed. That is all it means. It doesn't mean anything else. You heard from Dr. Gillespie. He was the medical examiner in this case. He confirmed what we've all been talking about, that in fact Jared Bridegan was murdered, and we asked him no questions. Then you heard from Detective Jarman. He was an evidence technician who went to the scene. He talked about what the scene looked like, what he did. He had done a walkthrough. He said a picture is worth 1,000 words, and that's why it was important for him to videotape in case it had any evidentiary value. And he participated in carefully collecting DNA from the scene. Next, we heard from Corporal Wallace. This is the witness who compiled all of the surveillance in this case. He headed up the task force of people that went from business to business, from residence to residence, to collect every piece of possible surveillance that they could find in this case so that they could attempt to connect Mario Fernandez to the homicide of Jared Bridegan. And he told you just how carefully he had done that. And they had, on direct examination, they had asked him, well, what do you convert times to make sure everything lines up? Yes, I took great care to do that. I added up times. I subtracted UTC to format it so everyone can get a good idea what's happening. And of course, the video was wrong. First question I asked him, sir, you said that you took great care and precision to do this. You think precision is important? Yes, I do. You think accuracy is important? Yes, I do. You agree with me that this video is incorrect? Yes, it's wrong. Well, what's wrong? Is it not the truck that's pulling out, or is it the time? It's the time. On the video, if you recall, before I got up on cross-examination, it looked like the truck pulls out, and then they show a map, and then they showed it on fairway. But it wasn't until we got up. There's 36 minutes that we had to tell you, you have no idea where that blue truck is prior to the homicide. When that truck pulls out of Pablo Hamlet for 36 minutes, you don't know where it is. And then I went out of my way to say, okay, well, the state's alleging that there's no surveillance at a gravel parking lot. Were there any reports that a vehicle was in that gravel parking lot? No, sir. You had mentioned that there's a long street along the golf course where there's no surveillance, you would mention that that's a busy road at 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night on a Wednesday night. That's 15th. That's right. Did you get one report, one Crime Stopper tip, any information that a Ford F-150 that's been blasted on the internet and the news was just randomly parked along that way? No? No information. So this whole time, the government gets up here and they're like, Mr. Fernandez didn't report the F-150. Mr. Fernandez didn't report the F-150. Nobody reported the F-150. Jimmy Jones, where the truck was found, didn't report an F-150. It's because there are thousands of F-150s and the surveillance really wasn't all that clear that was released to the media. But there is no evidence that in this case, a truck, an F-150, two-toned in color, on the night of the homicide was anywhere near the Fernandez residence, anywhere parked on the roadway, and certainly not at the Cradle Creek Preserve. They just throw these things out there and they expect you to say, well, it could have been. Now, it's interesting. When they want to do could have beens, they say you can't do that. The jury instruction is going to tell you it's not a forced doubt, it's not a speculative doubt, it's not an imaginary doubt, until they want you to fill in the gaps of the evidence and say there's a blue truck parked at a gravel parking lot. No evidence of that whatsoever. They just want you to believe that without ever giving you a single piece of evidence that that's true. Today, in the beginning of Ms. Stifler's opening statement, she said, you can believe that, and you can believe that. She was like Oprah Winfrey handing out vehicles. You get a car, you get a car. It's not how it works. It's not you get to believe this, you get to believe that. We have evidence. That's what all of this is. They spent 6 days trying to establish that Mr. Fernandez participated in this crime, and that's what you have to know. You have to know, or at least be presented with something so that you could believe that during that 36-minute period of time, Mr. Fernandez had something to do with this crime. But the answer is they just don't know. They have no idea where that truck was. They have no idea who was in that truck. And they just want you to guess or fill in the gaps in your mind. Ms. Stifler told you very on in her opening statement this morning, you can use reasonable inferences. I'm going to tell you that I'm going to read a lot of law to you, and when I'm done and Mr. Mizrahi's done, the judge is going to read you a bunch of jury instructions. You listen. See if you ever hear the word, you can take and use reasonable inferences. See if you ever hear that this afternoon, because I submit to you, you will not. You will never hear the judge say, yeah, you can just do reasonable inferences and jump from fact to fact. That is not something that you're going to hear. That's just something that they told you because they want you to do that because they didn't meet their burden in this case. The next, and I wasn't trying to be a stickler about all the little mistakes in this case, but my client is charged with first-degree murder, which is the highest crime that you can be charged with in this country. So when they make all the mistakes about the times that we have to point out, and it's in evidence, and when you look at the CD, it says, State of Florida, State v. Gardner Hernandez. They don't even get his name right. And is that the biggest deal in the world? No, but it's one mistake after the next mistake that we have to keep pointing out to you because the government was careless. They're not taking the time to make sure that in this case, all the T's are crossed, the I's are dotted, and that they have their evidence in order. It's just one mistake after the next. And then it shows, after we corrected it, that it's 8 o'clock when the truck pulls off. And we're going to talk about that a little bit more. Pablo Hamlet is on surveillance. It runs all the time. And they want you to believe that that's the area of interest. But yet, you never see Mr. Fernandez at Pablo Hamlet. You never see a person running from his residence to the Ford F-150, from the Ford F-150 back to the residence. No evidence of that. So what does the government do when they have absolutely no evidence that Mr. Fernandez ever gets to that truck or ever gets back to his home or goes back from his home back to the truck? I mean, let's just talk about it. What they're telling you is, and we'll get to his phone, trust me, but his phone goes off, then his phone goes back on, then she wants you to believe that there's a second gap, his phone goes off, his phone goes back on. He's home. But if you want to believe what the government's trying to convince you to believe, he has to be running all around Jack's Beach. Detective Johns told you that when the phones finally connect, one phone pings over by Mojo's. The other phone is over by the police station where Henry Tennant is. They want you to believe it's Mario Fernandez who's over there by Mojo's, and somehow, like a ghost in the night, he never is seen. So think about what they keep asking you to do. In that video, when the truck pulls off, all of a sudden Detective Johns is like, it pulled into a gravel lot. And I said, you can't even see in that video the vehicle stop. And he's like, no, you can't. So what makes you think it stopped? He just told you. I think it stopped, even though I asked him right on the stand, you acknowledge that you can't see that video stop. That's correct. You have any evidence that it ever stopped there? No. He just wants you to believe it because that's something you'd have to imagine because he wants it to be true because it's nowhere else. Go back. I asked them what no criminal defense attorney ever does. You ask questions you know the answers to. And I looked at him and I said, tell me, after that truck pulls off, you believe it doesn't leave for hours. Where does the truck go? What did he tell you? I don't know. I think it pulled into a lot. There is no evidence of Mr. Fernandez out and about, the blue truck, for approximately 3 hours after you last see that truck pull out of Pablo Hamlet when it just backs up, turns around, and pulls forward. So like we said, there's no surveillance. I showed a video, if you recall, of the truck passing a sidewalk by the police station. And I said, count how many people are on the sidewalk. And it was 7. 7 people in that one clip were right next to that truck. And not a single person reports seeing Mr. Fernandez, a person who's been blasted all over the news and the media, saying, I saw him that night. He was in that truck. Not a single person. This is 7 o'clock at Jack's Beach. This isn't a time period where it's in the middle of the night and no one would see him. And then I showed you all what area they had pulled into. Mr. Fernandez is going to be running from his home, across Discovery School, back to a truck at the area of interest, and it's not caught on surveillance. It's not seen. He's not seen by any one of the people in the 40 or 50 windows that are in just that building, in the smokers pavilion. Do you remember when I asked the detective about Corporal Wallace about that smoking pavilion? And I said, it was 7 o'clock at night. Not a single person in an area where people congregate and smoke, which is, 30 feet from where the car was parked? And he said, oh, I don't think people smoke at night. Have you ever met a smoker? Do they stop smoking at 6 o'clock? That's what they're trying to do. When they cannot give you evidence or an answer in this case, they just say whatever they want, including smokers stop smoking at around 7 o'clock on a Wednesday night. And you have to ask yourself, how credible is that if someone's willing to tell me something we know just isn't true? Am I to rely on this kind of evidence to convict Mr. Fernandez of first-degree murder? That's for you to decide. And then he collected so much, if you go back, so much surveillance that they caught, in this video it's really small, but it's all there, back there in evidence, and every witness agreed. When Mrs. Bridegan pulls into the police station, you can see Henry Tennant in the same frame of Mrs. Bridegan pulling into the police station. If you stop it, you can see Henry Tennant on the sidewalk, and you can see Miss Bridegan's vehicle. And I'm not suggesting to you that that's some fact that you should believe that Miss Bridegan is involved. I'm not. But ask yourselves this. If they had Henry Tenon and Mario Fernandez in the same frame on the night of the homicide, how many times would they play that for you? They would say that is all the evidence that you need. And they collected so much surveillance that they actually got the killer and the widow in the same frame on the night of the homicide, and they can't show you one piece of evidence that connects Mario Fernandez on the night of the homicide to the crime scene, to the truck, to the route, to a gravel lot, to the Cradle Creek Preserve. Nothing, except for that Mario Fernandez is at his house. That's how much surveillance the government collected in this case. And then they want you just to believe it's just chance luck that he's a ghost in the night. And that's not reasonable. Then we heard from Detective Burrell. He said that he collected the tire at the Potomac house. He told you that who was there when he collected it, and that he went to the home, knocked on the door, and who was at the house when he got there? Mario Fernandez and Miss Gardner. So when they say, we have no idea where Mr. Fernandez was the night of the homicide, yes, you do. You know exactly where he was. They have him traveling at 5:45, and we'll get there on Beach Boulevard, going back to his house. He never leaves. His phone never leaves. And when law enforcement, who they told you, they don't call and say, hey, we're on our way over. They don't know when they're going to pop in. When they popped in, who was there? Mr. Fernandez. So when you hear over and over again, we don't know. They told you in the opening statement, we don't know where Mr. Fernandez is. They told you in the first close, we don't know where he is. You do know. He's at home because witnesses saw him at home. And I don't want to jump too far ahead, but while we're talking about it, Mr. Fernandez's interview said that he was home. And then you say, well, maybe he would lie. How do we know he's not lying? We know he's not lying because he said, when the children came in, I talked with them. And they told me that Jared Bridegan took a 20-minute or so phone call during the date night. And then I asked Detective Johns, did you confirm whether that was true? And he said, yeah. He had to take a work call during the date night. How in the world could Mr. Fernandez know that there was a call during date night unless the daughter told him when he got home that there was a call during date night? So now you know he's home because he said he was home. The facts confirm that he was home. His phone is at the location, and Detective Burrell, sure enough, knocks on the door, and Mario Fernandez is there. He's not acting nervous. He's not sweating. He's not doing anything evasive. He's not fumbling with his phone. Not one single detail could they offer you that suggested their favorite phrase, that Mr. Fernandez had consciousness of guilt. None. He answered the door. He spoke with detectives, and there was nothing unusual whatsoever about the encounter. And they looked at the evidentiary ring doorbell. They shared it with him, and he said he just didn't see anything of evidentiary value. Then we got to meet Detective Chris Johns. There is going to be a jury instruction that the judge is going to read you that I want to point out now, because this is the point in the trial where you have to ask yourself, was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? That's your job to determine that. But I suggest to you that when the government had a question for Detective Johns, he had no problem answering it. Can you tell me about these FBI cast slides? Sure, I'd be glad to. Then I ask him, can you tell me just, some basic information? Oh, we should leave that for Agent Blythe. If they wanted it, he had no problem answering their questions. If I just wanted a simple answer to a simple question, he just wouldn't give it to me. I had to walk through 30 minutes of a bank account, an irrevocable trust yesterday that had no $50,000 transfer out of it. Didn't occur. He could have just said, there's no $50,000 transfer. But he wouldn't. He was not straightforward in answering my questions. And that is one of the factors in weighing the evidence in this case that I will ask you to consider when you go back and deliberate. He has no homicide experience. This was his first case. He's now a part-time employee. He works as a financial planner or a tax person. He acknowledges this was the biggest case of his career, and he had no experience handling a case like this. He acknowledged that there were thousands of Crime Stopper tips. He said sometimes people would just call and be like, I saw a Ford F-150 at the Home Depot, and there's nothing we could do with it. But that's how many tips they got. People in the area were willing to give any information they had, and yet not a single shred of evidence on the night of the homicide that anyone came into this courtroom and reported connecting Mr. Fernandez to the blue truck, to the scene, to the route, to the school, to the gravel parking lot, or any other place they want you to imagine that Mr. Fernandez may have been at. January 5th. This is the first date that I sort of had to go through because the government suggests this date has some importance. And remember, in the opening and this morning, Ms. Stifler will say to you, these are just snapshots in time. These are just snapshots of evidence. It's that way because the government made it that way. They're just showing you snapshots and then asking you to string together why our client is guilty. We are the ones that tried to show you the whole story. We're the ones who tried to show you poll camera footage from other days. We're the ones who tried to show you reasons why he would be doing X or Y or Z at other times. They want to show you certain dates that have certain reasons and certain values for whatever their prerogative is. So let's start at January 5th. Mr. Tenen, or his device, goes to the area of the Fernandez residence and Pablo Hamlet. Government told you that there would be no reason for him to do that other than his landlord lives there. And then they said, well, there was a phone call on January 4th. So if there's a phone call on January 4th, that means that this had something to do with the homicide. Or did it have to do with Mr. Fernandez calling and saying, dude, you haven't paid me in 3 months. Like, I'm meeting up with you, I'm getting my rent payment, or you're out of here. Government will get up and Mr. Mizrahi will say, there's no evidence of that. There's not. There's also no evidence that he went there for any nefarious purpose. There is evidence that he didn't go to the crime scene. So they want you to believe this was some practicing for the ambush. I don't know why Mr. Tenen was there, but he didn't see Mr. Fernandez. There's no cellular data suggesting Mr. Fernandez was home. There's no GPS showing that Mr. Fernandez was there. There's no evidence connecting Mr. Fernandez to January 5th whatsoever. And suspiciously, when Agent Blythe shows the GPS of January 5th, there's no confidence levels. It's the one slide, they're just all blank. But it's the one slide, he's like, I think that Mr. Tenen was on their street. Their street is 300 feet long. And yet that day, he's like, I think he went on a street. And I was like, okay, if you're right, and he did go on their street, was he on there for more than 30 seconds? No. That's what you learned on January 5th, is that some tenant of Mr. Fernandez went to the area after knowing that he's owed him money, he's behind on his rent, and may have been on his street for 30 seconds. No evidence of where Mr. Fernandez is, no evidence of their communications on that day. And then Ms. Stifler says, we have communications on the 4th, we have none on the 5th, blame Mr. Fernandez. This is their investigation. This is their burden. They have to come up with communications. They have to come up with the evidence. They have subpoena power. They have warrant power. And they did it over and over again. But when they don't have evidence, they look to blame Mr. Fernandez. Then the next date is January 25th. Mr. Fernandez goes to John Biggerstaff's house. And they're like, well, it's only one reason could be to talk about a 10mm firearm. He has known this man for 17, 18 years. They work out together. They have a cigarette every once in a while. They have a beer together. Mr. Fernandez helped with his son's upcoming wedding. Let's ignore that legitimate reason. They have known each other They do things together. They do tile work together. They have done handyman work together, or at least Mr. Fernandez has hired Mr. Biggerstaff to do it when he was healthy and he owned a company, 904 Handyman. One reason after the next we were able to show you why he may have been over to that house has to be a 10 millimeter. That's what the government has to tell you. And of course, not to jump the gun, but we know why he went there one day, because it's on video. But when it's on video, they tell you, can't be for that reason. So whenever you show them the real reason, they tell you shouldn't believe that, and you should make up something in your mind that's nefarious or criminal, when they cannot show you that they have any connection to nefarious or criminal activity between Mr. Fernandez and Mr. Biggerstaff. January 29th. On January 29th, Mr. Fernandez goes to the Potomac address. There's no dispute with that. Now, in this case, Agent Blythe will tell you that I don't track people, I track devices. And studies show that people are within arm's reach of their device. Sometimes they corrected me, because I would say Mr. Tenen went to this place, or Mr. Tenen went to that place, or Mr. Fernandez was at this place or that place. And he would say, I don't know. I just know his device. But on the 29th, all of a sudden now, they throw out the studies, they throw out their own testimony, and they say, because he went there on a day that Mr. Tenen was doing something that obviously had something to do with the homicide. I don't dispute that. When we said it was a dry run and we told you, we're the ones who told you that. We were the first people to give you that information in this trial, to show you those slides. No dispute. But the detail is, number one, in a vacuum or a silo, looking at it independently, that would be a really bad fact if there was no evidence that Mr. Fernandez ever went to Potomac. That's not the case. So I painstakingly, and I acknowledge it was boring, and it was slow, and it was painful. I showed you the poll camera footage that showed you how often Mr. Fernandez would go to that location, because it's not in a silo and it's not in a vacuum and it's not one day like January 29th. He was there regularly. So I showed him, and we didn't put up the poll camera. They did. There was no camera on January 29th, but if there was, it would show you exactly what I was able to show you, is that Mr. Fernandez goes there, he drops things off, he does work, he meets vendors. We showed the Bueller air conditioning guy show up. They've shown you that he bought a new air conditioner. Today, for the first time, they're making this big argument that who would get a contract for a one-year service agreement when you know, or you end up selling the home. The contract and the service agreement is in evidence. And if you decide to look at the evidence list and look it up, another half-truth that they didn't share with you is when he paid $15,000 for his air conditioning unit, and you look at the service contract, it says 1 year maintenance included. But somehow, in the state's first close, that was some big point. Who pays for a 1 year service contract when you later sell the home? It came with it. That's what the continued theme of what they keep doing. They just tell you one little piece of evidence, and then when you look at the whole truth of the whole story, it doesn't add up. It's not what they're telling you. They didn't tell you that he goes there regularly. I mean, think about where they're tracking Mr. Fernandez in this case. They're either tracking him at the place he lives in Jax Beach or a place he owns. They don't ever show you any information or evidence that he went somewhere where Mr. Fernandez shouldn't have been. They don't show you evidence that he met up in some murky pool hall on a part of town that he doesn't go to meet up with some character that he doesn't know. That does not exist in this case. He goes to a place that he owns, and he goes to a place that he lives. Those are the two places they have tracked Mr. Fernandez in this case, and that is it. They keep telling you, even as much as this morning, Ms. Stifler's like, and his phone was stationary. I don't know why they keep saying that. I asked Detective Johns and Agent Blythe, when a phone is in a band, in the pink bands, can you tell where the phone is? No. The technology isn't that good. If he's sweeping, I don't know if you guys remember, I was standing right here, and I said, if he's sweeping in his driveway, can you tell if the phone's moving? No, we can't tell. We just know that it's in the van. If he's moving boxes, if he's tiling, can you tell? But for whatever reason, they repeatedly just keep telling you that that phone was stationary at Potomac on the 29th because they want you to believe it so badly because there's no evidence that that phone left Potomac while Henry Tenon was doing whatever Henry Tenon was doing. And then, yes, I agree. A person could leave their phone at the Potomac place and leave it on and go with Henry Tenon. Is that possible? Sure. But you have to have evidence of that. And she's like, there's no way to get surveillance in retrospect a year later in St. Johns County. I don't know if that's true or not. You didn't hear any evidence that that's true. They didn't get any, so they want you to believe that. But there could be financial transactions. There can be people reporting, I saw a black man in an F-150 with a person that matches the description of Henry Tenon. There is no evidence. There's license plate readers that show the truck was there. They have the ability to match two pieces of evidence to a location. I went through that. They just don't have anything that lets Mr. Fernandez's device or himself leave that property, so they use words like it was stationary the whole time when you were told that's not possible to tell. And then ask yourselves, that he's some big mastermind who turned off his phone on the night of the homicide because that somehow would protect him. He doesn't turn off his phone this particular time. What is it? Does he think that turning off your phone is helpful or leaving your phone on is not? It doesn't make any sense. They don't have a consistent theory. And I'll talk more about that in a moment. On February 15th, Mr. Fernandez goes to the Potomac address. He goes twice, and they wanted to make a big deal out of that. Number one, the first time he goes on the 15th, Henry Tenon's not there. If you recall, he's at Modison Pallets, the place that he works, and he's not even there. Well, that's unusual. The day before the homicide, why would Mr. Fernandez go to the residence that he owns, where Henry Tenon is staying with his best friend, Jeremy Ordway? We'll talk about that in a second. Why would he go there twice on that day? So I painstakingly showed you evidence that it is not uncommon for Mr. Fernandez to go twice to the residence when he's doing work. I was able to show you on 8/9 that he pulls in the morning at 7:46. He stays there for a period of time. And then on 8/9 at 2:05, several hours later, Mr. Fernandez comes back. This is showing you that it has nothing to do with the fact that it's the day before the homicide. It has nothing to do with that it's suspicious that Mr. Fernandez went there twice in one day. That's what Mr. Fernandez would do if it required him to do that for whatever reason he was doing it. And then they suggest to you today, well, there's just no reason he would ever go there. Look at the state of disrepair. He wasn't really doing any work there. That's not the evidence. The evidence on a poll camera that you saw that he didn't know was put up is that he pulls in, there's supplies get unloaded, they get taken in. You see Mr. Fernandez with this orange bucket, and he takes it, he's doing tile work, he dumps water out, you see him sweeping. There's another footage at the end where I just said to Detective John, would you agree he continues to do work? It's in evidence if you'd like to look at it. He has gloves on, he's literally carrying lumber from outside the house over the driveway and through. He's obviously doing work there. There is no dispute. But they don't like that fact, so they tell you, look at the state of disrepair. He wasn't doing a good job. He wasn't really doing work. Your own eyes will show you the work that he's doing with a camera that, thank God, they put up. On February 15th, this is the night that he goes over to Mr. Biggerstaff's house. They want you to believe that it had to be to pick up a 10 millimeter until when we went through all the evidence and we went through John Biggerstaff's phone, who somehow this morning, everything was wiped. There is no evidence. We could gain nothing from these people. No, they just didn't gain evidence that connects Mr. Fernandez to the homicide. What they did gain is plenty of evidence. And in this evidence, there is a video of Mr. Fernandez. He's there that night, and he's doing whatever he's doing, and that's not the point. I'm not hiding it. If you recall, I'm the one who asked Detective Johns about it. But he's on video. You know exactly what he's doing there, and he's not picking up a 10 millimeter. And when I asked John Biggerstaff, did he owe you anything? Was he doing this because you were going to give him a gun? No, no, no. Detective Johns, did you have other evidence that Maria Biggerstaff was caught on video doing these things? Yes. This was the lifestyle that they chose to live. But when you actually know for an undisputed fact why Mr. Fernandez was there on the 15th, ignore that. It has to be because he picked up a 10 millimeter firearm that's not connected to this homicide. And we'll talk more about that. On the night of the homicide, Mr. Fernandez returns to his house at 5:45. He is there the entire night. There is no evidence that he left his home. Think about all of the different detectives that told you that they collected detailed evidence from the crime scene. People touched the little, the caps that are on the tire, we collected those. Not one person can connect you, Mr. Fernandez, to any piece of evidence that was left at the homicide scene, or most importantly, the blue truck. They used special vacuums, if you recall me asking the detective, with special filters so they could collect hair. They did fingerprint dusting. They did DNA testing of the steering wheel, the seats, the headrests. Not one piece of evidence connects Mr. Fernandez to ever being inside of that Ford F-150. And then I went one step further. I'm like, well, it's been a little while. Was there evidence that the vehicle was cleaned out, wiped, cleaned, vacuumed? No. It was side of a pigsty. No evidence that it was cleaned out. And yet they couldn't find one piece of evidence connecting Mr. Fernandez. And remember, when Mr. Fernandez goes in for his interview, it's voluntary. And they say, will you give us a DNA swab? And he says, no problem. And he gives his DNA. And according to the government, what they told you is he never thought he would ever get caught. So of course he would give a DNA swab. Well, if he was so willing to do that, knowing that he was inside of the blue truck, that doesn't make sense. And that's in conflict with what the government wants you to believe. Not a single eyewitness, not a single Crime Stopper, no DNA, no fingerprints, and he tells law enforcement he's home and he gives details about date night. Detective Johns, went on to say that they don't know where the F-150 went post-homicide, that an unknown driver pulled out of Pablo Hamlet, an unknown driver passes Ocean Cay, and they do not know where the truck went post the homicide. It's never to be seen again. If there's an unknown driver, okay, and unknown locations, 36-minute gaps, and then a vehicle that just disappears, if they don't know who the players in this case are, then they don't know what happened. And I mean the government doesn't know what happened. And when they say there's only one person that could connect Mr. Fernandez to these little details, it's impossible to say that when you don't know who the other person in the truck was. The other person in the truck could be connected to Shanna Gardner. The other person in the truck could be connected to Shanna Gardner's family. The other person in the truck could be connected directly to Jared Bridegan. And we would never know because we don't have their bank records. We don't have their DNA swab. We don't have their phone records. It's an unknown player that's not Mr. Fernandez. So when you go back there and you say, well, geez, I mean, out of all the gin joints in all the world, it's Mario Fernandez's, it's Henry Tenon is Mario Fernandez's tenant. So all this makes sense and we should just go along and make sure that we don't unstring the yarn or whatever it is that Ms. Stifler showed you at the end of the tapestry. The bottom line is, for the government to tell you that there's only one connection, they have to know who's involved, and they don't. Keep going. So the 10 millimeter firearm. How many times have you heard the government tell you it's an unaccounted for 10 millimeter firearm? to be very clear about this. The first thing they would have to do for this to have any evidentiary value is they have to tell you that John Biggerstaff's 10mm firearm is connected to the homicide of Jared Bridegan. They have not done that. There are tens of thousands of 10mm firearms in Glocks that have been produced since 1991, and they don't know which of any one of those it is that was involved in this homicide. So let's just start with that premise. Then the second thing the government would have to do is then connect Mr. Fernandez to John Biggerstaff's firearm. So what did we show you? We showed you that John Biggerstaff, in fact, did purchase a 10mm firearm in 2016. Then he became, he was arrested. So this is the purchase of the Glock. This is the Glock that was put on the firearms affidavit, which of course is a big deal that it matches, because it would be a big deal if the government could show that John Biggerstaff bought a 10mm, then filled out a firearms affidavit, and that firearm wasn't on it. That would be good evidence to suggest that he kept one of his guns. But that's not what the facts are. The facts are is that he bought one, he filled out a firearms affidavit, and the exact one that he bought was put on it. And the magistrate said you can no longer have guns, and he got rid of them. And I think Ms. Stifler said during her close, well, I mean, you know, just because a judge tells you to do it doesn't mean that you have to do it. Sure it does. He got rid of all of them, with Juan Biggerstaff, his son, present, and someone from federal probation. And when you don't follow the rules, that's exactly what happens. You go to jail. And when he tested positive for drugs, because the government does a little thing called following up, they make sure you don't have your firearms when you're on federal pretrial release. You think they just take your word for it? No, they send someone to your home. They make you fill out an affidavit. They check to make sure you don't have them. They tell you you're not supposed to do drugs. When he tested positive for drugs, what did they do? They arrested him, and he went straight to jail. So this idea that they just don't follow up, or it's not a big deal, it's in conflict to their own evidence. So then he fills out the firearms affidavit, that firearm is put on there, and it's not seen again for all of these years. But they made such a big deal about it. How rare it was. How this could be the only 10mm that could be involved. They went to one pawn shop. Detective John sent his investigators to one pawn shop in all of Jacksonville, and they found 6 10mm that were sold in the recent time, 3 of which were Glock 40 Gen 4s, the exact make and model of John Biggerstaff's. Like, he laughed when he's like, do you know anyone that owns a 10mm? He hasn't been allowed to be around guns or people that are in possession of guns since 2016. He probably doesn't know someone who has one. We don't have to guess that people own them. 6 of them were purchased in and around the time of the firearm, of the homicide, in Jax Beach. 3 of which match the exact description. And when I asked Detective Johns, well, once you learned that, what did you do? Nothing. You didn't follow up? No. You didn't go interview anyone? No. Nothing. 0. When they learned that Henry Tennant had gone to a particular pawn shop and actually pawned something, did you go there and investigate to see if he got a 10mm? No. Did you go to any other pawn shops anywhere across town ever? No. But they want, what's more reasonable? That maybe someone who actually got a firearm during that period of time may have been involved, or that Mario Fernandez, who not one witness, and we'll talk about John Biggerstaff, Juan Biggerstaff, and Fred Barton, not one of them said anything about Mario Fernandez, other than John Biggerstaff said, I did not give him a firearm. On March 1st, Mr. Fernandez came in and he gave a voluntary interview. You know, because of his bank accounts, that on March 1st, he had in excess of $200,000 available to him, hiring a lawyer It's not something that he could not have done. He didn't show up with counsel. He didn't invoke his right to remain silent. He sat down voluntarily. He gave an interview. And then I asked on cross-examination to figure out, well, let's see if the guy was telling the truth. He talked a lot. You heard the interview. Detective, he told you that Jared Bridegan got into a big confrontation with Bishop Curry about the purple hair. Did you ever go and interview Bishop Curry to see if that was true? We did. And in fact, there was a big confrontation, wasn't there? Well, I don't know if it was a confrontation, wouldn't answer my question, but yes, they got into it, and Bishop Curry was not happy about their interaction. That's what Detective Johns told you. But the point that I'm making is, he went, he interviewed him, and it did, in fact, happen. It was true. He wasn't lying. AB phone call, true. The children's therapist that he talked about, Mercedes McGowan, this is a guy who's some absentee stepdad. He knows who the children's therapist is. He knows all the medications they're on. Did you find out if that was true? That was the children's therapist? We did. He admitted that it was a high conflict co-parenting situation. He didn't deny that. If he's thinking I'm the suspect in this murder or I'm involved in this, maybe I should make it seem like things weren't that bad. No, he said it was a high conflict. That's exactly what the evidence showed. As Ms. Stifler said, most people said he admitted there was some high conflict, and that's exactly what he told the police. He didn't undersell it or try to underreport. He told it exactly like it was. And he was upset that Mr. Gardner, Miss Gardner and the children were not invited to Jared Bridegan's funeral after inviting Kirsten Bridegan into their home. And all of that was true. They were not invited, and they did invite Kirsten Bridegan into their home. The government, of course, talks about the motive. We talked about the family law case as to why there's no motive, and they just keep focusing on this one sentence. But I ask you to please remember that what the evidence was is that they asked him questions about Jared Bridegan. So they keep saying, he just kept bad talking Jared Bridegan. They were only asking questions about Jared Bridegan, and that he would give the answers. And he was saying that the children needed to be in therapy, and therapy was good for the children. And if Jared Bridegan attempted to take the children out of therapy, which they believed Mercedes McGowan was helpful, that the family law lawyers suggested that then they would file for a social investigation, and then they would move to modify the time sharing to 60-40 or something that worked better for the children. That's what the interview that's in evidence says. Don't take my word for it. That's why I took the transcript out and I read it line by line with Detective Johns. It's not just that we want decision making. And most importantly, the children were never taken out of therapy, and they never moved ever to modify the time sharing agreement. So the predicate of what this was based on never happened, and then they never took this action. So to suggest that now they would just kill Jared Bridegan because that's an easier solution, there is no evidence they had any motive to take one single day away from Jared Bridegan unless he did something that would negatively impact the children, which he decided not to do.
Mr. Dreiser, can I pause you for a break?
Yes.
Okay. Members of the jury will take 15 minutes, okay? We'll come back.
Okay, now I'll pause it. For that, I will pause it. We'll give Mr. Drescher a break, a pause there. Pipeline, yeah, I think there's a few. There's a few moments. There's a few moments in here. I'll go over them. Just don't want to make sure they don't come back. Make sure Judge doesn't come back with. Is there anything we need to deal with? I don't think she will. All right, some of the things that jumped out at me. They are in a group text. There's 4 of them. Jared, Kirsten, Mario, and Shanna. They're in a group text, and there's not one. And there's thousands of texts, and not one of them shows a threat of violence. Is that going to cause reasonable doubt? Probably not, but that does make you think. If it was so contentious and he was like so pissed off at this guy and he's just like, to the point of wanting to take a hit out on Jared, you would think there might be somewhere in there about, oh, you're a swear word at him or something. I hate you, watch your back. There's nothing like that. No video of Mario at the Pablo Hamlet at 7 p.m. Again, this one I thought was a really good one. Jared took a 20-minute phone call, okay, and his daughter told Mario when she got home. So Mario said that in his interview, and if Mario wasn't home, how would he know? Because he said, oh, the kids got home, and I think he said I didn't have much interaction with them because he had a headache or something like that. But he knew that that Jared took a 20-minute phone call. How would he know that unless he asked her afterwards? I think P. Cooper, I think you may have brought that up. Unless, and it's true because this happened on the 16th of February. His interview wasn't until the 1st of March. So that's, 15 days or so. At least 2 weeks. So he could have found out. He could have found out afterwards. So again, it's like something that you're like, makes you think, but you could probably, but that's a fact. That's a fact. We're only guessing that he found out later. So again, it's like these things of like, it could be, it depends on who you talk to. I mean, that's how it boils down. It depends on which spin you're going to listen to. If you listen to the state, they're going to say, well, he could have found out later. Well, that's speculation. If you listen to the defense, it proves that he was home. Is it possible that he talked to AB afterwards? Sure. Anything's possible. No one knows who was in the truck. Again, this is a good point, but it's speculation. But I mean, we got to stick to the facts. I think what the defense is bringing up is good, but I think it's all speculation. No one knows who's in the truck. That's true. That's a fact. We don't know who's in that truck. But then he goes, it could have been someone connected to Shanna. It could have been someone connected to Henry. That's speculation. So stick to the facts. No one knows who was in the truck. It could have been somebody connected to Shanna. It could have been someone connected to Henry, or it could have been Mario. So if you want to go down the speculation avenue, sure, it could have been someone connected to Shanna. It could have been someone connected to Jared. Could have. I mean, you heard. I don't know if we heard it in the interview, but Kim Jensen, she said Mario was not liked. Did he have enemies? I mean, somebody in the church? Would somebody in the, I mean, again, speculation avenue. So he's got a point where he's like, well, and I like the fact he brings up these points of like, we don't know who was in the truck. And he says, well, they could have been connected to Shanna or Henry, sure, but they could have also been connected to your client, Mario. So it's kind of a, what's that called? A sum zero, it's, it goes in this direction, but then it goes back in that direction. So you don't really win with that. So pipeline, to ultimately answer your question, I think he's getting some good points in, but I think if you're the state, you can easily counter those. I guess that's ultimately where I stand with this. He doesn't hide from the conflict between the four kids with law enforcement. It's a high conflict relationship. He says that a lot. They said that in openings. I think Mr. Hill said that in openings, where he wasn't sweaty, he wasn't nervous, he wasn't panicky, he wasn't panicking. He's open and honest about this high conflict relationship. And so, I mean, so what? Does that prove that he's innocent? That doesn't. I mean, I get what they're going for. They're going for, well, if they'd have a guilty conscience, and his eyes would be darting around, and he'd be like, sweating, and I don't know. That's that. I'm not going to hang a not guilty verdict on that. I'm going to hang a guilty verdict on Jared did not know Henry Tenen. Mario knew Henry Tenen. Henry knew Jared's route the night of. Mario wrote checks. Mario knew John. John owned the 10 millimeter. I mean, those are hard facts to get over. Those are hard facts to get around. And if somebody is framing, as I think there's some rumors out there that somebody's framing Mario. I think Kim was the one that may have suggested that. That person's pretty smart, and can that's it's a rumor, it's whatever, speculation, it's a rabbit hole, which we don't have to go down. I like to stick to the facts. I just like to stick to the facts, and those are some serious facts that are hard to get over. The person who took out Jared, the only connection is through Mario. That's just a tough one. And then the 10 millimeter, that's a tough one as well. And it just happens to be missing. I mean, that's tough to get over. And then the deletions shows consciousness of guilt. Why do that? You know, I mean, I've got thousands and thousands of photos and videos on my phone, and you know, I'd be happy to go talk to law enforcement tomorrow. I don't have any concerns about deleting anything on my phone. So, the dry run, you know, we know that happened, or at least his phone did it. Going to North Carolina, that's a fact. That's, you know, that I don't put much weight in that. The no phone activity, again, that's another thing that just makes you scratch your head. It's a beard stroker. You're like, makes you think, what's that about? Does that imply, and I think Ms. Stifler said it really well. She's like, does that imply that he's guilty? I mean, just one thing. Does that imply that he's guilty? No. But you add, I guess you stack them. She is stacking in inferences. Or are they coincidences that you just can't deny after a certain point? You just can't deny. So Carolyn says, but the person in the truck could be the connection. Sure. And who is that person? Could be Mario, could be Shanna, could be someone that disliked Jared that we don't even know about. That person could be the connection. I think that's the problem. It's great to raise that doubt. It's great to raise that question. But as much as you say, and look, I'm not a lawyer. I'm sure Ms. Stifler is going to counter that. Sure, that could be anybody. It could be Shanna, but also it could be Mario. So if you want to raise that doubt, you have to come back full circle and say, sure, it absolutely could have been Shanna. We don't know for sure, but it could have also been Mario. Does that make it reasonable doubt? That I don't know. Then that's up to the jury to decide. Pipeline got it. The facts that matter are all related to Henry and Mario's connections to him in various ways. In addition, Jared's total lack of connection to Henry. That helps a lot. That to me those are the big ones, right? Those are the big ones. Those are the big ones. Shirley, I feel like John B. is more involved than we realize. Could be. Yeah, could be. I don't know. Shirley, I think Mario has a fair amount of street smarts. He was in the Navy. Don't forget, he was in the Navy for a period of time. I mean, again, speculation, but if we're going to go down that path, you know, we don't know. We don't know what kind of training he's had to maintain his emotions. We don't know what kind of training he's had to calm his heartbeat. You know, through his military training, was he? If you're captured, yeah, I don't know. Again, total speculation on my part. But if that's the game we're going to play, if that's the rabbit hole we're going to go down, why not? Why not? Again, it just depends on which side of the coin you're on. If you're for the defense, you're going to say he was cool as a cucumber, no, not sweating, not panicking. If you're on the side of the state, you're going to say, well, that could be just his personality. He could be just a really calm, under pressure personality. You know, I don't know. Jackie, all you need to do is one juror to hang. Yep, I agree. Yeah, all they need is one. They just need one juror. That is true. Let's see here. Anything that I'm missing here? Irish Techie, yeah, the counter is they don't know and we don't know either who's in that truck. I thought it was a good point. I would give him credit for that. I'll give him credit for the Casablanca, for all the gin joints. I'll give Mr. Dresser that's points for him for that, because I love Casablanca. It's one of my favorite movies. Yeah, that's absolutely the counter. The counter is we don't know who's in the truck, but neither do you. So it's a zero sum. Nobody wins. Nobody wins. Let's see. All right, let's see here. Renee, the defense is throwing everything they can because the prosecution, I hope I just didn't say that. The prosecution, the defense is throwing everything they can because the prosecution did an amazing closing. I agree. I thought Ms. Stifler did a really, really good job. Yeah, I think she did a really good job. I mean, this closing's not bad. Closing's not bad. I mean, like I said, he's bringing up some points. I thought Ms. Stifler's timeline was definitely really good. Yeah, that really helped connect the dots. I know a lot of us were like, still confused. I know I was confused about some things. I think I still am confused about some points, but I thought Ms. Stifler did a really good job of connecting those dots. February, let's see, January 5th, January 29th, February 15th, she really did a good job of connecting all those Schrodinger's, is it Schrodinger's cat? Schrodinger. Anyway, I know I can't talk today, clearly. Anyway, yes. Let's see. Pipeline says, so unless all the jurors agree on guilty or not guilty, it will be a mistrial. Correct. Or Mario go free. If not, I'll find him guilty. So it has to be unanimous. It has to be unanimous. And there's 12 jurors. So if they all agree he's not guilty, he goes free. If they all agree he's guilty, he is convicted. If they are split, then they continue deliberating for a certain period of time. The judge will probably tell them to go back. And then after a certain period of time, which I hope will be at least 2 days before they determine that. I hope they put in a good, 8 hours. What's the rule of thumb for every day of trial? It's an hour. Is that how it works? Every day of trial, it's an hour. Hour for deliberation. So it has to be unanimous. This has to be unanimous. Brat, down on his luck, tenant happens to end his landlord's wife's ex and then gets paid $10,000. After a dry run, he coincidentally meets the landlord whose phone is inactive while someone drives the truck. Yeah, I mean, those are all facts. Did I have that in my facts? Do I have down on his luck? Or let me see. I don't know if I have that, Brat. We could add that. Henry basically was couch surfing. I don't think I have that as a fact. We could add that as a fact. Fact 18, Henry was booted out of the apartment, basically. Henry couldn't pay his bills. Excuse me. I mean, let's call it like it is, right? Henry couldn't pay his bills. So fact 18, Henry could not pay his bills. There was no evidence of Henry doing work contracted for. That's another big one for me. That's a huge one. If he's paid all this money, why isn't there any evidence of an invoice of him or Mario going and buying landscaping products, shingle work, shingles? Are we expected to believe that all those things were there? And that may be well and good, but show us some evidence that Henry actually did the landscaping, the roof work. Show us evidence. Show us evidence. Yeah, it's an Allen charge, and then it's a Toohey charge, right? Isn't it Toohey? Toohey and Allen, I think. I think it's Toohey in Massachusetts, right? That's from the Karen Reed, and I think the Allen charge is down here. I think that's what it's called. Debbie, will the judge stay late today to finish closings? They're definitely finishing closings. Yeah, they still have like 2 hours. They have, they still have, they'll finish closings today. They'll probably send the jury home for tomorrow. I don't think she's going to tell the jury to go deliberate. I think she'll send them home. She did say she would let them stay till about 8 or 9. She did say that, but I think that's if they got it at like 1 or 2. I don't think, because he's probably going to go another half hour. Then there's rebuttal. Don't forget, you guys, there's state's rebuttal. State's rebuttal is going to be a good half hour, maybe 45 minutes. So yeah, she'll send them home after this. I don't think she's going to make them. I don't think she's going to make, or I don't think she's going to make them deliberate tonight. So, Sally, he was behind on rent. Why didn't he pay Mario once he received $10,000? Yeah, good question. Good question. Yep, belt and tie time. Yep, belt and tie time. Carlos, they talked about sequestering the jury if they don't come back with a verdict. Actually, they waived that. Carlos, they waived that. That's been waived. That was originally on the table. That was absolutely there. They're sequestered for lunch, but then Mario waived his right to sequester the jury. So they do not have to. They're not going to be held overnight. They will be sent home if they don't come to a verdict, whatever night it is. But they have waived that. They have waived that. So, Rev Ben says, I think there is a point where we recognize coincidence may not be as easy an answer as it seems. Sometimes coincidence isn't coincidence. It's poorly covered intention. Good point. I mean, at some point, you're right. Brat, the level of coincidence just passes way past the threshold of absurdity. Yeah, I mean, at some point, I mean, you can make excuses and say, well, that's a coincidence, that's a coincidence, that's a coincidence. But, you know, you're right. Both of those statements I agree with, you know. Gordon, we still have jury instructions. No, you're right. She was supposed to do jury instructions to begin with, but she kind of gave a little bit, but not much. She gave a little bit, but not much. She gave a few jury instructions, but not much. All right. Thank you, Debbie. Appreciate that. Thank you for your $20 for Sherry's son, Jason. All right. Ed, does state go on one more time? Yes. Yep. They have rebuttal. They have an opportunity for rebuttal. All right, let's see here. Yeah, Ed, state has rebuttal. And that's probably going to take a good half hour to 45 minutes, I would think. So they will probably, I'm thinking the defense is going to go for another half hour, get us closer to 4, and then the state is going to rebut, probably get us to about 5, and then they're going to be sent home. I think they're going to be sent home. Brett says, and the only evidence for the Kickstarter is that he did some online searching. I don't doubt he was considering a business until he spent it on, yeah. We have no idea, right? We never did find out what he spent it on, right? We never did find out what that $10,000 went to. Yes, let's focus on the trial, guys. I know there's a lot of things going on privately and personally with people, so let's just focus on the trial. Please and thank you. There's a place and a time, you guys. There's a place and a time. This is neither the place nor the time. All right, I'm going to go take a comfort break before they come back.
Take my cell phone and electronic device and turn off. If you not talking about police inside.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Ready to bring in the jury? Mr. Dreiser?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
Thank you. Welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone may be seated. Mr. Dreiser.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
One of the things that I'd like to also talk to you about, this jacket has no evidentiary value to whether Mr. Fernandez is connected to the homicide of Jared Bridegan. I think we can all acknowledge that. This big box of boots that you've seen us sort of manhandle around the courtroom trying to get it on, and it was brought over there, has no evidentiary value to whether Mr. Fernandez was involved in the homicide of Jared Bridegan. So why was it important? Why did I take the time to show that to you? Because all of the surveillance is in evidence. And I want you to take the time, if you so choose, to look at any one piece of surveillance that shows Henry Tennant. And I picked out for you right here, can you go back and play one more time? What I believe is the clearest, where you can see Henry Tennant the most clear. And she just stopped it. And you tell me, after watching that video, which I submit to you is the clearest, but if there are others that you think are more clear, that you believe that you can tell that this is the jacket that he has over his shoulder, whether it's a jacket at all or a blanket, whether he's wearing white sneakers, not these boots. The purpose is they don't know, but they keep telling you these half-truths. They keep trying to get your imagination to connect the dots, so they frame a jacket that was found at Potomac and tell you this is the jacket. They put a pair of old boots in a big box so it looks like they have a lot of evidence to connect Mr. Fernandez to this crime, to make it look like they've done their job and met their burden, when they haven't. When you look at that slide and you say to yourself, there's no way you can tell. It could be that jacket, but there's no way that we know it's that jacket. We know there's no way we know it's the boots. Then ask yourselves, why are they doing that? Why not just say, like they did in their first close, we're not really sure, that's your job. Why not put all the jackets that they found in the garage and say, it's your job to determine if it matters what jacket he's wearing? Why not put in all of the boots that they found at Potomac and say, it's your job, you determine what boots he's wearing? They're not doing that repeatedly. They're trying to force evidence on you to get you to connect dots that simply do not exist. Detective Johns arrested Henry Tennant on August 18th, and they told Jeremy Ordway that he was arrested in connection with the murder of Jared Bridegan. And why that's such an important fact is there's a flutter of phone calls amongst Mr. Fernandez and Shanna Gardner. If he just got arrested for a driving while license suspended or revoked, there'd be no reason for a flutter of phone calls. But when they tell the current tenant that the person who is his best friend and a family friend of his father's for 20 years, which is another thing they keep telling you, like he never moved out, he just continued to stay there. His best friend moved in. A family friend of Jeremy Ordway's. That's the connection of why Henry Tennant appears at Potomac. It has nothing to do with Mario Fernandez. It has to do with Jeremy Ordway. But because they told Jeremy Ordway that, and they asked Jeremy Ordway to conduct a controlled phone call, of course there's a flutter, because they told them that they were investigating the homicide of Jared Bridegan, and it would be weird if Jeremy Ordway didn't call Mr. Fernandez and say, did you know that this has something to do with your wife's ex-husband? That makes sense. Again, this is all the jackets. This is all the shoes that they could have shown you, and they chose not to. February 8th, Mr. Fernandez's phone is seized. He was cooperative. And when they pull him over, I asked, he didn't know you were going to pull him over? No. Did you find any evidence connected to the crime? And the answer is repeatedly no. We didn't find any evidence. And I will talk to you about the Pennsylvania trip, but they continue to show you something, and then when asked, did it connect? No. Was Mr. Fernandez cooperative? Yes. Did you get what you were looking for? Yes. And then when they arrest Mr. Fernandez, he's arrested without incident, no running, no fleeing, no violence, no gun found, nothing. Nothing that connected him to the crime of the murder of Jared Bridegan. Ms. Kudus, I don't know why the government chose not to tell you my first question. You used to have a fling with him. Yeah, that's right. But why didn't they tell you that? That's an important detail when you're judging someone's credibility. That makes more sense why he would share information with her about their high conflict. She would call him to ask his advice about her high conflict advice. And then lastly, she said, toward the end, I felt like he was sort of feeling me out to see if I was interested in a relationship again. Doesn't that make more sense when they used to be in a relationship? And then when it turns out that she really wasn't interested, they didn't have that much more contact anymore. But she doesn't report him to law enforcement. She doesn't call and say, hey, he said some weird things about his marriage. No, law enforcement shows up at her house and they ask her questions about the homicide. And then she's like, yeah, I did know Mario Fernandez. And she says, which are from conversations that were years prior that she never wrote down and admitted they were not verbatim. I asked, she commented about some contract in the marriage, and I said, did you know that they had, I probably said prenup by accident, a postnuptial agreement? That's a contract. No. Did you know that he was the trustee of the family trust? No. She said there was some issue between the Gardner family, yes, the very wealthy people, and him being the trustee. That makes perfect sense with the limited information that she had, is that he was the trustee of the family trust. Then you heard from Mr. Quiroz. Someone will have to explain this to me one day. They tell you that one day Mr. Fernandez goes, he Googles a place that he's heading, which I think is pretty consistent with what people do. Then he goes up to North Carolina. Mr. Quiroz tells you, he texted me a few days before. He said, hey, I'm coming up that way. Do you want to get together? They go to Ruby Tuesdays. He uses his credit card. They go to dinner. He uses his phone. He doesn't turn his phone off. He doesn't have a bat phone or a secondary phone. He says, I'm going up to visit friends up north. He ends up going up north. He stops and he buys some shampoo and toiletries at Walmart. This is somehow evidence that they took time to show you that Mr. Fernandez is connected to the murder of Jared Bridegan. This is the part of the trial, folks, where you were waiting for that shoe to drop. You had to have been thinking, all right, we've heard from this guy, we've heard from this guy. Nothing really connects Mr. Fernandez. It's got to be coming. Here's the receipt where we got the rope, the duct tape, the silencer, the gun, something that connects Mr. Fernandez to a crime. That's the part in murder trials where they're like, gotcha. You went to a random Walmart that no one thought you would be at, and you bought a bunch of supplies that are consistent with killing someone. Something that could make you think that Mr. Fernandez is connected. He was on a road trip that he had planned, that he told people about, that he used his credit card and bought his phones, and he went to Walmart and bought some shampoo. That's what they told you. And then he went to Pennsylvania, and he left, and somehow it was some big deal that he booked a hotel for 2 nights but only stayed 1, until Mr. Hill got up there and said, what time is checkout? 11. What time does the cellular data show that he left the area? I don't know, like 7 or 8 o'clock at night. Every single one of us knows that when you go to a hotel, if you stay past, 11, 12, maybe you get an extended checkout 1, 2 o'clock. But after you stay after that, you have to pay for the second night. So if he was in the area visiting friends and had his things in that room until a certain period of time, or whatever the case may be, decided that he likes to drive through the night because there's less traffic, so I'll sleep in, I'll stay until 7 or 8, and then he came back to Jacksonville in March. And then they just sprinkle in. That's when the twins were being interviewed. You guys have heard that. He went up there, and that's when the twins were being interviewed. Folks, what have you heard that is some negative inference that the twins said anything that would make Mr. Fernandez think that he was in trouble and would have to flee? And I don't know who flees to Pittsburgh. He didn't go to Tijuana. He didn't go to the border of Canada and camp out. He's in Pittsburgh. And then they just sprinkle in, that's when the twins were interviewed. What piece of negative information have you heard that the twins said anything that would incriminate Mario Fernandez? And the answer is none, not a peep, 0 evidence. So somehow they took time to tell you about a trip where he went to Pennsylvania and met up with a friend. And I just suspect you are wondering, why did we hear this? What was the purpose? Because as Mr. Fernandez's criminal defense lawyer, who's been on this case since day 1, I have no idea what evidentiary value him going up to Pittsburgh and coming home in March of 2022 has anything to do with this case, except for the fact that we know he bought toiletries on a road trip. Then you heard from an analyst that they flew in from Maryland to go step by step through every little piece of evidence, who just told you there's no DNA that connects Mr. Fernandez to the crime or the murder of Jared Bridegan. Bottom, end, period, stop, nothing. Not one piece. Then you heard from Mr. Stengel. Do you remember when the government, I keep telling you about these half-truths and not whole stories that you heard. Do you remember when the government said, and Agent Stengel, did you find a gun accessory when you went to John Biggerstaff's house? Yes, I did. Here it is. We're about to find, the shoe's about to drop, folks. We're going to get that piece of evidence. I found a gun cabinet. All right, this is the point in a murder trial where they show you that they found the gun or evidence of a gun. Nope. I have to get up on cross-examination and stand there and look at him and say, you found a gun accessory? Do I understand that you found an old, rusted-out gun cabinet on a back porch? Yes. That thing didn't even shut, did it? No. You found garden tools in it. That's correct. That was the gun accessory? That's the kind of evidence that they're showing you to try to connect Mr. Fernandez to a firearm that's phantom in this case. That John Biggerstaff had a garden tool in an old rusted out cabinet on his back porch. And then he told you that he was one of the agents that was responsible for finding the F-150 at Jimmy Jones's house. This has got to be the most inept part of the entire investigation. They want you to believe that Mr. Fernandez is somehow connected to a gun that legally had to be disposed of in 2016. But they find the number one most important piece of evidence that they had been looking for, that had been blasted out on the news. Which, remember, they keep saying, well, Mr. Fernandez never reported the F-150. Well, either did the person who was in possession of it. So we had no reason to believe that he was a suspect. He was nice to us. I talked to him for like 8 minutes. He was a good guy. He's in possession of the most important piece of evidence that they found in this case. He said, you can search my house. And they don't search the house. What's more reasonable where you would find the homicide weapon located in this case? Maybe it's there, maybe it's not. But we all agree that if the truck was hidden there, the murder weapon could be hidden there. The motive could be hidden there. The reasons could be hidden there. Jimmy Jones could be involved. They have no idea. They didn't investigate him. You didn't hear from him. You have no idea the connection of Jimmy Jones to this case, other than they just want you to believe, oh, Henry Tennant asked me to keep the vehicle here, and I had no problem doing it. Case closed. It's all cool. Mr. Hill had to get up and be like, how many people have told you, you can search my car because they don't want you to think they have anything to hide, and then you find a kilo of coke in the trunk? That happens. It does happen. No investigation whatsoever. Don't go to the pawn shops where the 10 millimeters are and ask follow-up questions. Don't go inside the home where you actually find evidence in this case. And number one most important fact of this entire scenario is that that truck at that location, Jimmy Jones's house, isn't connected to Mario Fernandez at all. Stop, period. No evidence. None. He is not connected to the place where that truck was found, and they did nothing to determine the relevance of where that truck was found. Never heard from Jimmy Jones, never searched his house. He never called it in. Then you heard from Carlos Sonny Fong. Mr. Fong calls Mr. Fernandez. That call is in evidence. Please listen to it as many times as you want, because it never says anything that they told you it says. You heard today Ms. Stifler tell you that Mr. Fernandez was willing to pay $3,000 to remove one tree. That's what she said. So how it would be unreasonable that he would pay Mr. Tennant $2,500 for tree work? Excuse my language. This is what the call says. During COVID, they wanted $3,000 to remove a tree. Fuck that. That's what he says. He does not want to pay $3,000. And then he goes on to talk about the checks. When he calls Mr. Fernandez doesn't deny. That would be great evidence. If we know there's a connection between Mario Fernandez and Henry Tennant, and then his friend calls and says, hey man, do you have any connection to this guy? No, never heard of him, no reason. He's like, yeah man, the guy did work for me. He was a workhorse. He did lots of work. First check, keeping up with the roof, $3,000. Not a shred of evidence in this case that Mr. Tennant didn't do roof work for Mr. Fernandez, okay? The call between Sonny Fong that they did not know was recorded was 11 months after the homicide. 11 months. Second, $2,000, landscaping clearing. Now let's hear what happened on the call.
Like, he was working for me for a bit, like, after it.
Oh, really? For real?
Yeah, yeah. Like, he helped me, like, that's a fucking quarter-acre lot. And like, he did a lot of fucking work, dude. Like, he fucking took down trees and shit and fucking mowed that bitch, and then he did roofing. Like, I don't fucking get it.
I don't know anyone that's that good. On a call that he didn't know was being recorded, either party, 11 months later, he says, did you know him? And then he says, yeah, he did a lot of work for me. A quarter-acre lot. I don't even know if they're talking about Potomac, because Mr. Fernandez also owned Whitehorse and other properties at the time. He did a lot of work for me. Not one piece, not one tree. He mowed that bitch. He took down trees. He did roof work for me. Mr. Fernandez is so good that he had the opportunity to, on an unrecorded call, recall the exact or close to it memo lines of the work that Henry Tennant did for him after the homicide. There's not one part of that call that's inconsistent with those checks. It is the most consistent piece of evidence in this case that Henry Tenen did legitimate work for him, and they get recorded on a call talking about it. And then there's a part of the call where he's like, yeah, I don't remember everything. It would be really weird if he talked every single specific detail. The government's like, well, he didn't say the Kickstarter. I mean, we'll get to the Kickstarter checks in a minute. But I'm going to suggest to you that no one is that good. And the reasonable inference is that he actually did legitimate work for him after the homicide because Mario Fernandez knew he needed money and Henry Tenen was willing to do the work, and he did it. In opening statement, Ms. Stifler said, "You will not hear any evidence from the downloads of Henry Tenen's phones or Google accounts that have ever had anything to do with the Kickstarter. You will see very quickly these are not legitimate payments." Again, who is this good? Scouring tens of thousands of records, we were able to show you that the week prior to Mr. Tenen receiving this Kickstarter money, he's Googling business plans for pallet companies. He then writes out a business plan. He then, while at the time period that Mr. Tenen is at the house, he gets arrested. He can't control when he's going to get arrested. A pallet truck, while Mr. Fernandez is there, pulls up in front of the house. I don't know who can plan this. I mean, this is insane. There's a Google search history of starting a company a week before he gets a Kickstarter money. Pallet trucks show up at the house and stop after he's arrested. And inside, these are the Google searches, okay, showing the business plan that he was obviously trying to impress Mr. Fernandez with by getting a little bit of money that meant nothing to Mr. Fernandez in the grand scheme of how much money he had access to. And then they've not decided to go in and show you what the business plan and the numbers were. Is this real or fake? Look at the dates, folks. Right around the time of the checks, 3/31, 4/1, 2022. At the time, no one could have assumed that they would ever find this. And look at Mr. Tenen's. It has the number of pallets. It has the unit price. It has the totals. It has the dates. It has the numbers. All consistent with what you would need, which is about $5,000 or $6,000. All listed out, all with the dates from before he got the checks to getting the checks to after he received the money. No one is this good, folks. It suggests to you that it's real, that that's what the money was for. Mr. Tenen was helping him. He was doing a lot of work for him. I'm sure if Mr. Tenen wanted to start a pallet company and Mr. Fernandez gave him some money, it was in advance for him to continue to do work for him. That's what's happening here. It's $5,000 to a guy who has access to hundreds of thousands of dollars from the trust in his own personal accounts. This is not a great deal of money to Mr. Fernandez. It was a great deal of money to Mr. Tenen, and Mr. Tenen clearly tried and did the work for the pallets in which he needed the money for. Next. Then you heard from Mr. Blythe, or Agent Blythe. It wasn't until I got up and I said, "Are these things peer-reviewed?" "Yeah." "How many drafts did you do?" 5. 2 finals? "Yeah." And there were still mistakes on it. First-degree murder case. They're trying to put my client in prison for the rest of his life.
Your Honor, object.
Sustain.
This is a first-degree murder case. It's the most serious case that you can be indicted for in the state of Florida. There is no more serious of a crime. And they want you to believe that Mr. Fernandez's phone was off because there's one gap in data during the time of the homicide. But it's the defense that has to show you that the same records that they were relying on to come up with that information comes with a warning. The warning says, even if call records are found, which some were, there may be times when no timing advance records are available. Please use caution in using these records for investigative or prosecutorial purposes. It's exactly what they're doing in this case. They're taking one missing record, which T-Mobile tells you you shouldn't do because there are missing records. And then when I ask him about it, this is what he says. Well, on direct examination, when Ms. Stifler asked, any rhyme or reason as to why no timing advance measurements? Answer. Could be engineering product, can't map it, no location, no TA recs recording, can't say with certainty. We need certainty. The jury instruction says you have to have certainty. And yet, in this case, he cannot give you certainty as to why there's one missing TA record at that time. And then it took the defense on cross. I said there can be blocks of time where the network engineers just don't record TA for a particular market area. That's correct. And that's what they're asking you to rely on, to know that his phone was off. And then when I asked, do you know if his phone was off? No, I can't say. Circumstantially, it may have been an airplane made, or the engineers at the company, for whatever reason, just didn't receive timing records. And then when I showed all of the timing records for the whole night, I showed there's another 52-minute gap. They didn't tell you that. And I said, if you took that 52-minute gap and you put it on a slide, wouldn't it look identical, that there's no information? Yes. So what does the government do? They get up in their first close and they say, I wish they would have mapped that, because there could be another reason why at that time period it connects Mr. Fernandez to the crime. No, it doesn't. T-Mobile doesn't get records timing advance all the time. There are gaps for engineering reasons. Exactly what Agent Blythe told you. Blocks of time where the network engineers just don't record TA records. T-Mobile tells you that with a warning, and then all the records show. But they didn't show you other nights. Mr. Hill got up and he asked a witness later, did you look to see if there were identical times where there were no records for that time period? Yeah, I found 4 other ones with the exact time period. Now, there were some calls and texts during that time, but the phone had no TA records 4 times, 30 days prior, 30 days post of the exact time. And they want you to look at the jury instruction that says a forced doubt, an imaginary doubt. They're asking you to create evidence in your mind that doesn't exist. The evidence is you can't use it because it's not reliable and it's not used for prosecutorial purposes. That's why T-Mobile didn't come into this courtroom and tell you anything. He can't say whether Mr. Fernandez and Henry Tenen were even together on January 29th when they arrive at Potomac. Henry Tenen is there. Mr. Fernandez arrives, and when I said, do you even know if they're there at the same time? I can't say for certain. They could have been. I asked Detective Johns, you don't know that they were there at the same time. Could have been. And I'm like, what's the opposite of could have been, Detective Johns? That they could not have been. I mean, how hard was it for me to get that out of him? They don't know. The technology isn't that good, but if they were there together, it's like a minute or 30 seconds max. Otherwise, they're just 2 ships passing in the night. And why would there be 2 ships passing in the night on January 29th? Because it's 2 days after Mr. Fernandez signs the lease with Jeremy Ordway and all of the things were being moved to the garage. It's not at all unusual that a landlord would go at the end of the month when there's a new tenant coming in and an old tenant leaving and moving all of his stuff to the garage to make sure the house is in whatever order the new tenant expected it to be in, or for the other 20 times in one singular month that we know Mr. Fernandez went there to do work. And we know that he was there when tenants were there and when they weren't there, because we pointed out every time a tenant would leave or come. And we also know that on the next date that we're going to talk about, Agent Blythe agreed that there were times when on the 15th, when Mr. Fernandez was at the house, Mr. Tenen left 29 minutes before Mr. Fernandez did. So there's plenty of facts to suggest that Mr. Fernandez would be there when Mr. Tenen was not. And Mr. Agent Blythe, again, found no evidence that Mr. Fernandez or his device was ever with Henry Tenen when Henry Tenen was doing whatever it is that he was doing on that day, connected with the homicide. This is the night of the homicide. what Agent Blythe talked about is that there's no evidence that his device ever left his residence. And we talked about whether his phone was off or not and the certainty in which he could say that. Now, this is the part of the trial, if you recall, where I brought to your attention that Henry Fenton had 2 phones. And then I talked about where those phones connected and that they were separated. And that common sense would be that if at some point in time they were calling each other, they weren't together. So whoever was involved in this homicide that night with Henry Fenton had the other phone. If they want you to believe that Mario Fernandez was that other person, although there is no evidence to believe that, why would Mr. Fernandez turn off his phone? He had no history of turning off his phone, and Henry Fenton would have given him the other phone. It doesn't make any sense. They're just asking you to fill in gaps because they can't do it. The other person had Mr. Fenton's other phone. That phone connects over by Mojo's, and there's not a suggestion in the world that Mario Fernandez was ever anywhere out of his home on that night. You heard from Mrs. Butler. She's the one who said that Mr. Fernandez deleted a bunch of stuff from his phone right before his police interview. We know that Mr. Fernandez was involved in a sex tape and had lots of personal things on his phone. He cooperated. He gave his DNA. No reason to believe a person would not expect that they would ask for the phone. Why they didn't ask for his phone, that's your decision to make as to what kind of thorough investigation they did. They don't know what he deleted. They don't know if it was porn websites, which you saw Ms. Butler. She said, look at all these things he deleted. I saw you guys leaning in, looking. You saw the contents of the websites that he deleted. All reasonable things that if law enforcement was to take your phone, you may not want really the world to know what you're looking at in the privacy of your own home. But not a shred of evidence with all of her detail, with how good she was, with the precision that she was able to go through these records, that anything that was deleted had anything to do with the homicide of Jared Bridegan. Next. Oh, she talked about the search of John Biggerstaff, the thumbnail that she says that she doesn't know whether he clicked on or not. And it wasn't even the right firearm. It was the 9mm as well, and all the other searches that John Biggerstaff either looked at or had thumbnails of. And you heard from Mr. Ostertag. He's a JSO detective. He was in the digital forensic, and the big theme that they had with him was Mr. Fernandez, he wiped his phone. So all those months later, where they never collected his phone, and when they did, he was cooperative, he turned it over. They wanted you to believe there was some evidentiary value that he wiped his phone until we got up on cross-examination. You saw us scrambling over there. I went over to Miss Day. I said, get me the date that they say his phone was wiped. I bet you there's a T-Mobile purchase. Sure enough, T-Mobile, he got a new phone. That's what happened. Everyone wipes their phone when they get a new phone. They keep saying different things like, he wiped it, he got a new phone and device, and they showed you that on T-Mobile, but he kept it. That's weird. There is no evidence whatsoever that anything was unusual other than 8 months or so after the homicide, or 6 months or so after the homicide, he got a new phone and he wiped his old phone. That's what happened. The IME numbers are totally different, and that was the evidence in this case. This is the gentleman from ATF who said that he believed it was a Glock. I'm sure it was. He believed it was a 10mm. I'm sure it was. He seemed to know what he was doing. Can't connect it to this case at all. Doesn't even know if it was a Generation 44. They make 3 different models. Can't say what model it was. Tens of thousands of 10mm Glocks in circulation since 1991. That's what he was able to tell you. Next. Then you heard from Mr. Barton. And even the government said there's got to be truth in there somewhere. Who cares what the truth is with these 3 guys? The truth is, Fred Barton says the guns were dropped off and it was in a gun cabinet. Juan Biggerstaff says the guns were all dropped off in gun cases and appropriate gun boxes. John Biggerstaff says, I was a convicted felon, couldn't be anywhere near them, had to get rid of them. Who told you anything that any of those stories had anything to do with Mr. Fernandez? This is the part of the trial, folks, where you're waiting for the shoe to drop and you're like, all right, someone's going to take the stand. They're going to be offered immunity, which means they can't be prosecuted. They can tell you the truth. And they're going to put their chin to their chest and they're going to say, I didn't know it was going to be used for that purpose. I regret what I did, but I did give somebody a firearm, or whatever the case may be in every murder trial where they attempt or they can establish a connection between whatever evidence they put on for days at a time and the defendant. They didn't do that in this case. John Biggerstaff, first question I asked him, you heard Mr. Mizrahi ask you all these questions about your guns. Where are they? But he didn't ask him the one question, did you give Mr. Fernandez a 10 Miller firearm? No, I didn't. I haven't seen those guns since 2016. I asked him every which way. I even tried to trip him up. I'd ask him fast, I'd ask him slow. I'd ask him one time, then I'd ask him another time, and I'd ask him a different way. I'll let your memories reflect how many times I asked John Biggerstaff and how many different ways I asked him whether he helped Mr. Fernandez participate in this murder. His answer was no, 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 every single time. I didn't call John Biggerstaff as a witness. The government did. They're acting like we called an incredible person and you should hold that against us. They called him, and then in first closing they got up and said, as a liar. Well, I didn't call him. He doesn't connect my client to that firearm. Maybe he is a liar. Maybe he did keep his gun. Maybe he doesn't want to be arrested for being a convicted felon and go back to federal prison. I have no idea. But the one thing I'm certain of is that John Biggerstaff, Juan Biggerstaff, or Fred Barton never mentioned Mario Fernandez in connection to that 10 millimeter firearm. So why did they put all these people up there for one gun that's not connected to this homicide to have you learn that there is no connection to Mr. Fernandez? Ask yourself what the point of all of this was. This is a first-degree murder case. The consequences are real. There has to be evidence. There has to be connections. There isn't a single one related to John Biggerstaff's 10 millimeter firearm or any other 10 millimeter firearm other than one was used in this homicide, and there's not a shred of evidence that Mr. Fernandez ever owned a 10 millimeter firearm, was in possession of a 10 millimeter firearm, was seen in a photo with a 10 millimeter firearm, was seen at a gun range with a 10 millimeter firearm. Nothing. Zero. Zilch. Is he a law enforcement officer and he's credible? Is he not credible? I don't know. I didn't call him as a witness. The government did. You have to ask yourself what the purpose was and why. I don't care. He doesn't connect, other than he acknowledges that Mr. Fernandez helped him set up for his wedding. So when they say, God, it's so weird that on the 15th he would be with wrongdoers, he's not with wrongdoers. He's with a guy whose son came into town to get married, and Mr. Fernandez helped him bring tables and chairs to his wedding, confirmed by Juan Biggerstaff. That's what you learned from Juan Biggerstaff as to why Mr. Fernandez may have seen these people, Juan and John Biggerstaff, around the time of the homicide, because he got married at the time of the homicide. And you don't have to take these guys' word for it because they think they're liars. I asked Detective Johns, did you find receipts from the tables and chair place? He's like, yes, they picked up tables and chairs. The cellular data confirmed that Mr. Fernandez was with John Biggerstaff at the tables and chairs storage place, and a delivery was made. This isn't like some made-up story. That's what the evidence is. But they don't tell you that. They tell you, well, it's suspicious the night before the homicide he was with John Biggerstaff. When they know the evidence is he was helping him set up for a wedding. It's not suspicious they'd have communications. And the school teacher didn't provide a ton of evidentiary value, with the exception of, she said, there was some theme that this was some kind of fake marriage, that from 2018 until 2022, Mr. Fernandez was in some kind of contract marriage with Shanna Gardner. But he knows all the kids' medications. He does pickups and drop-offs. He goes to all the school projects and school performances. The school knows him. He was the first person with Miss Shanna Gardner to introduce themselves to the head of school. That's the purpose. That's ludicrous that they somehow hired Mr. Fernandez and then 4 years later to do a contract killing, and he just integrates himself into the family and the schools and the communities, and that's why we called the teachers. That's why we called Ms. Orpitsberger, who also, by the way, said 7 o'clock on a Wednesday, the community would report suspicious activity. And they want you to believe there was all this suspicious activity with a truck and Mr. Fernandez running back and forth, if you want to believe that theory. Next. Then you heard from Detective Chris Johns, who went through the financials, and you heard Mrs. Stifler in her opening statement, and this could not be more important, and she looked at all of you. I saw many of you write it down. It will be in your notes because I watched you, because when I heard the words come out of her mouth, I can tell you I know this case pretty good. I know the evidence in this case. I know the records. And when I heard the words come out of her mouth, I almost fell out of my chair. You heard what she said. There is... Wait.
A week after Jared Bridegan's death,
Okay, hold on. Pause. Let me pause it. Let me see.
Wow, now that's some technology. They've got Miss Stifler talking about the $50,000. Wow, that happened earlier today, but they pulled Miss Stifler talking about transferring the $50,000 from Shanna's trust, and they circled that into their closing. Interesting. I got to make a note of that. Let's see. And there's no evidence of that. Yep. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Well, he's calling out the state. He's calling out the state almost in real time. I mean, granted that happened. Oh no, I'm going to leave it running. It happened like a couple hours ago, but he's that's one way of refuting what the state says. And of course, that was objected to. But they're refuting. I mean, they are refuting, meaning the defense is disputing what the state said, and he's just showing he's showing it in a video versus just saying the state stood up here and said. I mean, they do that all the time. They say the state stood up here and they told you this, and then they say what they said. This time he's actually showing what the state said. I don't know. That was her closing. I'm almost positive that was her closing. Yeah, I'm almost positive that was her closing. Yeah, openings and closings are not evidence. That is true. That is absolutely very true. Miss Bree, how are you? Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. He's really going all out for his client. Debbie, the state can say anything they want in openings. It's not evidence or closings, so make something of it. Yep, closings, openings, they're not in evidence. That is all very, very true. Dreamcatcher, did you miss the prosecution closing? Yes, the initial one, they still have rebuttal. There's still going to be rebuttal. They still have rebuttal to go through. Hellrider, yeah, they're all private. They're all private. Yeah, Mario's are. I gotta turn a light on. It's so dark here. We've just been getting storms after storms after storms today. We have more rain. Well, I guess it's around us. Yeah. All right. Hopefully, it won't take us out. I may have to turn on my lights pretty soon here. Oh, I'm sorry. Did it say it? Oops, sorry. Hold on. P. Cooper, I didn't see that. I missed that. That was her opening statement? Okay. I missed that. Good catch. Let me go back and see if I can find that. State's opening statements. Okay. In big blue, bold. State's opening statements. You can tell I'm paying attention. Yes, it did say state's opening statements. So in their opening statements, a week after Jared's passing, the defendant transferred $50,000 from Shanna Gardner's trust into his own personal checking account. Yeah, this was contested in one of their pretrial hearings, and I don't remember them saying that during the trial though. That's Erin and I were talking about that this morning because she listened to a pretrial hearing which was very.
Mr. Dreiser, the jury needs a break. Okay. Right? Y'all need a break? We'll take the break. Leave your notepads.
Oh man, another break? Taking another break. All right, jury's taking another break. Yeah, there's no way they're going to start deliberating tonight. She's going to send them home. So we still have rebuttal we have to get through. I think he's going to be winding up pretty soon. I would think he's going to be finished in like 15 minutes. I don't think.
All right, court's in recess until the jury buzzes.
Wait, court is in recess until the jury buzzes? So she's not even telling them 10 minutes, 15 minutes? Huh. That's interesting. It sounds to me like that's an open-ended break. They're in recess until the jury buzzes. She didn't even, did she say there was like a 10-minute break? I'm starting to lose my focus here too. It's getting late in the day. Did she say jury needs a break? All right. It's getting late in the day here. All right. So after the other break, he says he comes back with, meaning the defense, Mr. Dresser, who flees to Pittsburgh. I'm like, well, don't throw shade on Pittsburgh. He talks about the wiretap with Carlos. Henry did a lot of work for me. He mowed. He took down trees. He talks about that FBI report had a lot of mistakes. Not a lot, but there was a couple typos. The draft, he made like, I think 5 or 6 or maybe 7 drafts. And the one that was final, he kept draft on it. And then this latest objection was the transfer of $50,000 from the trust to the bank account. I do not remember hearing that during the trial. I know they were talking about it. But they didn't specifically say this came from the trust and it went into. I just don't remember that. I thought, and that would have been one of those gotcha moments, one of those moments of like, so this is a direct link between money coming in. I know the parents gave them both $75,000. Maybe that's what they're talking about, that he put that money into the trust. Maybe, I don't know. Zamina, it's way too long. Yep. Welcome in. How are you doing? Thank you for joining us. Rev Ben, your father-in-law's U.S. Marshal in Pittsburgh. People flee to Pittsburgh. U.S. Marshal in Pittsburgh. People flee to. I'm just saying, don't throw shade on Pittsburgh. I can't believe I'm actually saying that, being from Ohio. I'm actually supporting Pittsburgh. Anyway, no, I mean, it's what it is. Let's see. Why do they flee to Pittsburgh? I have no idea. Zamina says, if Mario does get guilty, then what happens to Shanna? They're going to say, I'm going to go out on a limb. I've been saying this for a while now, a couple days at least, since last week. I think their defense is going to be Mario did it. This was all Mario. We had nothing to do with it. My client had nothing to do with it. We were in the process of getting divorced. We were separated. He did it because he was jealous. He did it because he thought he was going to get money. He did it because he was tired of hearing me have issues with Jared. He wanted a happy, I don't know. There's any number of things that they can say. But I'm fairly confident that they're going to blame Henry for sure, because that's what Mario is doing. And then on top of that, they were separating. Her and Mario were separating. So I'm thinking. Yes, Miss Bree, they are not public. They are private. Yeah, welcome in. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Crispy Dino Nug, you reside in Ohio. Can't wait to get out. Yeah, I made my escape. Well, I got my friends and family I got a lot of friends and family still in Ohio. But I enjoy going back. Linda says the state gets to wrap it up again. Yep, we still have to have a rebuttal. The defense only has this one time. Yep, correct. So let them take the time they need. The female prosecutor, I'm surprised, didn't take longer. She likes to go on and on. That would be Miss Stifler. Paul Doherty says, I think he's a very good attorney. Don't have to like him, but I'm sorry, I don't know what that is. Sorry. But thank you for that comment. Tosh, defense showed no money from trust was given to Mario, just personal family money. That's what I thought too. I was waiting for this gotcha moment and it never came. Right? It never came. All right. Gregor, it's only 4:10. Best part of the day. You are welcome. Always nice to have new people come into our chat. Thank you. All right, there's some more storms. There have been storms around us all day. Thankfully, we've not lost power. If you've been with us, you know that sometimes when we have storms roll through, we'll lose internet, we'll lose power. It only goes out for like a second or two, but that's all we need. All you need is that second, then we have to end the stream. So if we do lose power, if we go offline, just know that we will be back as soon as we can. Eileen says, Jose, meaning Jose Bias, will no doubt place all the blame on Mario. Even if he is acquitted, there is double jeopardy. Everybody's already blaming Henry, so Shanna will definitely put the blame on Mario, for sure. Jose Bias. He is Shanna Gardner's lawyer. Part one of her lawyers. She has many. She has a Kirsten Nelson, who is, I think, pretty good. Jose Bias, of course, represented Casey Anthony in Orlando way back in the day. So Jose Bias. He is a very well-known attorney, defense attorney. He got Casey Anthony off. He's based in Miami. He's based down in Miami. And this is up in Jacksonville. Two completely different parts of the state. Jacksonville is way to the northeast. Miami is, well, actually Miami's on the southeast. Sort of basically, where they, probably 800 miles away from each other. Yes, let us take a moment, and if you guys have not hit the like button, please do so. For those that are new to our channel, and if you are out there and you can hear my voice, please take a moment to hit the like button. If you have not already, We have 257 likes. So appreciate all of you who have hit the like button. But let's see if we can get up to. Let's try for 3. Let's see if we can get up to 260. Can we get to 260 likes? If you don't mind, take a moment and hit the like button. We also have a poll going. If you guys have not hit the poll yet, what is the most important evidence against Mario? 54% of you say the connection to Henry. 34% of you say checks to Henry afterwards. So those are two connections to Henry, basically, kind of the same thing. 7% of you said love for Shanna, and 5% of you said the connection to John B., which is John Biggerstaff, which is the one who allegedly provided the 10 millimeter. So we have a poll going, and we also have 267. Awesome. Thank you guys. Appreciate that. Thank you for getting us over 260, almost to 270. Thank you so much for your support. Really appreciate that. So, also for those that are new to our channel that are coming in, I am planning on going tomorrow. It seems like closings will probably be done, and unless he goes to 5 and rebuttal is only going to be half hour, she may keep the jury through to finish rebuttal, or she may send them home.
When you're ready, Mr. Dreisen. Oh, wait. Okay. Whenever you're ready.
Let's not let this fact get lost. I know this case. I almost fell out of my chair. It would have been a horrific fact if it were true. Use your collective memories to recall what the government told you in their opening statement. To make it seem as though Mr. Fernandez gained $50,000 the week after the homicide for his heroic act of helping the Gardner Trust commit a homicide, Ms. Stifler told you, quote, a week after Jared Bridegan's death, the defendant transferred $50,000 from Shanna Gardner's trust into his own personal account. And we all know that's not true. It's not even close to true. It did not happen. It was such a big statement. I watched you all. Your notes will reflect. And it's not true. And I spent the time going through with Detective Johns, statement by statement, to show you there was no $50,000 transfer. There wasn't a $10,000 transfer, a 20, a 30, a 40. There was nothing but 2 transfers, one of $1,500, one of $1,800, and maybe another 1,000. And when I asked him, do you know if those went to Mr. Fernandez? He would say, no, I don't know. He has all of Mr. Fernandez's financial records. If those did go to Mr. Fernandez, he would know it. The evidence is that that did not happen. Mr. Fernandez, think about if they had told you this. No one would have wrote it down because it wouldn't have been important. Mr. Fernandez took $50,000 of his own money and transferred it to a joint account of First Choice Home Rentals so that he could pay for a $15,000 air conditioning unit and the checks that he wrote to Henry Tennant. There wasn't enough in the account. All Mr. Fernandez did was transfer money that he had in his account, hundreds, I think it was $212,000 or $160,000, and he moved $50,000 to the business account. It covered all the expenses, and then he moved the remaining balance back to himself. What benefit did Mr. Fernandez get from the transfer of that $50,000? And the answer is zero. It was his money, and he covered expenses to his premarital rental property. That's what happened. And you have to ask yourselves when you go back and deliberate, why did they tell me that? This case is like 3.5 years old. They have to know what money was moved. Why did they tell me that in opening statement? And then gauge the rest of the evidence that you heard to determine if that was credible. How many times did they tell you, we don't know where Mario Fernandez was during the homicide? And then there's no evidence of who was driving the blue F1 Ford 50 the night of the homicide. And then in her closing statement, she told you two things. She said, go to the next slide. I think it may be on there. Well, I'll get to that. And I'm jumping the gun on the slides, but I'll skip, I promise, when I get there. She told you an opening statement that two people can keep a secret if one person's dead, which means that two people who are alive can't keep the secret, right? That's what the saying is. Then today, she told you it had to be Mario Fernandez because it was mutual destruction between Henry Tennant and Mario Fernandez. Those are two completely different concepts. Two people can keep a secret if one is dead, and it's mutual destruction. And then we don't know where he is, but he's in the blue truck. Two totally different concepts. And then Ms. Stifler gave you this whole example about how it had to be Mr. Fernandez in the blue truck because it was mutual destruction. There's only one person Henry Tennant would trust, and it's got to be Mr. Fernandez. Has to be because no one else would get involved. No one else could take the chance to get caught. Has to be Mario Fernandez. And then about 30 minutes, and right before she closed, do you remember what Ms. Stifler said to you? Well, of course there's no DNA. Of course his hair is not in the truck. Of course there's no surveillance because he's an architect of the crime. And architects hire the painters. Of course you don't have paint on your hands if you're not a painter. Of course people that hire people to commit crimes, cowards, they hire people to commit crimes so their DNA is not at the scene. So their hairs are not in the Ford F-150. So they're not caught on surveillance. Well, which one is it, folks? Is it that Mr. Fernandez has to be in the truck because he's the only one that Henry Tennant would trust? Well, that's not good. That doesn't fit the evidence because there is no DNA. He's not caught at the scene. He's not seen on surveillance. Not a shred of evidence connects Mr. Fernandez. So let's pivot real quick. He's the architect. He's not in the truck. He probably is at home. We don't know where he is because he paid for it. They told you two completely separate theories. Why? And the answer is because they don't know who is involved. And when you don't know who is involved, you don't know what happened. You don't know who's connected to Jared Bridegan. You don't know who's connected to Shanna Gardner. You don't know who's connected to Shanna Gardner's family. You don't know. So they just say, well, it has to be him. He's the only connection. That would only make sense if they knew who was involved, and they don't. Henry Tennant is not dead. They told you he's dead to you. Two people can keep a secret if one is dead. He's not dead. He's alive and well. You just didn't hear any evidence from him. He just didn't come in here and tell you that Mario Fernandez paid you. You just didn't hear that. But it's not because he's dead. He's alive and well. The government just didn't put that evidence on. Ms. Gardner was mentioned 26 times in the opening statement, and you didn't hear anything about Ms. Gardner in this case. You think maybe there's another part of the story that you don't know? And if you don't know all the facts, how are you supposed to determine if Mr. Fernandez is the only link to Jared Bridegan? They're desperately clinging to that fact. That's how they want to win. All this stuff, the totality of the evidence, makes only sense that it's Mario Fernandez. Except for if you go back there and go, we don't know who's in the truck. We don't know how Ms. Gardner's involved. I didn't bring up Ms. Gardner. The state did 26 times in their opening statement, and you didn't hear anything about her during this trial. How are you supposed to convict Mr. Fernandez of first-degree murder and solicitation to commit first-degree murder when you don't know who is involved? The answer is you cannot. We can't present that evidence. talked about the date of crime and what evidence you heard. I'm not going to go over that again. We talked about weighing the instructions and whether the witnesses were straightforward, and I'll ask you to consider that when the judge reads it to you. There's another jury instruction that says the number of witnesses and the number of exhibits is not what counts. This whole stack of evidence that's been in front of you for the last 6 days, these framed jackets and these framed shell casings and the keys to the truck, just because there's a lot of it, and just because they called more witnesses than we did, the judge is going to instruct you that you have to weigh the evidence, not the number of witnesses and not the number of exhibits. Mr. Fernandez elected not to testify in this case, and I spent a great deal of time in jury selection speaking to each and every one of you about many different reasons why a person would not testify in their own defense other than the fact that they are not guilty. The judge is going to read you that the Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. Mr. Fernandez has a constitutional right not to take the stand in his own defense, and you cannot consider that in your deliberations. I asked you in jury selection that if anyone were to go back there and do that, and you all agreed that would be unfair, that you would follow the law, that you would not allow your other fellow jurors to consider that or talk about it if the judge in fact instructed you on it, and she is going to. And I hope that you will hear that objection. You will understand why a person who is not guilty, in fact, a person who is innocent and did not participate in this crime, still may have elected his constitutional right to not take the stand. And that's why I spent so much time in jury selection talking about why a person may not do that and getting you all to agree and understand that it's not because he's hiding anything. It's because he has a constitutional right that he's These have been behind you the entire time. I asked you at any given point to look and say, with the totality of all of the evidence that you heard during the course of the 6 days and the evidence that I reviewed with you this afternoon, what evidence was there that Mr. Fernandez wanted Jared Bridegan to die? The answer, none. What act did he do? What did he say that was intended to aid or to incite, cause, encourage, assist? The answer is none. I showed you every witness. I showed you a picture of every witness. We went through and talked about it. I know I didn't talk about everything they said, but I'm telling you that your collective memories will reflect that there was no evidence that Mr. Fernandez wanted him to die. There was no evidence that he said anything to Henry Tennant to cause him, encourage him, or assist him. And then for the criminal solicitation, next, that he solicited Henry Tennant prior to February 16th. What witness? What evidence? The checks were for legitimate work. They were post the homicide. They're going to keep harping on these checks. There's no check in November. There's no check in December. There's no check in January. There's no check in February. 2 checks in March, 1 check in April. That's it. That's what they're going to tell you is the circumstantial evidence that he solicited someone. Henry Tennant committed this crime on credit. Murder for credit. It just doesn't happen, folks. There's no financial transactions to support circumstantially, and there's no evidence or testimony to suggest that Mr. Fernandez did something or said something to Henry Tennant. None. Doesn't exist in this case. And lastly, we get to the reasonable doubt instruction. And a reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, meaning that what you heard is not consistent with a crime. The evidence in this case is that Mr. Fernandez wrote Mr. Tennant some checks for legitimate work that he did. Mr. Fernandez owned Potomac, and that's why he was there. The evidence that we saw was that he would go there regularly. He had a legitimate reason to be there. He would go there twice in a day. He had no contact with a 10-millimeter firearm. All of the reasons that the evidence that you heard would give you doubt that he was involved in a first-degree murder or solicitation to commit murder. That's what that instruction is telling you to look at. Or it's telling you Don't look at the evidence, or look at the evidence, and look at the lack of evidence. What connection is there to a 10-millimeter firearm? None. What evidence is there that Mr. Fernandez asked, did something, said something to Mr. Tenen? There is none. What evidence is there that Mr. Fernandez intended or wanted Jared Bridegan to die? There is none. That's a lack of evidence. And if you go back then, you're like, they just didn't prove it. I was just waiting to hear one piece of evidence that would make me know. That's what that jury instruction says, is that the three things that you use are the evidence itself, which in this case should give you reasonable doubt. The lack of evidence, which in this case certainly should give you lots of reasonable doubt. And then there's a conflict in the evidence, when the evidence just doesn't line up. When one witness says the guns came in a lockbox, and another witness says they came in gun cases, no witnesses say that Mr. Fernandez had anything to do with the firearm. That's a conflict in the evidence that doesn't make sense. Conflicts in this case, there's no DNA in the blue truck, but the government wants me to believe that he's in the blue truck. There's no fingerprints in the blue truck, but they want me to believe he's in the blue truck. There is no physical evidence that ties him to the scene, no surveillance, no eyewitnesses, nobody that puts him outside of his house on that night. But they want you to believe that he's running from his house to the truck, to turn back off his phone, to run back later in the night, to hand back keys. I mean, you heard that today. There's like, what evidence is there that Henry Tenen needed to get keys from anybody else other than the driver of the blue truck? So they just throw it out there. That in and of itself is a conflict because the evidence doesn't support that he ever left his house. And if that gives you any doubt, just one singular doubt, that you aren't convinced that every single one of you knows with every fiber in your body. You heard Mr. Mizrahi say in jury selection, it's been referred to as an abiding conviction of guilt. This is the highest standard. Being convinced. And I spoke to you about probable cause. It's the lowest level of proof in this country. To arrest somebody, to pull them over, it is literally, by law, the lowest standard of proof we have in this country. And how many times has the government told you in this trial that they believe other people are involved, like John Biggerstaff, that he's lying to you, that he gave him a firearm? They haven't arrested John Biggerstaff. How unfair is it what they're asking you to do? They're asking you to go back in this room with the highest level of burden of proof, the toughest burden of proof that we have in this country, beyond to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. And they want you to believe that John Biggerstaff gave Mario Fernandez a 10-millimeter weapon, and they have never even arrested him. They've threatened him. They've offered him immunity. But they can't even arrest him with the lowest level. They're asking you to find that it's reasonable that he gave it to him using the highest standard. That is simply unfair. And it tells you that they cannot prove that John Biggerstaff provided a firearm. Otherwise, he would not have been in here on his own volition, walking in. He'd be a principal to first-degree murder of Jared Bridegan, and he is not. Before we move on, the word that they use is convinced. Abiding conviction of guilt is what Mr. Mizrahi referred it to, and lawyers refer to that as. You have to know, and if you don't, the judge is going to tell you that if you have a reasonable doubt, you must acquit the defendant. That's what the law is. If you go back there and you're like, they just didn't connect all the dots, the judge will tell you in her words, you must acquit the defendant, meaning you have to find him not guilty. If you have one reasonable doubt, the elements we have gone over and over every time we've spoken to you. I want to point out number 4. The judge is going to tell you that the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. If I acted a certain way, if I was too aggressive with a witness, if you thought I was pushing Detective Johns' buttons, or I could have been nicer or more polite, I will take the criticism. I'm not the best lawyer in the world. I make mistakes. I get caught up in it. I get emotional. If you go back there and you think that something I did or Mr. Hill did, I'll concede it was probably me. In this case, was unprofessional or whatever the case is, don't hold that against Mr. Fernandez. Hold that against me. And that's what the judge will instruct you. Music to your ears. This is the last time that I get an opportunity to speak with you in this entire case. So first I want to tell you that the government gets to get up now and they get to tell you all the reasons I was wrong. And they get to tell you everything about what I said and why Mr. Fernandez is guilty, and they're entitled to do that, and I assure you Mr. Mizrahi is going to. But what Mr. Mizrahi is not allowed to do, he's not allowed to reopen the evidence. He's not allowed to give you evidence that you didn't hear. He's just allowed to argue that with what evidence they've already submitted, it's enough to convict Mr. Fernandez. That's it. That's all he can do. And before I ask you to return a not guilty verdict on all of the counts of the information, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your attention, your candor in jury selection, your time paying attention. It has been a long, dense few days or week, and I am grateful, but most importantly, Mr. Fernandez is grateful, because this is the most important week of his life. And on behalf of Mr. Fernandez, I want to thank you for your time and your attention. As to the verdict of solicitation, we're going to ask you to return a verdict of not guilty. As to verdict murder in the first degree, we are going to ask you to return a verdict of not guilty, because we believe the evidence in this case shows the government wholly and woefully failed in their obligation and their burden to prove to you that a crime was committed. And most importantly, it's because we believe that Mr. Fernandez is innocent, and he got wrapped up in something that he never should have been wrapped up in, that he knew nothing about. We'll ask you to return a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dreiser. Does Mr. Mizrahi, do you need a moment to set up?
I just need a brief moment, Your Honor. We can do that while the jury is in the courtroom. It should not take me long, and I'll give the defense a chance to move all their stuff.
Jurors, do you want a brief recess? Are you all good? Good? Okay.
It's 4:30. I would think from a strategic standpoint, you'd want to do it tomorrow.
Let's take 5 minutes, okay?
I'm sorry. I'd like the principal up if you could leave it up. Yeah, put them all up.
I don't know. I would think from a strategic standpoint, you'd want to rebut tomorrow, get it fresh in their minds, and then have them deliberate. I do not see them deliberating tonight. I think their brains are mush. I think they've absorbed a lot of information, and I would think Judge Kite is going to let them go home, or she may ask them. She may say, "Do you guys want to start deliberating?" She may ask them too. What do you guys want to do? Do you want to go home, start tomorrow, or do you want to start deliberating tonight? She said earlier in the week, last week, she said, I think it was last week, or maybe it was Monday. She said that she was going to let them go into 8 or 9 o'clock if they need to, but she was going to pull the plug at. Let me turn this down a little bit. She was going to pull the plug at 8 or 9 o'clock. They are not going to be sequestered. They're not sequestered. Melka, how are you? Great to see you. Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. The phrase "house long" gives you PTSD. Hope you've been well. Pipeline, Mr. Dresser is just not good enough. I think his presence, demeanor, tonality, and personality do not work in favor of a not guilty verdict. Not talking about evidence yet. Yeah, you have to be careful because this isn't a. It has to be based on facts and the evidence. This isn't a personality contest, although the juries that I've been on, you definitely lean towards one attorney or another. You know, you feel that connection. But at the end of the day, when they go back and deliberate, they have to look at the facts.
Oh, because I didn't have it on.
See if we can pick up a hot mic here.
There's going to be pictures. Okay? You don't have to. Make sure everyone knows. I don't see Kirsten. Go ready, you are.
All right. Mr. Holman, ready. Where's Mr. Hill? Mr. Dreiser, where's Mr. Hill?
Close your eyes. Ready to go. I'm not saying anything. It doesn't work from here. I understand the mic's still on. It doesn't work from here. On the screens. Got to publish all. Changing. That's America.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone may be seated.
Hey, please the court.
Yes.
Counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, grace is defined in our culture as polite, fair, a forgiving attitude towards others. We live in an amazing country, and the beauty of our country is we get to have trials like this. Trials where we get to hear very competent, very well-trained defense attorneys get up here and argue to a jury of his peers that Kirsten Bridegan did not show the grace that the murderer of her husband showed her. That was an argument that you heard from that mouth. That somehow Kirsten Bridegan's desire to hold those accountable and not have the murderers of her husband, the murderers of the father of her children at her funeral for him, isn't grace. She wanted the kids there. But the fact that a man is angry 2 weeks after a widow has buried her husband because she's just being a bitch. The insight of the personality of that man is striking. The only grace is that Kirsten Bridegan wanted someone that loved Jared to be present when his children were notified about his murder, not his untimely death, his murder. And by the way, she went there with her dad, not by herself. She went with her father to stand next to her and be with her during this process. The defense has and let me say this before I get, I'm going to say a lot of what the defense says, and Mr. Dreiser and Mr. Hill have done a wonderful job representing their clients within the bounds of the law, and I am not attacking them personally. Maybe a little bit different from what you heard from the other side, but I'm not attacking them personally. They're supposed to do what they're supposed to do. But when they say things like, nothing nefarious, what they're trying to get you to ignore is the starting point. The murder is the starting point. The grace that Kirsten Bridegan showed is the starting point. Nothing nefarious that implicates this defendant. This defendant took this man and turned him in to a medical examiner number on a slab. That's the reality of this case. We don't do it to inflame you, but we do it to inform you. This is what happened. And this is the nefarious thing that occurred. The nefarious thing is not threats within a divorce pleading. The nefarious thing is he ended up with 2 bullets and bled out not knowing whether his daughter, was okay or not. That's the nefarious thing. So the analysis has to be, what evidence is there that this defendant, is a principal to that act? Your decision is not whether there exists a text message saying, please kill this person for me. Your decision is not whether or not the pickup truck was in a gravel lot near the crime scene. These are not your issues. And we spent hours and hours in closing argument listening to those kind of arguments. That's not the question. The question is whether or not this defendant is a principal to the first-degree murder of his wife's ex-husband. We heard lots about the shoe drop. The shoe drop. You know what the shoe drop was in this case? The shoe drop was after weeks and weeks and months of investigation where Kirsten Bridegan is posting justice for Jared, trying to find out who is responsible when she knows in her heart who it is. But we need evidence. We have to be able to prove it. The police say, listen, we can't just arrest people because you think they did it. You can't arrest people because you have a bad divorce or bad child custody and you'll always fight. That's not evidence. Motive is not evidence. We have to have evidence. The shoe drop began with the happenstance finding of the tire propped up against the Potomac Avenue address and discovering that, holy cow, the DNA on the murder weapon, the tire in the middle of the road that caused Jared Bridegan to get out of his car, that was essentially the impetus to his murder, whether it be a firearm or a stabbing, whatever it ended up being, that helped cause the murder. That the DNA on that tire is Henry Tennant. And that Henry Tennant, his ex-tenant, who's so poor he can't afford the rent and had to be kicked out, and he was tired of having him live there without paying rent, killed the victim, and he gave him $10,000 in the weeks after it. That's the ultimate shoe drop. There is zero other explanation from this case. He keeps saying they can't prove what happened. That's what happened. There is zero link between Henry Tennant and the victim. This defendant is the only link, the only hub. The shoe drop is his tenant that he had tremendous contact with over and over and over again, that he paid $2,000, $3,000, $5,000, and lots of other cash payments that we don't really know about, that person killed Jared Bridegan.
They don't get any benefit for coming into this court. We didn't know it was going to happen. Stifler and I try to keep our poker faces. We did not know that in their opening statement, he was going to stand up here and say, Henry Tennant did this. No idea that was going to happen. And we 100% agree with defense counsel that a lot of this stuff proves Henry Tennant did it. We didn't know that was going to happen. A tremendous amount of our proof, as in any murder for hire case, is that the person that was hired has a link to the person that hired them. All that is, they don't get any credit, any benefit, any points for standing up and saying, admit what you can't deny and deny what you can't admit. They don't get any points for that. They have to say Henry Tennant's involved because the evidence is overwhelming it's involved. But they have to deny everything else or the defendant is guilty. Now, a few points about Mr. Tennant. We heard so much of the cross. He brings up the jacket and the shoes, and we can't tell you what happened. They stipulated it was Henry Tennant. They keep saying, why did they do all that? The defense counsel says, why did the state do all these things? Why did he argue that? He's saying that Henry Tennant did the crime. Do I know beyond to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt that that's the jacket? No, and the detective just said it was consistent with. He believed it to be the jacket, but we don't know that for sure. It's not relevant. He did it. That's not what's relevant. You know, Henry Tennant may be a lot of things, and one of them is a murderer. You know what? The only two people that knew that little Bexley was in that car were this defendant and Shanna Gardner. And this man, this uneducated alcoholic, spends his money all at liquor stores, you'll have the records, that this man, a desperate, over 60-year-old laborer, handyman, making a few $100s a week, he sees Lexus driving, Toyota Tacoma driving, brand new cars, big spender landlord. And Mario Fernandez turns Henry Tennant from a desperate handyman into a hired hitman. Here's a newsflash. Nobody saw Henry Tennant do this crime either. All this incessant arguing about no one saw the pickup truck. No one saw Mario Fernandez. Over and over. No one saw Henry Tennant. We have some grainy video that later we piece together and go, yeah, that sure looks like Henry Tennant. That was after weeks and months. We didn't know who Henry Tennant was. And if you look at the vehicles, you can never see anyone in any of those vehicles beyond it to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. And you know how you know that? There's arguments you heard over and over and over again. You don't know that that's Kirsten Bridegan and her mother in that car. You know it because they tell you that. If you look at that video when they come in, you can't identify anybody. And that's a clear shot from the police station into their front windshield. There is no video that's going to be able to look into a car and tell you who is inside that vehicle. But this is a still shot from the video that we introduced in evidence. And let me be clear. This isn't proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay? But the figure in that vehicle, in that grainy still shot this is after the homicide, is clearly not a 6'6" black man whose head would be at the top. It is certainly consistent with a man of the defendant's stature. Well, is that him driving beyond the reasonable? I don't want y'all to get confused. No, I can't say that. No one can say that. It is a shadowy figure of what appears to be a moderately sized individual driving, maybe even short. The defense argues the defendant is at his house. There's no evidence of that. His phone pinged there earlier and pinged there later, but we don't know what he's doing during the time frame. Right? He says in his non-custodial interview, he says he's passed out high on gabapentin because he has a migraine and never talked to the kids. We'll get to that in a minute. The entire defense was this defendant wasn't seen murdering the person or positively identified in the truck, which is why you hire someone else to go shoot a person. That this defendant didn't leave behind any forensic evidence at the scene, which is why you hire somebody else to kill the victim. That we presented no letter, email, or text from this defendant saying, will you pretty please, with sugar on top, kill Jared Bridegan for me? If you set aside the checks, if you set aside all of the circumstantial evidence of the dry run and everything else. That's also why you and your co-defendants delete messages. It's why you give Mr. Biggerstaff a heads up that he might be questioned. It's why you factory reset a phone. By the way, there's no evidence he purchased another phone. He purchased something at a phone store for $70. Okay? That's what the evidence is. And it might have been a phone. But there's no evidence of that it is a phone. Just could have been. But more importantly, the evidence is he kept his phone. And anyone that has lost anything on their phone or even gotten a new phone, I guess back in the old days, you had to re-input everything. It just so happens to be a few days after his tenant is arrested on unrelated charges. The entire defense is what you would expect to find in a murder for hire case. So then it goes, and you heard this argument, well, Henry Tennant didn't come into this courtroom. Henry Tennant, then the next words out of his mouth are, Henry Tennant has the defendant, by the way, and Henry Tennant, have a Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. And that should not be held against anyone. So if Henry Tennant has a Fifth Amendment right, this defendant has a Fifth Amendment right, apparently if you can get away with murder if your co-defendant doesn't squeal on you. That's the defense in this case. That's really the defense in this case. Ignore the mountains of circumstantial evidence that points to the defendant and just realize Henry Tennant didn't testify and no one saw him in the truck. We don't have those pieces of evidence, but would you ever expect to have those pieces of evidence in a murder for hire case? By the defense logic, if the killer doesn't testify, it's impossible to prove a murder for hire case, absent a full written confession. Luckily for everyone, the law says that they're wrong. There is no particular piece of evidence that's required. The law requires a diverse group of citizens willing to give up their time and treasure to sit in this courtroom and listen to the evidence and evaluate it fairly. The defense challenged each and every one of you to listen whether or not there's a logical inference from the evidence instruction. Okay? Ms. Stifler, and God bless her, lawyers do it all the time. We like to use fancy language because I don't know if it makes us sound smarter. We exit the vehicle instead of getting out of the car. We say the aforementioned. I don't know why we do that, but we do it. They don't teach it in law school, but we just do it. It makes us feel lawyerly. But she says, Logical inference from the evidence. You know what that is? And you know what will come out of Judge Kite's mouth? Is each and every one of you must use your common sense in deciding the evidence in this case. Logical inference from the evidence means common sense. And if you don't use your common sense, then the only cases that could ever be proven beyond a reasonable doubt are those with direct evidence like an eyewitness or confession. Just think about it like this. We talked about in jury selection. If, let's just speculate that Henry Tenen comes into this courtroom, he did not, there's no evidence of this, and says, I was paid by Mario Fernandez to kill the victim. What evidence would there be as to bias for Henry Tenen? That he's facing first-degree murder charges? That he has an interest in how the case is decided? That he may be looking for a deal in order to get him to testify against someone that the state wants him to testify to? That's crappy evidence. And if that's all we had, then we would have direct evidence, but we wouldn't have the beauty of the circumstantial evidence in this case. You know, Lady Justice wears a blindfold. And that concept is the concept of circumstantial evidence. That it doesn't have bias. It doesn't have vision problems. Circumstantial evidence speaks the truth. You have an abiding conviction of guilty in this case because it's a marriage of the logical evidence that we have and the gut feeling in your heart. That's what abiding conviction means. It is a marriage between your mind and your heart. Your heart screams to you, this defendant is guilty. Jared Bridegan was barely cold in the ground, and this defendant spent 2 weeks after, and this defendant is bragging what a jerk he was, what an awful person his widow is. The only people in the world that knew about the timing, the location, that had a desire for Jared Bridegan to be heard, that are criticizing him just the weeks afterwards, that got everything that they wanted. They couldn't contain their glee at his untimely demise. You can be entirely convinced and have an abiding conviction of guilt and it be lawful. You're not filling in blanks. You're using your common sense that is given to you by our Maker. And your God-given common sense can be enough that, of course, the hub of the wheel with all these different spokes was this defendant, and he was married pursuant to a contract with the with the Gardners to kill the victim, hired a desperate handyman to become a hitman, and the circumstantial evidence screams that to you. And that's an abiding conviction of guilt. And that is one which does not waver and vacillate because circumstantial evidence doesn't change. Now, they did a wonderful job of arguing about things we can't prove, which we stipulate to. We don't have someone identifying him or a fingerprint or DNA, but what we have, what they didn't argue to you, is that you have an abiding conviction of guilt. But I want to spend a little bit of time going over what the evidence is that we have. It's been belabored at this point, but I feel necessary because I want to rebut some of the things that defense counsel says. So we talk about motive. By the way, the most smiling, best looking photograph at a funeral I've ever seen. That's what this is at. Where her children are remembering their father. That's what abiding conviction is. Defense counsel talks about the amicable child custody and divorce proceeding, they put out that little thing. Did you notice that when it was closed, it said line 318, that was the number of entries. There were 318 entries in that 8 to 9 years of divorce. This was not amicable. Kirsten Bridegan told you that it would be closed for a couple of months, then open for a couple months, then closed for a couple of months, then open for a couple of months. The child custody issue, let me be clear, it definitely applies more to Shanna Gardner than it does to Mario Fernandez, not his kids. But this defendant had financial reasons, kind of glossed over by the defense. They didn't spend a lot of time with Taylor Crudis other than to, I guess, personally attack us about the questions and keeping her business private. But she was a really important witness in this case because she says two things that I think each and every one of you should find striking. Says it's a hit and run. Okay, that's just weird. Makes it seem like it's a traffic accident. It's not. Okay, whatever. He says he has a contract, not a prenup. She fought with the defense election. They never said prenup. I know what a prenup is. He never said that. And he said it wasn't with Shanna. He had an agreement, a contract with the Gardners, meaning the parents, the wealthy people. He had 75,000 motives to do this. This guy, you have the documents. He got VA benefits and a rent for some slum little houses. That's it. He was working as a maintenance man in a gym. He's driving around $50,000 cars. He gets to keep the money. They sold their marital home. He gets hundreds of thousands of dollars. He gets $75,000 checks at once. That's the motive.
Mr. Mizrahi, I think you knocked your microphone off. Okay.
Can you all hear me?
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. $75,000 because he had a contract. His parents. That's a pretty good motive. Mario Fernandez is over. So let me go through this very quickly. Hopefully I don't get yelled at too much. You have the video. This is why we put in an interview that wasn't even an interview, by the way. The police asked like 4 or 5 questions the whole time. It was all the defendant going on and on and on and on and on. They said, tell me how things were. How'd you meet Miss Gardner? He saw how things were. This is what he said. Which corroborates the whole contract idea. This is the marriage of it. He said, how did you and Shanna get together? He saw how things were with Jared. He sealed the deal with Shanna because otherwise he could not help with the kids. Say anything about love at first sight. He doesn't say we had to be together. He says, I saw how things were with Jared, and I sealed the deal so I could help with the kids. Apparently, Jared's a terrible father because he doesn't want to medicate his children without medical expert opinions, not Mario Fernandez's Googling. Doesn't want his child's beautiful hair turned purple after he told her, I think your hair is beautiful, you should leave it. I think that's about as common of an argument as you could ever have between a father and, by the way, not a teenager, but like a little 5, 6, 7-year-old. I mean, it's one thing fathers may lose control when they turn 16, right? What are you going to do? But she's like, we don't know the exact time of it, but it's some 6, 7, 8. Father does have some control. He's like, wait a second, you're turning your hair purple? Bad dad. Is a man of faith and doesn't want people without his faith participating and influencing the baptism of his child. That's bad? Oh, and by the way, she's never been baptized. That evidence was presented before you. For as cooperative as they want to make it seem because she bought her a dress, Jared's death ended that little foray into Mormonism. that the defendants did not want. I'm confrontational. We wanted more custody. I don't like him. And then he says weird things like, I just don't know why he got out of the car, which you can take with that what you will. Not a lot of the details had been released in the media at that point. Was raging. In fact, the details that the police thought was he was shot in the car. Remember, the blood's all in the car. So believing he got out of the car, even though he probably did to move that tire slightly because it was not in the middle of the street, it's interesting. He was raging the night right after Jared Bridegan was murdered that Kirsten shared that Jared loved and cared about Mario and Shanna. He actually said that to you. Said it to the detectives, but you get to see it because it's recorded. He said, I just couldn't believe that. What a jerk. He used the B word. How could she say that Jared loved us when he treated us so poorly? He's dead. She's saying, listen, I know we had bad blood between you, but, I love my stepchildren. Can we get along? Kind of thing. He doesn't want that. More interesting things. We say around my table in my house.
Yes.
Oh, and another objection and a sidebar. Sidebar. It's been quite a few during both closings. He was talking about the sitting around the table. Let me catch that again.
More interesting things. We say around my table in my house.
We sit around my table in my house. That was objected to. Mario, I guess, claiming possession over Shanna and Jared's house. I think, right? No. I guess did they sell it? Because she got 300. Jared got 390. She got like 320 or something like that. So I guess they sold it. I guess they did get another house. So you think that's hearsay? Well, he's bringing. You think that's hearsay? Was it? I don't remember hearing that. I honestly, I just don't remember that. Bit out of context. Yeah, I don't remember that in the interview. I don't remember. Hope you're all right. All right, so we're in the middle of, it's after 5. Don't forget, it's after 5 there. 5:10, as a matter of fact, in Jacksonville right now. So we're in the, I would assume, in the middle of state's rebuttal. I think he still has a ways to go. He's been talking for half an hour.
Ready? You may proceed.
Thank you. And I want to be clear. I think I said it in the beginning. These are my notes. This isn't quote. You don't see the quotes here. All right. You decide what the stuff is. I don't decide it. But this is an argument, and certainly a reasonable inference from his video. I'm using my common sense. You use your own. That he said he was very upset that Kirsten shared that Jared loved and cared about her. He talked about that it was my house and my table, which is interesting since it's 100% financed by his in-laws. That Jared passed away, doesn't say murder. The widow of the murder victim was a bitch. He did say that. He did call her a bitch, or being a bitch. He said she was being a bitch, I think is what he said exactly. And the hardest thing after Jared passed was realizing that they didn't need permission anymore because there was no more split. Another way of phrasing that, and this is my argument, not his words, is that they won. I'm going to talk about groups of pieces of evidence because I don't want anyone to get lost on the fact that this location was targeted specifically for murder. And in case it was lost on anyone, this location, when you go to the cart, where we can go back and forth between these two. This is a still from the video, and this is a still from the video at the scene when police were there. There is not, and many of you have been to Jacksonville Beach, and I think there was significant testimony presented on the witness stand. The Jacksonville Beach is a pretty populated place, and that you actually have a road where the only video camera is across a street and some woods. This video camera is not on Sanctuary Parkway. This is on Atlantic and stuff, or it's Atlantic, right? Huh? America, I knew it was the name. It's on America. So this is a street behind. And, I won't ascribe any supernatural reason for it, but this car driving by, which is on a different road, triggered the video on another road. I mean, who could predict that? That there would be a video from a road behind the woods that would capture the shooting and see the figure. And more importantly, from Mr. Fernandez's case, see the truck doing this little, because remember there's the earlier video where the person with the hand truck at this house triggers the video, and you can see the truck doing that little dry run earlier. Just when I talk about dry run, I'm talking about the dry run on the day in question, showing that the truck has something to do with it. And there's not a darker, more desolate, better location to do this. Only Jacksonville Beach people would know this. You have to scout this. You have to drive around and know this. Henry Tennant from Potomac, I submit to you, would not have figured this out without Mario Fernandez's help. That's a full stop. The location, and this also is weaved in with the timing of the whole thing. If there is some motive that we don't know about, or some people with Jared Bridegan we don't know about, despite all efforts, what's the best place to shoot Jared Bridegan on a date night? Where do you know that he's going to be stopped and alone for a period of time? Where do you know it? At the home of the Gardners. And he stops and drops off those kids. That's where he stopped. They don't kill him there. That's too close. They have to find another location to do the killing where he will be stopped and his stepkids will be safe. Only after the kids are dropped off does the shooting occur. The only definite stopping point during the drop-off is at their house. And he had to know it was a date night. How many people in the world know about this? We talk about reasonable doubts. Not all doubts. It has to be him. There is no other reasonable decision or reasonable explanation. Let's talk about his. So we have the timing. We have the location that are married, right? The location and timing. Those are the only facts that you had. It's pretty compelling that Mario Fernandez and Shanna Gardner are involved. Just based on those things. But we have more because we have his guilty mind. Now, he did a good job in this murder, but he didn't do a perfect job. His phone was not connected. Now, In today's world, the fact that there is absolutely no activity, no phone calls, no TDOA, none of that stuff on a blank screen during the time of this murder, is this defendant is the unluckiest man on the face of the planet, that his tenant that he paid $10,000 for, the timing that only he could know about with date, night, and location, that his phone happens to be not connected in any way, shape, or form. He's either the unluckiest man on the face of the earth or he's guilty. Unluckiest man on the face of the earth, the Stifler put on the usage rates. And the usage rate shows he should be using his phone during this time. Now, does he have to be? No. One piece of evidence, but that piece of evidence doesn't lie. It doesn't have motive. It is what it is. But that's not the only guilty mind. It's because he goes and deletes things. He deletes things right before he's going to meet the police. And do you really think it's because he has pornography on there, like he's going to get arrested for looking at pornography on his phone? The police don't have anything better to do? He knows what he's going down there for. He knows. He tells everybody, I know why they're looking at me. My wife's ex-husband was murdered. And then the defense stands up there and says there's no evidence that any of those deletions have anything to do with the crime because he deleted them. This is the catch-22, right? You're either, if you get in a plane, if y'all remember the wonderful book, Heller, that we all had to read in school, Catch-22, if you get in the plane and you're too scared to fly bombing missions over Europe, then you're sane enough to fly bombing missions over Europe. It's a catch-22. You either don't say anything and you fly bombing missions over Europe, or you say, you gotta be crazy to fly bombing missions over Europe, and then you're not crazy. They actually argue to you, we don't know what the deletions are, because he deleted it. I don't know how to respond to that. He says that we're doing half-truths. We're doing half-truths. They can't show you what the deletions are because they're deleted. Factory reset. We've talked about shortly after Tennant is arrested for unrelated charges. And then we talk a little bit about the unplanned trip, and this is not a major part of our case. But the witness admitted on Zoom, he wasn't on the witness stand, on Zoom, that he forgot to tell all of us that he had contacted him before. Remember, he's like, yeah, I just forgot that like a week before he contacted me. Originally, he didn't say that. He's like, yeah, I just kind of showed up that day. And usually people keep the toiletries from their house. They don't stop on the road unless they leave in a real big hurry. I'll just make those minor points. Oh, and by the way, he came back because he knew they hadn't implicated him in anything. That much he knew, and then he came back. Whatever. It's not, does that prove he did this? No. It's just interesting. Let's talk about the 10 millimeter. Lies speak the truth. You shall know them by their fruits. It's hard to envision a scenario that we can link the murder weapon to this defendant without the recovery of the murder weapon than what we presented to you. Mr. Dreiser said, why did we present that to you? Because this defendant's very good friend, who he is having sexual relations with his wife the night before the homicide, has a 10 millimeter firearm that no one can account for, it's unfair. We do have a transcript of Mr. Dreiser saying it's unfair that the state of Florida didn't arrest somebody. The criminal defense attorney says it's unfair that we didn't arrest Mr. Bickerstaff. There's no evidence that he's a principal to first-degree murder. We do have evidence that he provided a 10-millimeter firearm to his friend, but without the firearm, how can you prove it? Mr. Bickerstaff make a big deal about the immunity, and then we had to put his son on the witness stand to say, my dad thinks your immunity is bullshit, and he doesn't trust it. That was the testimony. Your common sense, your reasonable inference from the evidence screams to you that this is where he got his gun. Is it a unicorn? Is it one of a kind? No. But every expert we put on that witness stand, including the ATF firearms instructor, says, I hadn't seen one of those. Mr. Bickerstaff says, I don't know anyone that has them. And then the defense makes a big deal about the pawns, which was good argument on their part. But he actually doesn't say what Detective John says, which is, oh no, we had the names of those individuals. And we looked into their backgrounds, into their phone numbers, and compared it with all the known evidence that we had, compared it to Mr. Tennant's phones. There's no link between those people and Henry Tennant. The link between Henry Tennant is this defendant. The only one of those three people that told the truth fully was Fred Barton. Fred Barton, former law enforcement, never been in trouble, no reason to not have these guns, no connection to Henry Tennant, no connection to anyone involved in this case, says they brought over a gun cabinet full of guns, both of them, and a week later came and picked it up. The Juan Bickerstaff thing, he seems like a nice kid, but it is illogical that a sworn law enforcement officer would write down the wrong serial number to a firearm that he embarrassingly had stolen out of his driveway. That's a bad thing if your guns go on the streets and you're a police officer. It's not good. And then you write down the very serial number of the firearm that you know is potentially involved in a homicide. The only explanation for doing that is hoping that you'll cover for your dad, and then when you get caught on it, you just say it's a Scrivener's error. I just copied it down wrong. That's the only explanation for it. I feel bad that he wanted to cover for his dad. You heard how his dad lied to him, lied right to his son's face. Oh yeah, I got the gun right here. I'll make it reappear in January. While he's searching for cabinets to store it where it can't be found, when he's searching for 10-millimeter firearms on the day that Mario Fernandez goes to his house. The other interesting thing about the pawns is it shows that people sell their firearms. Again, a screaming piece of circumstantial evidence to you, which is why this poor Mr. Bickerstaff, who doesn't have any money, son works in law enforcement, why on earth would he not sell? Maybe because he thought he wasn't going to get convicted, but certainly after he got convicted, why on earth does he not sell those firearms to get a few $1,000s for them? Because he had them the whole time, because that's what Fred Barton told you. Yeah, they came and picked him right back up. And then if he has the 10-millimeter and he gives it to Mario so that Henry Tennant can murder the victim, can't imagine a better link to a firearm than that one. So some of the top investments where Mario Fernandez could have invested his money. Vertiv Holdings is a global leader in critical digital infrastructure, providing power management, thermal management, liquid and air cooling, and IT management system for data centers, right? AI, we got to build all these data centers so we can do AI. And their stock market price has skyrocketed in the last several years. Advanced Micro Devices is an American multinational semiconductor company.
Hold on.
I agree, it's not an evidence.
Oh, no. Stop. Let me see you at sidebar.
What's he talking about? What's he going on? Well, I'm like kind of lost here. I was reading a chat and I totally lost. What is this?
So some of the top investments where Mario Fernandez could have invested his money.
Oh, he's talking about investments. All right.
Vertiv Holdings is a global leader in critical digital infrastructure, providing power management, thermal management, liquid and air cooling, and IT management system for data centers, right? AI,
yeah, this isn't in. This is not in.
So we can do AI, and there's stock.
This is not in evidence. Why was he talking about this? Let me rewind a little bit. So he goes from the firearm.
So some of the top investments where Mario Fernandez could have invested his money. Vertiv Holdings is a global leader in critical digital infrastructure, providing power management, thermal management, liquid and air cooling, and IT management system for data centers, right? AI, we got to build all these data centers so we can do.
Yeah, I don't understand why he that was not in evidence at all. Yeah, that's out of scope. That's not even close to being. We never once heard anything about Mario investing anything. That's like way out of scope. That wasn't even in the trial. We didn't once hear anything about Mario investing. Yeah, it's not in evidence for sure. Yeah, no, yeah, judge. I think defense objected, and then judge is like, yeah, no, that's not in evidence. Kathy, yes, this is the same state. This will be the same state for Shanna. This will be the same group. The same group that will be prosecuting Shanna. Judge should declare a mistrial. Inspector, that's I appreciate your enthusiasm, but that's not going to happen. Hellrider, this is going to turn into a mistrial. No, guys, it's not going to be a mistrial. It's not going to be a mistrial for that.
All right, members of the jury, I'm going to ask that you recall, it's been a while ago that I gave you that instruction about closing arguments. What the attorneys say is not evidence, and you're not to consider it as such. However, you are to rely on your own recollection of the facts and the evidence as presented during the course of the trial. You may continue.
So, as I mentioned, Advanced Micro Devices is a semiconductor company based in Santa Clara, California. Chips. Eli Lilly has done very, very well with GLP-1s and weight loss drugs that help many of us lose weight. Henry Tate. Unemployed, but marginally employed. Officially homeless. Handyman. Never operated a business. Whose business plan defense showed you, whose business plan, you make your own decisions on that. I'm making an argument. It looked like it was written on one day. Lots of different dates. And the pen changed. Handwriting. Can't keep the same pen in trial. Every pen seems to have the exact same penmanship, exact same pen, pages and pages of a fake business. Because this is how you launder money. This $10,000 was not a Kickstarter. This was done through criminal acts. It argues that on September 4th, after King was arrested, there happens to be a truck driving by the defendant's rental property that he was about to sell. And that's evidence of a pallet company? There's no evidence of that. There's evidence of a truck driving by with some pallets in this truck. These are the arguments. Carlos Funk. Defendant is not good. Not. He was scared. Tell his friend that he had invested in Kickstarter for thousands of dollars. $5,000, I don't care if you're a millionaire or not. $5,000 is a lot of money. He just forgets. Talking about the $5,000 Kickstarter good luck that he gives the 63-year-old convicted felon who, if you look at his bank records or credit card receipts, he's going to a liquor store every other day, and makes $300, $400. Disparaging because he's a murderer. That's not the kind of person who invests money. Looks like it was all the same day as the business plan. Never mentions the $5,000. All this work that he did, oh, there is no evidence. There is a memo line. This is what the memo line should say. The memo line should say. Memo lines for the landscaping, for the roofing, were done after Henry Ted was evicted from the property. Doesn't make any sense to you whatsoever. I didn't just stay there and live free and do work around the place. Doesn't make any sense whatsoever. A couple other points that this makes. Again, this isn't Mr. I'll agree, wholeheartedly with Mr. Dreiser's point. This isn't about us. It's not about the work. All the energy Mr. Dreiser spent pointing out the mistakes, extraordinary errors that we made, but just now, in his closing argument, the Dreiser said that Mario Fernandez turned over his phone on February 8th, 2020. He said, Nick, named Nick, gave the edge. Oh, Nick. Mistakes aren't what this case is about. It's just Nick. You shouldn't find this defendant guilty or not guilty because the defense attorney stood up and talked about a prenup and said it over and over and over and did prenup. And pulled it out and said it was not months after the case. He bought the car and it was his car, it's his asset. The guy was making $36,000, of which the agent was not driving around a $60,000 Tesla, $57,000 Tesla. It's not about that. The defense argues that you can believe Mario Fernandez, I guess, because he knew that there was a call from children Jared Bridegan made on the night of his murder. Problem is in that same recorded interview, the defendant says, quote, I didn't talk to the kids that night at all. I had a migraine, I had a stomach. But he found out about the phone call in the 2 weeks leading up to his interview. Not because he found out that particular time. But muddling the evidence and to convince you somehow we're misrepresented. Not true. Detective Johns could be the worst detective ever. I If he was not, if I solved this case, if I wasn't. Being experienced, yes, and work hard, yes. What does he have to do with this case, really? What piece of evidence are you relying on his credibility? He didn't come to court and said, this defendant confessed to me on an unrecorded device, you have to believe me. This wants to make it seem like the defendant picked up the gun on the 15th and he had sex with his wife. Bigger stuff than they may be. He also could go to 125, which is with Mr. Biggerstaff. Then Mr. Biggerstaff started searching for potential replacements to the gun he had just given. This is the theme of our case. Take anything from this Stifler and I's version of argument. Could not take away individual pieces of evidence and explain them each individually away. Oh, there's no evidence. The state hasn't proven this charge. You must look at this evidence. Never. The payments understood. The motive of this case, whether it be child custody or 75 plus hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars that this defendant received during the course of his marriage, corroborates the timing. Motive corroborates his guilty mind deletions and wiping of the phone. Corroborates the link to the missing phenomenon. Timing corroborates the link between this defendant and Henry Taylor, who is the shooter. The guilty mind corroborates the location. You get the point. All corroborate each other. You know what this is? This is what you refer to as a rock-solid case. Combination of circumstantial and direct evidence. Is it beyond all doubt? Or beyond close? How many times, before we get to that, I want to make a couple more points. This may have been glossed over, but I want to make this real clear about the January 29th, 2022 trial. Remember how I talked about he must be the unluckiest man in the world? For the time that this crime took place, his phone wasn't bad luck. There's no piece of bad luck. Is that when Henry Taylor leaves, just minutes before after his phone gets abused, his phone gets to that phone address, Henry Taylor leaves for college. And directly home, the children, assets, where he was originally murdered, after. Within seconds to minutes, Jared Fernandez's phone you're the unluckiest man
Mr. Mizrahi, your microphone. Is it on? Okay. Having a hard time hearing you.
Sure, it's on. Thank you. How many times did we hear, you can't, it's beyond all doubt, it's beyond all doubt, it's beyond all doubt, it's beyond all doubt, you must have no doubt. That's not the real world, folks. And they have to be reasonable doubts, logical, well-founded, sound judgment. Not possibilities, not conjecture, not potentially or feasible. The umbrella in Florida in August example is a pretty good one. It's reasonable to believe it's going to rain outside in Florida in the summer. It's unreasonable to think we're not going to have court tomorrow because of that. It's possible, but it's not reasonable. Was Jared Bridegan murdered? Did the defendant want or intend for him to be murdered? Did he incite, assist, or otherwise cause the murder to happen? That is your question. It's right here.
Okay. Members of the jury, the attorneys, what they say is not your instruction on the law. You may proceed.
You decide whether that's wrong. Right there, same thing. Your doubts, if any, that are reasonable, meaning logical, well-founded doubts, meaning you don't have an abiding conviction of guilt, must go to the elements of the crimes charged. They're up here. And then remember, the death caused by the criminal act of Mr. Fernandez goes to the principal instruction. He doesn't have to pull the trigger. The lieutenant pulled the trigger. But if he has a conscious intent that the act be done, did the defendant want or have a conscious intent that the act be done, and help in some way by paying him, by showing him what date night was, by picking out the spot, by driving the truck away, all of these things overwhelmingly show you that he's a principal to first-degree murder. The defense made lots of arguments about how there's no direct evidence, right? Yet we spent hours of this trial looking at Home Depot buckets and people carrying things into a house. Remember all that? No one saw what happened in that house. The defendant's argument the entire time, and Detective Johns didn't want to say what was going on in the house because he wasn't there. He was trying not to give his verdict. He was trying not to give his opinion about what was happening in that house. He's just like, well, yeah, it appears like it's work going on in that house. The defendant, for hours and hours and hours on the cross-examination of Detective Johns, shows you the power of circumstantial evidence. No one saw any tile work being done. No one had any eyewitness inside of that house. What we saw were circumstantial pieces of evidence that work was being done in the house. And that is exactly what we have here, is an incredible amount of circumstantial evidence that proves that the defendant had a conscious intent that the act be done and paid for it and helped plan it. Defense says there's no evidence that Henry Tennant got the gun, except for the fact that Henry Tennant used a 10 millimeter to kill the victim, except for that minor little detail. It's a relatively rare gun, and the defendant's good friend that he has sex with his wife the night before the killing cannot account for his 10 millimeter, even though he should have to account for it. The combination of all of these pieces of evidence should leave you no doubt. Now, this is a very important case. And defense counsel said to you repeatedly that this defendant stands accused of first-degree murder. He 100%, because he's charged with first-degree murder, he is afforded all the protections and guarantees afforded to him by the laws of our state. And it's important for him. It's important for Kirsten Bridegan, whose grief has so scarred her heart that she wears the scar as a proud badge of the love that she shared with her husband. It's to the kids. It's really important. AB, LB, little Bexley. Little Bexley that said, I saw a boo. Well, the police just helped my daddy. These truths about this case, about how this defendant turned Jared Bridegan into a medical examiner number, are all important. Do you have that marriage of your heart and your mind, an abiding conviction of the guilt that the defendant who received hundreds of thousands of dollars during the marriage and whose wife got the custody that she so desired, that this defendant who knew the timing, who knew the location, who is the only link to the murderer, who has a direct link to a missing 12 millimeter, and has a conscious intent that this happened and benefited from it, and then consciously deleted the evidence of it. Is he held to account? Or does he just get to walk away because Henry Tennant has a Fifth Amendment right? Does he get to go home because he paid somebody else to do it? And then deleted everything he could after the fact. It's important. I submit to you it's easy. Because Lady Justice and circumstantial evidence can't have bad eyesight. They can't have a motive to lie. And it speaks the truth about who's involved in this case. That's why we have so many of you to decide this case, is because each and every one of you gets to contribute your abiding conviction, your thoughts about how this case should be defined. It is important. It's not that hard. This defendant, person with the motive, person who paid for it, the person who knew everything, the link to the killer, not the unluckiest man on the face of the earth. He's just guilty. Confident that when you marry your emotion, your heart with your logic and the laws the court instructs, you will find that truth. You will hold this defendant accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. and Ms. Riley. Members of the jury, the hour is late, and we do all from both sides appreciate your time and your willingness to push through. It is so important that you all understand where we're at, which is you've heard all the evidence, both sides have rested their case, you've now heard all of the closing arguments, and we are trusting you that each and every one of you will abide by this court's order, that you won't research anything, you won't look up anything, because the last piece that you need is the law. And so I intend to give you that law in the morning, okay? First thing, 9 a.m. So you all cannot talk about this case with each other. It's not time to deliberate. Instead, since the hour is late, then it's time to rest. And so that's what we're asking you to do. Come back refreshed. Follow the court's orders. Will all of you all agree to do that if you could answer out loud? Yes. All right. See you in the morning. All right, please let the record reflect that the jury's left the courtroom. Anything we need to take up? I'm going to email the copy of the instructions. I'm going to do another read of them if you all would do the same. So if you catch any typos that I didn't catch during the charge conference, if you will let me know at about 8:30ish so I can make those changes and then get them out to you.
In doing some quick research, Your Honor, I think the court has to discharge the alternates, and they cannot sit at a later time.
Okay, thank you. I thought that. I think you can do it in death penalty cases because it's a different issue, but I appreciate the research. So the question to me right now is, let's say everyone can be seated. I'm sorry, I forgot. I got caught up. So the question right now to me is that, let's say that all 16 come. Do you want them all 16 to listen to the instructions, or I can bring out the 12, excuse the 4 alternates, just to make sure that we get them all down here?
Yeah, I mean, it's 6 for one, half dozen the other. I think they may want to listen to the instructions. You can sit the 12 in the back, start seeing the evidence back, and then do your long recitation about how thankful we are for the 4's time, as opposed to just sending them home before we do all that.
I'll just do it the normal way. It's fine. So they don't feel like they totally wasted their time. Well, no, they get us to finality. There was a lot of work and a lot of moving parts. So the other thing, I think, so like I said, I think the instructions are about 30 some pages. If this is to the gallery, because of the reading, because it's technical, I don't allow in and out. So if you all don't want to come for the morning session, that's all that's going to happen. But once I start reading, I lock the doors, and so there is no ability to go in and out. So you have to make a choice, okay? So obviously it'll be live streamed, so you can watch it that way and you don't have to be trapped in the courtroom, but I can't have the jurors, and it also distracts me from the reading. So just to let you all know so you can make your choices overnight, okay? All right, and I want to thank each side for your time and your attentiveness to these proceedings. Your professionalism was appreciated by this court and the parties. The court's adjourned.
All right. Well, that's a wrap on today. We can definitely go over briefly because I am going to go tomorrow, 9:00 start. I got to talk to Aaron. Do I miss instructions? Do I go for instructions, or do I just go for verdict watch? I could go later. All right, I got to talk to Aaron about that. We got to sort that out. We were going to do Keefe D day 5, but I thought no, because I'm going to go in the morning. Yeah, my brain is fried right now. I can't do 6 hours or even 3 hours of another trial. I can't do it. I gotta take the break. So I'll be in court tomorrow, and there's going to be a lot of downtime after instructions. Then we're in verdict watch. It's going to be a lot of downtime. So I got to figure out how to spend 4, 5, 6 hours even. Because if she does the instructions for 30, 40 minutes at 9, 10 o'clock, they'll be deliberating by 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We may have a verdict. I'm anticipating a verdict tomorrow. I would think, unless it's going to be a hung jury, we'll have a verdict, I think, before the end of before 5, because that'd be 7 hours. That would be 7 hours. I think that, what is it they say, that for every day it's an hour of deliberation, so 7 days, 7 hours. Is that how it works? I'm not quite sure right now. My brain is mush. To be quite honest, my brain is mush. All right, you guys. So just briefly, the defense started this day. Do you remember way back when the defense started this day with two people from two employees that worked at the Discovery School, Petra Obitzberger, who again wins for best last name, and also Super Bowl, and then also Lauren Meredith, who taught LB and AB. And then we went through closings. We went through state closings, defense closings, and then rebuttal. So I thought the defense got some points in. There was a few points that they got in. Is it enough to cause reasonable doubt? I don't know. Some of the things I thought they got in were no one knows who was in the truck. Could have been anyone connected to Shanna or Henry, but that cuts both ways. That could have been like, well, if you don't know if it was Shanna, you don't know it's Henry, then you don't know if it was Mario. Hey, stop. Let me see. I'm trying to think. Let me look at my notes. The phone call. Jared took 20 minutes for a phone call, and only AB. So Mario, in his interview, like a couple weeks later, he said that there was a phone call that Jared took, but again, there was a couple weeks he could have talked to AB during that time. So, I mean, the points that I think they got in, I think could very easily be like rebutted by the state. I did not hear them rebut those. Or if they did, I didn't hear it. I didn't catch it. It could have been when the mic was off. I'm not quite sure. But I just go back to those the facts that we covered. Jared and Henry not knowing each other. Mario's the only one that knows Henry, that knows Jared. Those are huge. Those are big hurdles to get over. Henry knew the route that Jared was taking that night. Again, nobody knew that unless you were following Jared for months, because it's every other night. So maybe if you were following him for like 2 months. I mean, it's possible. Anything's possible. But again, Occam's razor, just go with the simplest solution. Instead of making up what ifs and, shoulda, woulda, couldas, I guess, but what ifs, just go with what's the most simplest explanation. Mario knew Henry. Mario knew Jared. Mario knew the route. It just kind of boils down to that, for me at least. John Bickerstaff had a 10 millimeter. Mario knew John. Again, just simplest explanation is usually the correct one. Henry's phone does this dry run. I mean, again, why would Henry be doing this dry run? I mean, there's no other reason. I mean, let me put it this way. There is another reason, because it could have been somebody else. It could have been Shanna. It could have been somebody that knew Jared that was upset at him that we have no idea who it is. But again, Mario's right in the crosshairs right now. So I don't know. William, Mario ain't had no conflict with Jared. Yeah, well, as far as we know. Ambi, have a good night. Grizzly Trial TV Grandma, have a good night. Thank you guys. All right, you guys. Gregor says, you think a hung jury? I don't think all 12 are going to agree. I know that all 12 will not come back as innocent. That I agree with. Yeah, I don't think he's walking away not guilty. I think he's got to, at this point, I think he's got to hope for a hung jury. I would agree to that. Oh, 3 more likes. Yes, can we get a couple more likes till we get to 300? Let me see if we can get to 300. Can we get to 300 likes, you guys? Let's see if we can get to 300 likes. Do it for Super Ball. She's right here. Super Ball's right here. Hi. Yeah, hi. Let's do it for Super Ball. Can we get to 300 likes before we sign off? Can we get to 300 likes? Let me see if we can get to 300 likes. Let's see here. If you can hear my voice, and 299, who's going to be the 300th one? I think I can do it. Yes, 300 likes. Thank you, Super Ball. Super Ball did not hit the like button. So she just hit the like button to get us over to 300. Thank you, Super Ball. Thank you, guys. 302 likes. Appreciate it. All right. All right, Grampy. There's your girl. Hey, look over here. Yeah, look over here. Super Ball. Hey, look up here. Yo, dude. Yo, Super Ball. Shh. Hey, don't look at the kitties. She's being coy now. She's looking at the kittens. All right, what are you doing? Stop it. Stop it. Super Ball. What's over here? Super Ball. Hey, what's over here? Yeah, it's a good girl. Okay, and then she bites me. And then I get the bite. Yeah, it's a good girl. All right. All right, you guys. Grampy, that's for you. Your therapist, Super Ball. That's a good girl. All right, so I am planning on going tomorrow. I will go. I have to decide when I go. What time? Do I go for jury instructions, or do I go a little bit later? So we'll see. I'm kind of leaning towards going later, because then I can just kind of easily cruise in and not have to deal with rush hour traffic and all that stuff. So I may go there at like 10 or something. I might get there at 10. Hey, stop it. All right, you guys, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. Have a fantastic evening. Join us tomorrow. We'll be in Verdict Watch tomorrow. Aaron will be covering the stream. She'll be showing Kim Jensen. We'll have to continue watching, and Henry Tenen. So we can watch those two. We'll continue watching Kim's first interview, then her second interview, and then Henry Tenen's interview. So she'll be handling that. So I will be sitting right behind Mario. Well, when let's see. Yeah, I usually sit on the left side, which would be behind Mario. So, all right, you guys, have a great night. Really appreciate you hanging out with us, and we will see you tomorrow. I'll be checking in on chat. I'll be jumping in live, just giving some updates, and we will see you tomorrow, and then I'll be back at the station here on Thursday. Okay, see ya. Take care. Bye.